Chapter 1338, A Difficult Battle. Killing the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast. 2. You make me feel like a big villain. Wong Tung had a tough time finding words. Round Ball squinted at him. It felt like he was saying, "Aren't you?" Roar. The Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast suddenly stopped. Its one good eye looked fierce, while the other one was oozing blood, adding to a body covered in wounds. A dark yellow ball began to condense in its mouth, aimed at the Devil Slayer. "Dodge," Wong Tung ordered. "Prepare to attack." The Devil Slayer immediately began to charge up while under Round Ball's control. Boom! The dark yellow sphere of light was fired by the dragon. It was so fast it turned into a beam as it rushed to the Devil Slayer. Wong Tung was prepared, though. The ship started its left engine, easily avoiding the attack by the smallest of margins. Concurrently, the ship's weapons were fully charged. They were fired towards the giant dragon. Boom! 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 Several cannons were fired at the same time, all with tremendous power. The volley formed an encirclement surrounding the creature. Roar! The Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast hurriedly dodged, but was still struck by some of the cannons. The terrifying force struck its body and bombarded it. Its entire body moved backwards and slammed against a meteorite, smashing it into pieces. Boom! The massive dragon was enraged. It rushed out from the shattered meteorite and charged towards the Devil Slayer. Wong Tung and Round Ball wouldn't give it any chances. The ship maneuvered a perfect drift and appeared in another direction, followed by another volley of blasts at the creature. Boom! 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 The scene was so touching that the dragon wanted to cry. It was being bombarded again. They were adopting large-scale attacks. Hits would land, even if the dragon dodged part of them. Those attacks would have felt like a drizzle in a usual scenario. The beast could have forced its way through to reach the spacecraft and destroy it. Just one smack could have rendered the spacecraft into scrap pieces. It was heavily injured, though. Its offensive, defenses, and speed were significantly reduced, leaving the creature feeling extremely sorrowful. It was being played. A dark behemoth, actually forced into a corner by a celestial stage human. Roar! The giant dragon howled in frustration. However, it was greeted by another bombardment. Wong Tung would never show any mercy. 5 bombardment rounds later, the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast knew it could no longer approach the spacecraft. It was frustrated, but could only give up and escape towards the starry sky. No matter what, staying alive was more important. It's running again. Round Ball's expression turned weird as it quickly controlled the Devil Slayer to chase after it. "Wait," said Wong Tung. "We're not chasing." Just as Round Ball asked, it saw the dragon suddenly turn its head abruptly, catching the little one off guard, scaring it. "Fire the universe-level force cannon," said Wong Tung as he walked out of the cabin. "Damn, I almost fell for it." Round Ball's expression turned dark. It was fortunate that Wong Tung gave a timely heads-up. The ship retreated and began charging up the cannon. "What are you going to do?" "We'll go out for a walk. Just get ready." Wong Tung jumped out of the spacecraft right after his reply. A set of crimson armor instantly covered the young man's body, the universe battle armor, as he would never act complacently when facing a behemoth. The Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast's eyes turned red when it saw the human show up. It then let out a loud roar and charged towards Wong Tung in a mad rage. "Roar! This small ant. This is the small ant that forced me into a corner." The dragon wanted to tear him to pieces, chew him hard, and swallow him. So fierce. Wong Tung raised his eyebrow and dodged the beast's move. A strange sound wave came out of his mouth. The beast was already prepared for sonic techniques, immediately concentrating its spirit to block. It was previously hit twice because of the novelty. The same trick wouldn't work this time. Sure enough, the sound waves were unable to do much after entering its mind. The heaven stage spiritual body displayed its strength. Roar! The great dragon let out a loud roar laced with a hint of joy. However, it suddenly felt dizzy before happiness could set in. "What's going on?" The dizziness only lasted a few seconds, followed by bewilderment once it recovered. Wong Tung wanted to laugh when he noticed this. The dragon beast really was an idiot. It was tricked that easily. To think he had actually been worried a moment before. He didn't use divine sonic wave this last time. It was another sonic technique, which was stronger and more peculiar. It was the actual devil sound wave from the devil ovum. Chapter 1339, A Difficult Battle. Killing the obelisk-scale dragon beast. 3. The devil sound wave left no traces and could be hidden within the divine sonic wave. The massive dragon wasn't skilled in the spirit department, so it would go unnoticed. Honestly, the obelisk-scale dragon beast's pleased expression was a little funny. The fellow had thought it was a cut above, yet Wang Tung was already at the top. It became furious due to embarrassment. What a sly little human. Even someone as smart as myself was tricked by me. As expected, all humans are bad. The beast complained, yet became more vigilant of any sonic attacks. The attack went through, even when blocking. Something wasn't right. Just then, the terrifying force fluctuation from the Devil Slayer attracted its attention. The dragon glared at Wang Tung and decided to disregard him for now. It then rushed towards a ship. There was a sense of threat coming from the force attack being prepared. The beast moved to prevent the attack from being launched. The creature was as intelligent as a human, and knew it would have been hurt if our hero hadn't tricked it. Another sonic attack crashed right into its consciousness. The obelisk-scale dragon beast tried its best to resist, but failed. It was dazed and confused. After 2 seconds passed, the creature shook its head and snapped out of it, with an expression showing both fear and anger. The ship finished charging. The universe-level cannon fired. Roar! The dragon beast roared into the sky, and a dark yellow force erupted from its body. No longer holding back in the face of death, it released all its power, including origin power, to form a powerful defense wall. Boom! The cannon blast rammed into its body. Wang Tung furrowed his brow as he quickly ordered his ally, Roundball, recharge. The latter was stunned, but chose to comply without any hesitation. Roar! The dragon was still alive and kicking. It dashed out of the cannon's range while a dark yellow light glowed around it like a protective shield. Wang Tung squinted and shouted frantically, "Shit! Move!" Right after moving out of range, the dragon headed straight for the ship at a very fast speed, getting really close within a split second. Using its large body, it rammed against the Devil Slayer's metallic shell. Boom! A loud bang echoed in the air. Roundball immediately activated the ship's shield when the battlecraft was hit. The giant spacecraft was unable to withstand the impact. It was thrown backwards, crashing into an asteroid passing by. The ship's defenses shattered with a bang. Wang Tung's expression had a complete change, not expecting the beast's final retaliation to be that strong. As expected of a universe-stage dark behemoth. Although exhausted and badly injured, it wasn't good to underestimate the creature. The dragon was also affected by the last collision. The latter shook its head and took some time to recover. Then, it stared at the Devil Slayer coldly, then planned to strike the spacecraft again. It could definitely turn the spacecraft into scrap this time. Wang Tung reminded Roundball hurriedly through voice transmission. Roundball, evade the attack. The dragon beast is going all out. Roundball also noticed this, and hurriedly maneuvered the ship to veer away from the asteroid and the attack range. The crash destroyed the defense shield and damaged 30% of the ship's body. The ship would be unable to sustain another crash. Roar! The dragon chased after the ship, dead set on destroying it. Wang Tung looked grim. Space fluctuations floated outward, moving around his body. A large number of space attribute bubbles were formed when the dark apparitions opened dimensional rifts. These space phenomena, caused by the fight between formidable martial warriors, had also created space attribute bubbles, making our hero's spatial proficiency to have a tremendous rise when he picked them up. Space Physique 208500/30000, third rank. Although merely at the third rank, he had become much stronger than before. Although clueless as to whether he could hurt the big dragon, that was his strongest move, so he had to give it a try. Boom! Space power was swept out, twirling around the young man. It became a tornado soon after. The space around him cracked, turning into new dimensional rifts. An invisible wind blew, so sharp it was able to cut through everything. The dragon beast felt something was off, then turned to stare at Wang Tung in bewilderment. Wang Tung said in a low voice, "Round Ball, stop that fellow." "That move." Round Ball's eyes lit up. It looked at the dragon beast and smiled. "Big fellow, let's play." Boom, boom, boom. Force cannons were shot from the ship as the little one tried to disturb an obelisk-scale dragon beast. The attacks weren't universe-stage attacks, but they could injure heaven-stage beings. Thus, the obelisk-scale dragon beast couldn't ignore them. Round Ball's heart was aching. "We are burning money." Every cannon required a large amount of energy stones. They would have stopped long before if Wang Tung wasn't wealthy enough. Chapter 1348, Difficult Battle. Killing the Obelisk-Scale Dragon Beast. 4. Not even Universe-Stage warriors would use Heaven-Stage and Universe-Stage cannons non-stop and be careless about it. Since Round Ball was pulling it back, Wang Tung could execute his ultimate move in peace. A space tornado was manifested, which grew bigger and bigger. All the asteroids were swept in and rendered to pieces instantly. Space trembled, and a terrifying impact was heard. Even Wang Tung was astounded when he noticed the tornado's magnitude. "I accidentally made it too big." Round Ball, attract the dragon beast over. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. It's about time. He had to release the vortex soon, as he wouldn't be able to control it for much longer. Along with the strengthening of his space physique was the power increase of his space tornado. He couldn't withstand its effect, even with his physical upgrade. Round Ball heard Wang Tung's command and immediately turned the Devil Slayer around, steering in another direction. The ship didn't fly towards Wang Tung directly. Instead, it made the dragon beast move in circles. On the other hand, the dragon let the human be, since the latter was dangerous. Wang Tung blinked, quickly hiding in a dimensional rift. The space tornado also disappeared. The vortex was a veritable fish in the sea when it came to space. Its power reached a high point as it sucked all the spatial power nearby. Cold sweat started pouring down our hero's forehead. He tried his best to control the tornado. He could die if it exploded. Well, that would be fun, huh? He stared intently at the obelisk-scale dragon beast as he muttered to himself, "Quick, quick, faster." Round Ball had learned from the best, angering the giant dragon until it kept on roaring and chasing the ship relentlessly, mouth wide open. It wanted to bite the spacecraft to pieces. They were extremely close, so close that a smidge of carelessness would leave the ship at the mercy of the dragon's gaping mouth. Round Ball was nervous. Smiles seemed to have abandoned its face. It was an extremely serious matter. Boom! An explosion was heard at the moment. The little helper felt the vessel shaking violently. A powerful suction force trailing behind, attempting to pull the spacecraft in. It was extremely scary. Mind you, the Devil Slayer was a universe-level spacecraft with a really powerful engine. However, the suction force was still able to pull it back. "Wang Tung is taking action," said Round Ball, frowning and looking back in a hurry. As expected, a gargantuan space tornado was manifested right behind the dragon beast. The latter crashed right into it. The Devil Slayer was extremely close to the tornado's range, which explained the powerful suction force. Round Ball was astounded, but it didn't have the time to ponder too much about it. The little one quickly rammed the accelerator and overloaded the engine. Boom! A blue flame shot out from the ship's engine. The strong kinetic energy pushed the vessel forward, allowing it to escape the tornado's pull. Gasp! Round Ball heaved a long sigh of relief as it patted its chest. "By golly, I almost died." Then it turned quickly, afraid of missing any of the excitement. Roar! The dark behemoth gave a thunderous roar. The voice was filled with fear because it was being sucked into the tornado, inch by inch. It couldn't escape, no matter how much it struggled. The space tornado exploded right next to the dragon. No one could escape from the attack from such a distance. Roar! Finally, amid an unwilling roar, its entire body was sucked into the vortex. Crack! The dark yellow defense shield only lasted for a couple of seconds before it broke. This meant that the last layer of defense was destroyed and the last chance to survive was gone. Crack! 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 Blood gushed out, coloring the tornado a dark red. The thick stench of blood was spread. Wang Tung stood in the distance, while looking at the scene with a pale face. He then heaved a sigh of relief. Round Ball appeared on his shoulder and exclaimed, "Your skill seems to have become even stronger." "Indeed. That's why I used it to deal with the dragon." Wang Ting nodded. "That was a universe-stage dark behemoth. I can't believe we managed to kill it." Round Ball smiled, feeling it had done something noble. The little one had never experienced such grand events in the past, back when it was still following Nangongyu. Now, thinking about it, the opponents from back then weren't even worth mentioning. Come on, they had just killed a universe-stage dark behemoth. The sense of achievement was amazing. Wang Tung shook his head. "Don't overthink. The two planet annihilation cannons injured it first. That's why we could kill it." "That's right. The force cannon in the ship is not as powerful as the planet annihilation cannon." Round Ball nodded. Then it frowned and continued. "Our Devil Slayer suffered considerable damage this time." Wang Tung glanced at the spacecraft and raised his eyebrows. The vessel had suffered terribly after facing the dragon beast, a creature known for its powerful defense. How much money would he need to repair it? Wang Tung took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. At least we killed the dragon." Boom! The space tornado produced loud explosions and released its last ounce of strength. Wang Tung and Round Ball hurriedly shot backwards, not daring to be too close. The tornado's power was terrifying. He felt wary of it, even though he was its creator. Sometime later, the space tornado died down, and the dragon's body appeared in front of Wang Tung. The creature was 1,000 times more miserable than before, wounded all over and drenched in blood. It was a tragic sight. However, our hero was surprised to see that the body was still intact. It wasn't chopped up by the vortex. It floated quietly in space. There was no movement. It seemed to be really dead. "Is it dead?" Round Ball asked after some hesitation, feeling amazed by what it saw. The body seemed to be incredibly powerful. "Let me take a look." Wang Tung wanted to use his spiritual sight to check if the dragon had truly perished. However, he suddenly remembered that his spiritual sight level wasn't high enough. He was incapable of seeing through the beast body at the moment, so he had to raise his stats first. As for blank attributes, the dragon beast must have dropped some blank attributes, having been a dark behemoth. Wang Tung glanced at the attribute bubbles surrounding him and picked them up. Constellation Force, Earth, * 5600 Divine, level Earth Talent, * 1200 Divine, level Dark Talent, * 1500 Celestial Realm Spirit, * 2800 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment, * 7100 Constellation Force, Dark. * 60 200 Blank Attribute, * 14,000 Darkness Origin, * 1100 Dark Obelisk Dragon Armor, * 2400 Earth Origin, * 800 Blank Attribute, * 10800. A mountain of attribute bubbles rushed into Wang Tung's body. His eyes shimmered brightly, unable to bottle up his excitement. It was worth it. Chapter 1341, The Real I. Solar Dragon Body. 1. More attribute bubbles merged into his body and mind. Wang Tung's gaze shone brightly as he received all that enlightenment. First, his force attributes skyrocketed, especially his constellation Earth Force. The latter was already at the Celestial's 9th level, but it had yet to reach the peak. It finally reached the cusp with this bubble influx. Constellation Earth Force, 90,000/90,000, Celestial Stage, 9th level. It was scary. The perfected stage required 90,000 points. Back when war raged, many of the human warriors dropped that attribute. This, along with the dragon's attributes pooled together, allowed him to reach the peak. As to the constellation Dark Force, he had already reached the limit, so the additional bubbles just sent it to a greater height. If Wang Tung chose to look at his sea of nihility, he would realize that the constellation representing his Dark Force was bigger now. Two of his forces had reached the perfected 9th level celestial stage. He also picked up divine level earth and dark talents. Wang Tung had been eyeing those two attributes for a long time. He had already seen the obelisk scale dragon beast as a big, fat sheep the moment he first laid eyes on the creature. Unfortunately, it was too strong. He had not dared to knock attributes from it. The planet annihilation cannon gave him the chance, since the dragon was left injured. Actually, he had to thank Bai Shanho for that. The young hero found the opportunity to kill the dragon beast because the great human expert didn't want to. Divine level earth talent. 8500/50,000 divine level dark talent. 9200/50,000 Wang Tung checked both talents on display. As expected, they rose greatly. This feels amazing. Earth force and dark force in space seemed to be spinning around him at the moment. He could absorb them quickly whenever he wanted. Divine level talents were indeed different. His celestial realm spirit and cosmos realm enlightenment also rose, especially his enlightenment. The jump was significant. Enlightenment 51800/100000 Cosmos Realm. His accumulation thus far took his Cosmos Realm enlightenment over the halfway mark. Wang Tung believed that it would hit the Heaven Realm soon. Next were two extremely important attribute bubbles, Darkness Origin and Earth Origin. Those were the origins the Great Dragon had grasped. The obelisk scale dragon beast was so powerful because it had grasped two origins, which made its defenses nigh impenetrable. Its last-ditch effort had involved origin power. Back then, the Devil Slayer ship was unable to resist two collisions. Wang Tung had almost given up and ran. No one could have killed the giant dragon at that stage, not even them. Darkness Origin, 4600/10,000, first rank. Earth Origin, 2800/10,000, first rank. Wang Tung received 2,500 points of Darkness Origin and 2,800 points of Earth Origin this time, which was a great harvest. Earth Origin was a new addition to the list. He now had 5 types of origins. Besides that, he gained a special technique, the Dark Obelisk Dragon Armor. This was a powerful battle technique with defensive purposes, allowing the user to create an armor with amazing defensive ability. Dark Obelisk Dragon Armor, 1400/5,000, well-versed. This armor technique was similar to the Devil Armor. However, the former was made with pure dark force, while the Dark Obelisk Dragon Armor was created with a combination of dark force and earth force. This alone proved that the dragon's armor technique was stronger. Star beasts that grasped 2 types of origins were rare. A technique dropped by the dragon was definitely extraordinary. Knowledge related to the armor technique was floating into his mind. Wang Tung then realized he could instill Earth Origin and Darkness Origin into it as well. It was a battle technique with room for more improvements. Our hero's eyes lit up. He smiled. Great. The armor's defense ability was many times stronger than that of the Devil Armor. If he chose to use both skills at once, add a universe-level battle armor on top, and he would have 3 layers of defense. He would be tougher than a tortoise's shell. Wang Tung could see the appearance of the dragon beast armor inside his mind. Hideous and rough-looking, but sleek and beautiful at the same time. It was the perfect combination of nature and art. The helmet was shaped like the dragon beast's head. The armor-type skill was unique, unlike the Devil Armor, which was accessible to all the Devil Armor race. It was the difference between customized and mass-produced armors. Of course, the latter had its good points. It helped Wang Tung to blend in and hide among the dark apparitions and not get caught. His Justin persona wouldn't exist without the Devil Armor. In this respect, the disguising effect of the Devil Armor was more important than its defense ability. Lastly, the blank attributes. Wang Tung received a total of 108,500 blank attributes. 100,000 of them. He had never gotten that many at once. This was worth celebrating. He finally had enough to raise his spiritual sight. Chapter 1342, The Real I. Solar Dragon Body. 2. Wang Tung didn't hesitate. With the thought of improving his vision technique in mind, the amount of blank attributes had a drastic fall. while his spiritual sight started increasing. The latter was at the advanced stage, and for this reason the latest transformation was of a qualitative nature. Its value on the attributes board changed. Spiritual sight, 5,000/10,000, real stage. Wang Teng noticed the new proficiency title and repeated the words. Real stage. His spiritual sight had reached the real stage. What did it mean? Was it because it looked more real? Wang Teng touched his chin. He was still clueless about its meaning, but it sounded impressive. It had to be more powerful, since this real stage was the level above the advanced stage. He stopped adding blank attributes, having already used up 50,000 of them, and being unwilling to splurge anymore. Ever since he received his spiritual sight and eyes of essence, every blank attribute would only give him 0. 1 point to those 2 skills. The higher the level, the more blank attributes were required to advance. They were basically huge spenders. In any case, whether he reached the perfected level or not, he had already attained the real stage. The effects were probably similar. Wang Teng took a deep breath and activated his transformed spiritual sight. His gaze seemed deeper as he observed the giant dragon corpse in front of him. How is it? Round Ball asked impatiently, having waited for some time. The human didn't reply. He then added his remaining blank attributes to the Eyes of Essence. The number of stat points began to rise. Eyes of Essence, 5,000/10,000, real stage. Eyes of Essence had also reached the real stage. Wang Teng was surprised. It seemed that both vision skills had the same stages. He wanted to use his Eyes of Essence to confirm the obelisk scale dragon beast's death, when suddenly a notification popped up in his mind. You can merge Eyes of Essence and spiritual sight? Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised. Such a development was unexpected. He wasn't aware that the system would eventually give him a chance to merge the skills once they attained the real stage. Merge! He went for it without any hesitation. That situation had only happened once in the past. The Heart of Magnetic Essence, Sand Control Talent, and Heart of Zhongyan merged to form the Heart of Magnetic Essence. Based on the result of the merger was stronger than the separate skills. It was an amalgamation of all the special characteristics, so Wang Teng wasn't worried. The spiritual sight and the Eyes of Essence started merging once the choice was made. Both disappeared from the board, and a new name appeared. Real Eye. Real Eye. 1/10,000 real stage. Real Eye. Wang Teng repeated the name. Information about the skill appeared in his mind at the moment. The compound effect made the ability extremely powerful. All 3 were at the real stage, but the new Real Eye was better than the other 2. Wang Teng closed his eyes and sensed the change. There was a strange energy within his eyes, giving them a special power no one ever had. I can merge other vision talents too. Wang Teng opened his eyes, clearly excited for what he just found out. The Real Eye would keep transforming whenever he merged a new vision talent in. His eyes were one of kind in the world. Wang Teng was astounded. He suddenly felt like shouting long, "Live System Boss." However, he stopped himself. He calmed down in silence. Round Ball didn't notice a thing. Being the mature and powerful martial warrior he was, acting childish was unbecoming. Round Ball would look down on him. It was just a little irritating. It took so much effort to increase the skills to 5,000 points, but everything is gone now. Wang Teng's heart was bleeding when he looked at his attributes board again. Had he just raised them to the start of the real stage, he would have saved a few thousands of blank attributes. Damn it, he didn't know what he was thinking. In the past, he would always stop adding blank attributes when the skill reached the next stage. Why raise 5,000 more points this time? Did he lose control because of the sudden wealth? I mustn't act this way. I'm a poor man, extremely poor. Wang Teng brainwashed himself. Then, he shelved the topic and activated his Real Eye skill. Golden light flashed in his eyes. That's right, his eye color changed. There was a glow with a tinge of golden. What is that? Is it a special vision skill? While still trying to wrap around this, it suddenly heard Wang Teng snort. Indeed, it's not dead. Not dead. Round Ball's heart skipped a beat. Wang Teng replied, yes, it's pretending to fool us. However, it's very weak now. Chapter 1343 The Real Eye. Solar Dragon Body. 3. Sneaky, Round Ball glanced at the obelisk scale dragon beast and clicked its tongue. It then asked, "What do we do?" Wang Tung didn't reply. He took out a soul crystal, and the Ant-Man Queen floated out. "Elizabeth, are you confident?" The Queen rolled her eyes when she heard the name. She kept quiet for a few seconds before she nodded and replied, "Leave it to me." The corners of Round Ball's mouth twitched a little. Wang Tung's hobby of giving others weird names didn't change. What was he thinking when he named the Ant-Man Queen Elizabeth? "Okay, he'll leave the dragon beast to you." Wang Tung nodded. Actually, one of the main reasons why he took the risk to chase after the dragon was because he was planning on using it for the Queen's rebirth. She needed a powerful star beast as a host in order to be reborn. What was more suitable than the obelisk-scale dragon beast? However, the massive beast was a dark behemoth, so she would run the risk of being contaminated with dark force, which would make it impossible to appear before other humans in the future. Wang Tung considered the possibility. However, in the end, he felt that there was nothing to worry about. He possessed pure dark force, since it didn't matter if his star beast had some dark power. He was never afraid of troubles that could arise. If anyone wanted to use this as an excuse to target him, they would be making a mistake. Nothing would come of it. Would the Ant-Man Queen lose herself and go mad after coming into contact with the dark force? Well, it wasn't something to worry about. The obelisk-scale dragon beast was born with dark force. It wasn't a contamination. Taking over that body would not represent a risk of contamination. Instead, she would gain a body with dark talent. This was a special change. Even Wang Tung found it amazing. Of course, the Queen had the final say. The dragon beast's body was enticing. The likelihood of finding an equally powerful host was low. She could get unexpected benefits if she took up that chance to be reborn. Furthermore, she didn't have more time to wait. Her spirit would disperse soon if she postponed any further. The Ant-Man Queen stopped hesitating. A glaring light erupted from the soul crystal she used as a receptacle and merged into her spiritual body. The soul crystal gradually disappeared once all the light was merged. Her spiritual body became more translucent. "I didn't know you could do this." Wang Tung was surprised. "I have to do it. My current spiritual power is too weak for me to take over the dragon beast's body," replied the Queen with a smile. "Are you sure you'll be all right? Do you need me to suppress the beast's soul?" Wang Tung asked. She was his subordinate, so he naturally wanted to help her. The rebirth skill wasn't easy to execute, and the success rate was low. Wang Tung preferred to play it safe. She was stunned by the offer. She nodded and said, "That'll be great." Wang Tung called out nihility as he replied, "Okay, they'll keep this big fellow in my devouring space. That way, it won't be able to resist." A ray of purple-black light flashed past, and nihility appeared. The Ant-Man Queen felt wary of getting too close to the ladder. She was afraid. Nihility smiled. He then said, before Wang Tung could speak, "I know your plans." After that waved a hand, and the dragon beast disappeared, reappearing in a dark and dim space. "Go ahead." Wang Tung nodded and sent the Ant-Man Queen into the devouring space. Wang Tung sat down cross-legged inside the dark space with nihility on the other side. They released their spiritual power and invaded the dragon beast's consciousness. The Queen's spiritual body moved and entered the creature's mind. The latter's consciousness was indeed special, gray and misty, making it hard to see the surroundings. They didn't know how big it was. It was definitely bigger than Wang Tung's consciousness, though. They were leagues apart. One had to recall that the young man's spirit was in the celestial realm, while the other was a heaven realm creature. Suddenly, the clusters of gray mist tossed and turned, followed by a hideous behemoth appearing right in front of Wang Tung. It was the obelisk-scale dragon beast. "Human, how dare you enter my consciousness?" The dragon was infuriated by seeing the intruder. It then let out a terrifying roar. "Hey, you can actually speak." Wang Tung stared at it in bewilderment. The dragon was stunned by what the other said, then grew furious. "You have a death wish. It'll tear you to pieces. Why don't you come over then?" Wang Tung hooked his fingers and smiled at the latter. The dragon beast threatened him, but it remained behind the gray mist. Its actions were more guarded now. Its gaze flickered as it glanced at Nihility and the Ant-Man Queen, with a slight fear seeping through. Chapter 1344, The Real I. Solar Dragon Body. 4. Cowering was understandable. The devouring Nihility beast was more powerful. The latter's true form wasn't there, but the former could still feel the bloodline suppression. The Ant-Man Queen was a universe-stage star beast before she turned into a spiritual body, and was known for her powerful spirit. The obelisk scale dragon beast had no advantages in that area, either. Come on, don't be afraid, Wong Tung shouted at the dragon. The dark behemoth felt shocked and shrunk back in fear, almost turning to escape, but felt this would make it look overly timid. Thus, it kept its fear in check and shouted sternly, "Human, don't cross the line." So much nonsense. Wong Tung shook his head. He waved a hand, and numerous void mayflies flew towards the dragon's spiritual body. What's that? The latter stared at the droplets of light in confusion. The small void mayflies seemed to be harmless, so they didn't look threatening. The dragon even wondered if the human was planning on tickling it with them. However, boom, boom, boom. The void mayflies scattered around the dragon and suddenly exploded. Violent spiritual attacks washed all over. The beast was stunned by the explosions. It screamed in agony, as spiritual explosions were extremely painful. They were much worse than normal explosions. Nihility didn't waste his time, either. He morphed into his real appearance and started pressing the dragon beast down. This was a powerful and humongous universe behemoth. Its body couldn't be seen with clarity due to a purple-black mist shroud, but the bloodline suppression alone was enough to scare the dragon. The latter said, stammering as it stared at the Nihility beast with wide eyes. Boom! Nihility didn't waste time talking. It charged towards the dragon, pushing all the gray mist away and revealed the creature's body. The latter plummeted down uncontrollably. The Ant-Man Queen's gaze turned sharp. Without any other reminders, she turned into a ray of light and shot towards the dragon. Countless white rays of light appeared and intertwined, surrounding the dragon beast like ropes. Roar! The latter noticed something and roared in anger. It struggled violently. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The glow coming from the Ant-Man Queen engulfed it in the blink of an eye and turned it into a white cocoon. The dragon beast's angry roars could still be heard. It knocked against the walls, trying to break free. However, the cocoon remained as sturdy as a metal cage, locking the creature firmly within. All right, it's up to her now. Wong Tung clapped his hands. The devouring Nihility beast changed back to a human form and appeared next to Wong Tung. He looked at the cocoon and said, "This queen's talent is really interesting." Wong Tung smiled and shook his head. "There are many restrictions. If not, she would be invincible." Nihility replied, "She will grow faster with your help. Who knows, there might be surprises since she'll be using the dragon beast body for the transformation." The pair conversed for a few seconds before they left the dragon's mind space. The only thing left to do was to wait for the Ant-Man Queen to be reborn. Wong Tung went back to the previous point in space and headed back to Defense Planet number 29 on his Devil Slayer. He had gone a little too far, all the while using his spatial power, so it would take him some time to return if he relied on his own ability. Once they were close enough, he stored the ship and continued the rest of the journey on his own. He could hear the explosions of a battle already. He was surprised to find that General Cameron and Devil Emperor Bearbrain's fight had yet to end. Are all universe-stage battles so long? Boom! Just as he got closer, he noticed a figure flying backwards. It was General Cameron. Roar! Another dark red figure bellowed and chased after him. Our hero was surprised to see the dark red figure. It was an enormous being that looked like a dragon. It was a half-human, half-dragon. The upper half was human, with dark red scales covering his chest and arms. There were tiny scales all over his face and a pair of dragon horns on his head. He gave off a noble aura. The lower half was that of a dragon, also covered in dark red scales, with two dragon claws sharp enough to tear everything apart. Chapter 1345 Time Freeze. Save them. 1. Oh my god, what is that? Wang Tung's eyes widened when he saw Bear Brain's appearance. He was dumbfounded. Emperor No Brain still looked like a human a while before. Now, he wasn't anything like a human anymore. Half human, half dragon. Is that you? My cute little dragon? Cute? There was nothing cute about it. Bai Shanho was sitting on a meteorite, just waiting like a mere spectator. He didn't panic. He remained calm, even while General Cameron was being hunted. The expert glanced in Wang Tung's direction when he arrived, then said, "You're back. What happened? Did the dragon beast escape?" Wang Tung was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his senses. He nodded bitterly. "Ah, yes, it did escape." He wouldn't let others learn of his fortune. What if the human boss asked him for the beast corpse? Bai Shanho looked at him suspiciously. Something was off, as the young man's expression seemed a bit exaggerated. "Senior, what's going on?" said Wang Tung to quickly change the subject as he looked at the battle taking place in space. Bai Shanho's gaze changed as he replied, "That's half of the solar dragon's true form." "Half?" Wang Tung was startled. "Isn't that the complete form?" "That's right. It's exactly what you think. The devil mind apparition has only mastered half of the solar dragon's true form. He still can't transform fully," Bai Shanho explained. "Why?" the young one asked. Bai Shanho didn't mind explaining. "Well, he isn't a real solar dragon. Solar dragons have to consume their blood essence when they want to reveal their true form. Devil mind apparitions can't produce any blood essence when they occupy a solar dragon's body." "I see." Wang Tung nodded in deep thought. Boom! Bear Brain became extremely fast after turning into a solar dragon, catching up with the general in a blink. He swung his dark red battle mace towards him. The mace's ominous glow slammed downwards, producing a deafening roar. It was like a huge meteor. A dark red flame was trailing at the end of the mace, drawing a stunning trajectory in space. It was beautiful, yet dangerous. General Cameron's pupils shrank when he saw that. He stopped evading, sending a huge blade glow soaring into the sky. A strong origin force was imprinted on the attack, causing strange lines and marks to appear on its surface, as if engraved with runes. It looked extremely mysterious. Powerful waves appeared at the same time. The sword kept condensing. It seemed ready to cut anything. General Cameron shouted angrily, slashing with the blade in hand. Both energies clashed, generating a loud sound, akin to metals colliding. The sound reverberated in space, an invisible wake that swept outwards. All the meteorites in the vicinity were shattered, turning into cosmic dust. Wang Tung was astounded, marveling at the power of universe-stage martial warriors. Even the sound waves generated by their attacks were terrifying. If that move had been launched while on a planet, lands would be wrecked and continents would sink. Both blade and mace glows were in a deadlock. A victor had yet to be decided. Roar! Bear Brain let out a roar, and a dazzling red light glowed in his eyes. He then pressed down his battle mace. Boom! The scene was like a volcanic eruption. The mace radiance's power suddenly spiked up. Crack! Sounds of the blade glow fracturing could be heard. Clear cracks appeared on its surface. It then spread at an extremely fast speed. Wang Tung's expression changed a bit. General Cameron is going to lose. Bai Shanho shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Boom! There was a loud bang the next moment. The blade glow was shattered and General Cameron suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. He was hurtled down as if struck by lightning. "Solar dragons are too powerful," Bai Shanho said with regret. "Even if the Devil Mind fellow hasn't attained the dragon's complete form, Cameron would still be incapable of winning." "Ha ha ha!" Bear Brain laughed and said, "Human, you can't defeat me. You will be the ones losing this battle." General Cameron remained silent. His face was pale as he wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the enemy coldly. Although unwilling to admit, the apparition was much stronger after partially manifesting the solar dragon's body. It was difficult for him to match up to his strength. Wang Tung's expression turned grim. He couldn't get involved in a battle of that level, and could only watch from the sidelines. He looked at Bai Shanho and realized that the latter was still extremely calm. The young hero became anxious, his scalp starting to twitch. Senior, do you have any techniques you can use? Otherwise, we will really lose, Wang Teng said via voice transmission. Bai Shanho waved a hand and relayed back. I don't have anything like that. I can't do anything. I'm just as helpless. Wang Teng was speechless. He was about to continue when he suddenly realized that there was something in his hand. I'm out of ideas. But you can use that if you have some puppet robot able to display the strength of a universe stage martial warrior, said the human expert without turning to look at his junior. Chapter 1346 Time Freeze. Save them. 2. Wang Teng was stunned. He quickly reacted and used his spiritual power to check the item's content. It was indeed a spatial equipment. There were 3 pitch-black robots stored within. They were close to 4 meters tall and had a metallic sheen. An ice-cold killing intent was radiated by their bodies too. They weren't ordinary robots. Wang Teng instantly understood by Shanhao's plan. No wonder he wasn't worried. Those 3 robots had universe stage power. Universe stage power. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. However, his senior was quite sneaky. He couldn't take action, so he covertly passed in the robots so he could use them. Well, it didn't seem to be a problem. The possibility of that plan working was quite high. Wang Teng felt enlightened. He gave Bai Shanho a gotcha look. Cough. Bai Shanho coughed awkwardly. Our young hero snapped out of his pondering and quickly took out the 3 robots. He probed them with his spiritual power, and the eyes of all 3 lit up, emotionless, of an ice blue color. The sharp killing intent became stronger. They were mere robots. They weren't alive like the members of the mecha race. They were basically inert if no one controlled them. All the popular puppet robots in the universe were controlled using spiritual power. Wang Teng was familiar with the process. The robots entering the stage immediately attracted Devil Emperor Bear Brain and General Cameron's attention. The killing intent was too obvious. It was impossible not to notice. Bear Brain's expression changed, feeling agitated upon seeing the newcomers. The 3 robots weren't an issue to him, but there was still a human universe stage martial warrior in the mix. His face turned black. Damn it, these humans gang up on me when their champion couldn't win. Shameless. On the other hand, General Cameron was elated. He glanced at Bai Shanho and Wang Teng, wondering who had made the move. Bai Shanho can't meddle easily. So was it Wang Teng? But those are universe stage robots. They were expensive and rare. It would be astonishing if a celestial stage martial warrior like that young man had them. The only thing that irks me is, why didn't Wang Teng take them out earlier? Why do that, right, when I was about to lose? How stingy. General Cameron felt resentful. Wang Teng saw the bitterness in the official's eyes and felt confused. Is he misunderstanding something? He would feel wronged if he knew what the other was thinking. Bai Shanho was the stingy one. It had nothing to do with him. Bear Brain's gaze turned sharp. Before the 3 robots made a move, he dashed towards General Cameron again in an attempt to get rid of him first. Oomph. General Cameron wasn't afraid. He snorted and received the attack. Their battle continued. Wang Teng understood the need for speed in this situation. He controlled the 3 robots' limbs with his spiritual power to quickly become familiar with the process. The feeling of controlling them was strange, since they felt like extensions of his body. He had more limbs now. He didn't feel any stiffness when he was moving them. It felt extremely natural, like a human's hands and legs. He quickly became familiar to this. Boom! An explosion was heard, and the 3 robots charged towards Bear Brain. They slashed with force-glowing battle blades. Boom! 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 The 3-blade glows infiltrated the ongoing battle circle. Bear Brain frowned as he was forced to retreat. He would not dare receive those attacks. The 3 robots arrived in the blink of an eye. They surrounded Bear Brain along with General Cameron. The powerful apparition glanced around him with an ugly expression. Then, he zoomed towards one of the robots. Wang Teng immediately controlled the targeted robot to retreat and pulled the other 2 robots over. The trio worked to resist the incoming attack. Boom! 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 Force explosions kept blasting. The three robots exchanged blows with the creature and were thrown back. They had universe stage abilities, but they couldn't be compared to live warriors at the same stage. Furthermore, Bearbrain was an extremely powerful apparition. This left the mechanic helpers at a disadvantage from the moment they attacked. Wang Tung's expression changed somewhat. He gave a concerned look to the robots. Their bodies were deformed by the blast. Fortunately, the metal used to create them was extraordinary. They quickly recovered their original shapes. The robots had powerful attacking abilities, and the materials used to make them could resist universe-level attacks. How could they have universe ranking if they were destroyed after just a few blows? Bearbrain knew how hard those robots were to deal with, so he wanted to take care of General Cameron first before dealing with them. Chapter 1347 Time Freeze. Save them. 3. Wang Tung wouldn't give the elder apparition any opportunity to succeed. His confidence grew once he was sure the three robots could withstand the bashing, so he continued attacking the enemy with the robots' coordinated moves. Of course, he wouldn't send the three robots to go head-to-head with the apparition. It would be a useless strategy, and the robots would be even more damaged. They could cross the line where they would become unusable. Wang Tung was now adopting a long-range attack, maintaining some distance from Bearbrain. He kept bombarding from afar to harass the latter. General Cameron was the main force. He took note of the creature's weaknesses and dealt a severe blow. Bearbrain was put in a spot by the sly stratagem. He wanted to catch the three robots, yet he couldn't. Wang Tung was able to make them evade the attacks, which annoyed the former. Roaring in frustration nonstop, he could only attack the general frantically while trying to find a point to break through. Boom! Suddenly, a strange wave spread around Bearbrain's body and covered the surroundings. That was his domain. He had finally deployed it. General Cameron's pupils shrank. Not daring to be complacent, his body emanated an overwhelming wave that also covered his surroundings. A dark yellow domain unfolded, encompassing the nearby space. On the other hand, Bearbrain's domain was dark red, which clashed directly with General Cameron's. Boom! There were sounds of explosions. That's not a dark domain. Wang Tung frowned. Bearbrain had always used the dark domain while he was teaching him. He didn't expect that the latter would use a different domain. Could it be that the dark red domain was even more powerful? Looks like the dark apparition is getting desperate to survive. Bai Shanhao's eyes flickered as he got up. Let's go there and have a look. He took Wang Tung and vanished from the spot, to reappear directly inside the general's domain. Red and yellow glows were clashing against each other, and the powers of origin persistently tried invading each other's domains. A universe stage domain was different from an ordinary one, since they contained the law of origin and were much more powerful than those of ordinary martial warriors' domains. Both Bearbrain and General Cameron used the laws of origin. Their fight turned into a confrontation of laws. General Cameron's law of origin was the Earth origin, while Bearbrain seemed to be using the Solar Dragon's origin law. The dark red power seemed to be the fusion of the flame origin and the darkness origin. It was naturally stronger. The Solar Dragon race was a gifted race. Bearbrain had snatched a body from that race because he valued their talents and potential. Human, you are not my match. Bearbrain's voice was cold. The power of origin was wrapped around his battle mace as he swung against his opponent. General Cameron's domain was violently shaken by the attacks, as if about to shatter. Bearbrain noticed the arrival of Wang Tung and Bai Shanhao, but he merely took a glance before dismissing them altogether. He had no fear since Bai Shanhao couldn't take action. Boom, boom, boom. The two domains clashed, booming sounds persisting. Wang Tung felt anxious. He tried to send the three robots to join in, but they wouldn't be of much use inside the domains. Bearbrain scoffed, as if expecting this a long time before. The general's expression became grimmer as time passed. He had never felt as aggrieved since he became a universe stage martial warrior. You will lose this battle, the general declared. In the end, he seemed to have taken a certain decision and became ruthless. He kept mobilizing the power of origin, manifesting a surging wave in his domain. Bai Shanho raised an eyebrow as he looked at the general. What is General Cameron going to do? Wang Tung's expression changed. He felt the violent fluctuations around him, and his heart pounded. Before Bai Shanho could answer, Bearbrain's expression changed drastically as he roared in shock and anger. You're crazy. I said it before. You will lose this battle. General Cameron's expression remained unchanged. There was a flash of determination in his eyes. With the surge of origin power, the fluctuations inside the domain became even more violent, as if something horrible would happen at any time. Wang Ting had already guessed what the general was planning to do. There was a look of shock in his face. He wanted to stop his senior, but he didn't know how. Let's go. It's his decision. Anyway, you might be able to live through it. Bai Shanho shook his head and took the young man out of the general's domain. Both of them stepped out of the affected area, immediately appearing more than 10 kilometers away. They continued to observe the battle from that vantage point. There was a loud explosion. Just as the pair left, the dark yellow domain exploded. A terrifying burst of energy swept out, completely engulfing the dark red domain. Wang Tung's eyes trembled as he stared at the explosion. It was a terrifying blast, its wake sweeping to the surroundings, even shattering Defense Planet Number 29's protective barrier. Bai Shanho waved a hand to manifest an invisible force and block the blast wave. Chapter 1348 Time Freeze. Save them. 4. The explosions continued for some time before gradually dying down. The universe turned dead silent again. But amid the dead silence, an abrupt laughter was heard. Ha ha! Emperor Bearbrain is still alive. Wang Tung squinted as he stared at the battle zone. A miserable-looking figure appeared. It was Bearbrain. He survived. He was seriously injured, however. The scales on his body cracked, and one of his dragon claws was broken. Fresh blood oozed out. One of his horns was gone, too. Ha! Do you think you can kill me by detonating your domain? Stupid. Devil Emperor Bearbrain gloated. Cough. Another figure appeared, covered in wounds and coughing blood. General Cameron. Wang Tung was elated. He was alive. He blew up his domain and lived to tell the tale. I told you that universe warriors don't die that easily, Bai Shanho said calmly. Wang Tung wanted to roll his eyes. The powerful human expert kept a calm facade, but there was a slight disturbance in his eyes when the general detonated his domain. He wasn't entirely indifferent. So self-conscious. You're not dead. Bearbrain looked at his rival as if he were seeing a ghost. He thought that the latter was a goner, but he survived. The spurt of happiness disappeared and switched to exasperation. It was like knowing your opponent filed for bankruptcy, only to see him hanging around you and living his life happily. How could he smile? A pity I didn't kill you. General Cameron was filled with regret. You don't have the right to kill me. Bearbrain snorted and stared coldly. Since you're still moving, we'll be claiming your life now. You're nothing more than a paper tiger now. Die. Immense killing intent was shooting out from his eyes as he instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of General Cameron. He slammed his mace down. Am I going to die here? General Cameron looked up at the giant weapon about to reach him. He no longer had the energy to resist. There was no fear in his eyes, only regret. Being a martial warrior and a high-ranking official, he knew he was fated to die on the battlefield. However, he wished he could have killed the dark apparition first. Die! Bearbrain sneered as the mace continued downward. Finally, he would kill the human personally. He didn't notice the time had stopped for a split second. The mere split of a second. Boom! Then, General Cameron received the hit. However, the hideous smile on the creature's visage froze. He then stared coldly in a certain direction. Two figures gradually appeared in the distance. Wang Tung and General Cameron. The former took action at the crucial moment, using his space and time talent. He took the chance to save the general when the time was stagnant. This was his first time. It was the first time ever using this talent. The effects were surprisingly good. The feeling of stealing time made his heart skip a beat. It felt unreal, dreamlike. Right then, both his soul origin and his time origin dropped by 1,000 points. It was quite expensive. Wang Tung was at first expecting for Bai Shanho to make a move. Being a mere celestial stage warrior, it would be somehow far-fetched to think he would be the one saving the general. However, Bai Shanho showed no signs of acting, not even at the last moment. He found it unbelievable. General Cameron was a bigwig of the military and a universe stage martial warrior. Was he really going to watch him getting killed? Our hero didn't understand, but he couldn't do anything about it, either. He had to act. General Cameron had taken care of him, so he couldn't just let him die in front of him. Wang Tung. General Cameron finally regained his composure. He was shocked with disbelief. He thought he had croaked, but the young man saved him at the last instant. That's a high-tier Devil Emperor. How did Wang Tung do it? The general didn't even know how it happened. On the other side, Bai Shanho looked at Wang Tung in confusion, as he wasn't able to see the move. Chapter 1349, Bloodstained Universe. 1. Time talent was a mysterious power. Others would probably not sense when it was being executed. Those without the talent would never notice its usage, not even eternal stage warriors. Time was basically taboo. Not many people could grasp it. Furthermore, Wang Tung had only stopped time for a split second. The effect was also limited to a small area where Devil Emperor Bearbrain was. People elsewhere would not feel the change. This was the reason why our hero dared to use this move. What did you do? Bearbrain stared at the young man coldly, furious since his prey was saved. At the same time, he was astounded in disbelief. He didn't know what had happened in that instant. The feeling of losing control terrified him. Anyone would feel the same. What did you say? I don't understand. Wang Tung played dumb. General Cameron. Bai Shanho. Could you be a little more fake? Who would believe you? Bearbrain frowned, knowing he wouldn't get a straight answer. So, his gaze turned sharp and then he disappeared. Wang Tung would never underestimate the Devil Emperor's attack. He hurriedly used Space Flash to port General Cameron and himself to where Bai Shanho was. The latter couldn't act, but it was still safer being next to him. Wang Tung didn't think that Emperor No Brain would dare to snatch someone when standing close to Bai Shanho. His guts weren't that big. As expected, Bearbrain appeared in Wang Tung's original position and stared grimly at the latter. Bai Shanho, are you trying to interfere? Devil Titan Deathbone's voice floated in the air. He didn't show up, but he opened his eyes as he looked at them coldly from beyond the dimensional rift. Deathbone stared at him for some time. Then he said, "Humans are indeed shameless." Really? Bai Shanho glanced around as if clueless about the Titan's claim. "Humph," the Titan snorted. Then he sneered and said, "Bearbrain, go and kill the other human warriors." "Yes." Bearbrain smirked and rushed towards Defense Planet number 29. Wang Tung and General Cameron's expressions changed a bit. If a high-tier Devil Emperor entered the fray below, the human warriors would be massacred. "Go!" Wang Tung controlled the universe stage robots to chase after Bearbrain and stop him. He was rushing to save the world. It was tiring. "Are you trying to stop me with 3 robots?" Devil Emperor Bearbrain scoffed and swung his battle mace down. Boom! The robot trio didn't pose a real threat to the Devil Emperor. They were thrown back, but Bearbrain wasn't planning on letting them go. He disappeared and reappeared above the 3, hurling his mace to get them. A robot was smashed into pieces. The other 2 launched their attacks. "You're overestimating yourself." Bearbrain sneered. He destroyed the robot's blade glows and rushed towards them, all the while resisting the attack's residual impact. Wang Tung controlled the robots and had them retreat. However, it was too late. Bearbrain reached them instantly and swept his mace through the air. The robots were thrown backwards, seriously damaged. The broken robots recovered and dashed towards the Devil Emperor again. They started hurling all kinds of attacks at him. "Move!" Bearbrain swung his battle mace furiously. He was irritated by those robots. The robots weren't formidable opponents, but they were unnerving. He couldn't get rid of them quickly. Wang Tung turned serious. Many thoughts went through his mind as he tried to find a way out. Only the space tornado could deal with a universe stage opponent. However, that move was possibly not strong enough for a Devil Emperor. The heavily injured obelisk-scale dragon beast could be affected, but not Bearbrain. This Devil Emperor was injured, but it still had energy. The young hero wasn't confident of being able to kill him, unless he thought again of his time talent. Bai Shanho saw Wang Tung's expression, feeling surprised and intrigued. This fellow seems to have an idea. General Cameron stood at the side and regained his composure after being saved. He was unsettled by the ongoing battle he saw and then turned to look at the young hero, who seemed to be in deep thought. A tinge of hope appeared in the general's heart. Does he have a way to salvage the situation? The thought itself was absurd, expecting a celestial stage warrior would deal with a high-tier devil emperor. Alas, he had no other choice. That was why he could only place his hopes on Wang Tung. The fellow had created many miracles in the past, so he had blind faith in him. He might be able to create another miracle this time. Wang Tung didn't know what the general was thinking. His entire focus was on dealing with Devil Emperor Bearbrain. Their plan would fail if they didn't stop him. General Cameron trusted him and launched this battle. Generals Yukari, Chi Yuanju, and the others trusted him and had never doubted him. Chapter 1350, Bloodstained Universe. 2. Countless soldiers risked their lives to win that battle. This was also a type of trust. Wang Tung felt the burden on his shoulders. He wasn't a great person. It was the basic responsibility he should have as part of the human race. Honestly, he had already done his best. He did many things other celestial warriors couldn't do, tilting the scales to the human side for some time. But man proposes and God disposes. Wars were filled with uncertainty, and that was the result. He couldn't accept it. They had reached that step, so they must not lose. Numerous soldiers and martial warriors were fighting with their lives on the line. How could he give up that easily? Wang Tung lowered his head and muttered to himself softly, "No matter what, we must not lose." The voice was faint, but the powerful warriors were able to hear him. Bai Shanho was shocked. General Cameron was elated. He had always trusted Wang Tung. A single sentence was enough for him to feel the young hero's undying spirit. Devil Titan Deathbone looked over with a scary gaze. They were worlds apart, but his eyes were still horrifying. No one could look at them straight on. His gaze was filled with disdain. This celestial warrior, bragging shamelessly. "You can't lose." Bearbrain laughed. His face contorted as he swung his mace to push the robots back. Then he scoffed and added, "You barely managed to stop me with these 3 dead things. What right do you have to say that? You have lost. After I destroy these robots, I will personally chop your head off. No, I will spare your life and have you witness how I annihilate the human race." "Try it," said Wang Tung, raising his head and staring right at Bearbrain. Then he smiled. There was a mad tinge flashing in his pitch-black eyes. The Devil Emperor frowned when he saw that gaze. The expression made him uncomfortable. He felt the urge to dig that pair of eyes out. Wang Tung took a deep breath and stepped forward. He walked past Bai Shanho and General Cameron, then floated silently in space. He stretched out a hand and squinted a bit. An invisible power of space revolved around his body. The spatial power seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, replenishing the space reserves he had used up when he executed his space tornado. "Good thing I left a clone on the planet, so I managed to pick up some space attribute bubbles," Wang Tung thought. He had enough space attributes to execute his space tornado again. This time, he would send Bearbrain a big one, greater than the vortex he used to injure the obelisk-scale dragon beast. He was struck by an idea. It was indeed sudden. It popped in his mind in a second. However, if he managed to put it into action, he could send the Devil Emperor back home crying. It would be his first attempt, so it was all up to fate. Wang Tung opened his eyes abruptly, the madness in them becoming more evident. Even the general felt goosebumps on his skin. Boom! A powerful surge of space power was spread without any warning, spinning around the young hero. Space fluctuation. Bai Shanho was surprised. He knew that the boy had space talent, but the powerful flux was still unexpected. It was really strong. He probably couldn't create something of that caliber. And yet, the young man did it while still being a celestial stage warrior. It was hard to see through him. Bearbrain, at the moment surrounded by the 3 robots, felt the fluctuation and squinted. This human possesses a powerful space talent. Devil Titan Deathbone also looked at the young human ruthlessness and cruelty showing in his eyes. Is this another human talent? He must die. Boom. Wongton was unconcerned by what they were thinking. He didn't have the time anyway. All his attention was on controlling his space power. The fluctuations swept through, churning the surrounding space and revealing the emptiness beyond. The gale created by the void on the other side of the dimensional rift spun around the hero's figure, soon becoming a terrifying tornado. Bear Brain looked grim. He attacked the three robots violently, all in an attempt to get rid of them. Wongtung would definitely not allow the latter to escape easily. He released his spiritual power and controlled the robots to buy him more time. He hadn't finished preparing his ultimate move. The young human's face became extremely pale as the space tornado started to form. 2 consecutive uses of that force was too much for him to bear. He may well have collected some space attribute bubbles in the process, but that would not solve the problem. He felt an excruciating pain in his body, as if cut by the power of space. Thin wounds started appearing on his skin, while fresh blood flowed out from cuts and pores. This isn't enough. Wongtung gritted his teeth. He bore with the pain and released the origins he mastered to fuse with the space tornado. That is what he wanted to try. He wanted to merge origin power with his ultimate move, but that would be extremely difficult. A single mistake, and he could explode and die. Chapter 1351, Bloodstained Universe. 3. Wongtung couldn't care anymore. The move he was attempting was the only option he had to kill Devil Emperor Bearbrain. The first origin used was the fire origin. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. He would be using divine flames as a medium to merge with the space tornado. Those flames were created by nature. They were a threat to high-tier Devil Emperors too. Boom! The addition of an external force caused the space tornado to shake violently, becoming unstable. Wongtung's spiritual power surged with fury. He controlled the 2 forces with all his might as he sought to reach a balance. There were many forces being balanced inside his body. He had tried merging the 5 basic forces in the past, so he had some experience. However, it was a little different because he was merging origin power with the power of space. Time passed gradually. He finally found an equilibrium. Both forces were balanced. Before happiness could set in, he glanced at Bearbrain and realized that the 3 robots couldn't block him anymore. Sigh. Wongtung exhaled in frustration. Then, he fused the remaining 3 origins with the space tornado. Metal origin, earth origin, wind origin. The method was crazy, but there was no time. Boom, boom, boom. The settling tornado started rumbling again. The vibration was violent and powerful, sweeping outward. Bai Shanho felt his eyebrows jump. He pulled General Cameron and retreated. General Cameron, is this okay? Wongtung was fighting for his life while they were running away. Was it appropriate? Cough. I didn't expect him to take such a huge gamble, said Bai Shanho with an awkward cough. Bearbrain felt his heart pounding furiously, as he could sense the threat hidden in the space tornado. There was disbelief in his eyes. How could a celestial warrior execute such a powerful attack? He must be a bug. Explode. Let it explode, Devil Emperor Bearbrain repeated silently, hoping Wongtung would lose control of the vortex. However, things didn't go as expected. The worst-case scenario came to pass. The tornado began to stabilize. F***K. Bearbrain couldn't help but curse. He then made a thrusting move with his battle mace. Boom! The 3 robots were thrown back, their bodies badly mangled. The trio struggled, unable to recover. They had reached their limit. All energy was depleted, and they couldn't move anymore. OSH*T. General Cameron's expression changed entirely. Bearbrain was elated. He looked at the young man with a smirk and started gathering dark red flames on his weapon. Origin power was also present. Let's see how you stabilize it. He sneered and threw his mace directly at the space tornado. Damn it, just a little more. General Cameron felt desperate. A little more and Wongtung would have stabilized the tornado. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. All control would be lost once the mace crashed into the space phenomenon. Baishano squinted. He sighed in his heart. Boom! The dark red battle mace entered the space tornado, resulting in a grand, terrifying explosion. Powerful fluctuations were spread. Ha ha! Bear Brain laughed, all the fear in his heart finally gone. He destroyed the space tornado. How can a young brat fight me now? Wong Tung. General Cameron stared at the tornado with a pale face. The young talent is still inside. Is he going to die there? His heart started to ache. Something's not right, Bai Shanho said as he stared intently. General Cameron was stunned by what the others said, and quickly looked at the tornado. Time stopped for a moment, right after the dark red mace entered the space tornado. Then, before the weapon could escape, it was minced to pieces and the explosion was forcefully contained, as if a massive hand would have intervened, stopping the blast. How's that possible? Bear Brain shouted, with a mix of anger and fear. He was flabbergasted. Boom! No one offered a reply. Only the space tornado soared towards him. The face of the elder apparition changed. His pupils shrank as he retreated without any hesitation. He wanted to get away from the tornado's effect area. Tried to escape, said a cold voice. Bear Brain couldn't move, his body froze, and his mind stopped working. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body froze for 3 seconds this time. The space tornado was already an inch away from him by the time he recovered his mobility. A mighty suction force was felt. Bear Brain gave an unwilling roar. No, he released all his forces, but this had no effect. He couldn't escape being that close. The powerful apparition was sucked into the tornado. Space power slashed his body endlessly. The 4 origin powers erupted too. Boom, boom, boom. Sometime later, the space tornado died down and scattered in space. Only the dimensional rifts present attested to the existence of the terrifying space attack. General Cameron was pale-faced and flabbergasted. He was able to tell at the moment that the space tornado was horrifying, but he was still astonished by the first-hand experience. The muscles on by Sean House's face trembled. It took a while for him to calm down. This is a monster. On the other side, Devil Titan Deathbone had a deep frown, unable to hide his killing intent as he stared at the young hero. Everyone's attention was on Wong Tung. No one cared about Bear Brain. A torn body gradually appeared once the tornado subsided, floating in space, drenched in blood and completely distorted. It wasn't hard to see that every single part of this body was riddled in wounds. A large amount of fresh blood was splattered, dispersing in the void. It was a blood-stained universe. Chapter 1352, The Greatest Victory in the History of Defense Planet Number 29. 1. The blood of a high-tier Devil Emperor was used to color the universe. What an amazing battle exploit. In all of history, there weren't many celestial warriors able to achieve such a feat. That is, no battle had ever been good enough to celebrate. At least not in Defense Planet Number 29's history. Everyone's gazes landed on the young man. There were many different emotions showing in their eyes, but all of them shared one similarity. They were astounded. It was an unprecedented astonishment. The atmosphere was silent. The whole thing felt like a silent film. Everyone was in shock. It was difficult to calm down. Wong Tung executed his real eye to confirm whether Bear Brain was dead. However, at that very moment, a black energy sphere flew out from the Solar Dragon's body and dashed towards Devil Titan Deathbone. Damn it! General Cameron shouted with an ugly expression. He quickly reacted. Trying to escape? Bai Shan Hao's gaze turned sharp. An invisible force surged out from his body and rushed to prevent the apparition from escaping. Oomph. Deathbone snorted. Boom! Bai Shan Ho was countered. Another energy sphere collided with the attack and caused an explosion. The black sphere took the chance to enter Deathbone's eye. Bai Shan Ho knew that the latter had meddled, stopping him from catching the Devil Emperor. He furrowed his brow. Deathbone glanced at Wong Tung quietly. Then, both his eyes started to spin as if inside a whirlpool before they disappeared. Only Bear Brain's voice echoed in the air. Wong Tung, His tone was filled with hatred and bitterness. He'll remember you. One day, he'll come back and have my revenge. General Cameron clenched his fist and clenching his teeth. Damn it, he got away. Wang Ting shook his head with regret. Devil Emperor No Brain was a powerful high-tier apparition. He took great pains to defeat him, but he was unable to kill him in the end. It was regretful. Bai Shanhou patted Wang Tung's shoulder and replied calmly, "This outcome isn't bad. It's just a little regretful," Wang Tung said with a smile. "After all, I almost killed myself. This is a huge loss for me." Bai Shanhou was speechless. This is what he cares about? Oh well. Using a celestial warrior's life in exchange for a high-tier devil emperor's life was a good bargain. No, that's not right. This young man is a genius. He was as valuable as a high-tier devil emperor. Bai Shanhou would be unwilling to lose him. Don't act rashly in the future. It's all right if a high-tier devil emperor runs away. You'll be able to fight it once you mature, the human expert said earnestly. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows in surprise. Bai Shanhou had a high opinion of him. Indeed, it was impossible to hide how outstanding he was. The corners of Bai Shanhou's lips trembled when he noticed the young man's expression. This fellow is a little narcissistic. He complimented the latter because he was astounded by the young one's skill. To think he would act smug after a single praise. It would be better not to congratulate the fellow in the future. Wang Ting didn't know what Bai Shanhou was thinking. He glanced around excitedly and scooped the attribute goodies. Those were the bubbles dropped by the high-tier Devil Emperor. He would definitely find lots of good stuff. Wang Tung released what was left of his spiritual power and pulled the attribute bubbles over. They flew over like sparrows returning to their nest. Constellation Force, Dark, asterisk 6800 Divine, Level Dark Talent, asterisk 2600 Divine, Level Fire Talent, asterisk 3500 Constellation Force, Fire, asterisk 7500 Constellation Force, Earth, asterisk 6800 Solar Dragon Flame, asterisk 3200 Darkness Origin, asterisk 1300 Flame Origin, asterisk 1800 Earth Origin, asterisk 1600 Dark Flame, Domain, asterisk 5200 Earth Domain, asterisk 4700 Celestial Realm Spirit, asterisk 10700 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 13500. The attribute bubbles merged with his body, making him take a deep breath. The happiness in his eyes was apparent. This many, as expected, General Cameron and Devil Emperor Bearbrain had dropped many attributes, all of them extraordinary. There was nothing much to say about the Dark and Earth's constellation forces. Wang Tung had already attained the perfected 9th level of the celestial stage in those two attributes. They couldn't go any higher. He also received an ample amount of Constellation Fire Force, too. There were 21,800 points in total, raising his stats to the perfected 9th level of the celestial stage. Constellation Fire Force, 90,000/90,000, celestial stage, 9th level. That was the third force to reach that stage. Wang Tung was now one step closer to the Cosmos stage. Next were the two divine talents, Darkness and Fire. Wang Tung gained many divine-level dark talent attributes from the Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast. This new addition raised the stats even more. This time, both the Dragon Beast and Bearbrain were like two bosses. They yielded lots of divine dark talent bubbles. Hence, his dark talent had exceeded the divine-level wind talent, which was the first divine stat he had gotten. As for divine fire talent, that was something new. Wang Tung successfully raised his Emperor-level fire talent to the divine level. Chapter 1353, The Greatest Victory in the History of Defense Planet Number 29. 2. It was a qualitative change, a grand transformation. Divine-level dark talent. 12300/50,000 divine-level fire talent. 5400/50,000 Wang Tung didn't feel much difference when his dark talent increased. It had risen a few times, so he got used to it. But the change in his fire force made him feel reborn, like a monarch of flames. A single raise of a hand could easily harness the fire force potential within heaven and earth. Had he not made the conscious move, the fire potential around them would have immediately converged towards him. Bai Shanho and General Cameron were right beside him. He didn't want to expose his secrets. One could presume they weren't idiots. They would notice the sudden change in his talent. At the same time, divine and beast flames grew more intimate with him. They had been tamed by him, so they listened properly to commands, but the feeling was different now. They were treating him like one of their own. There was a difference between a master and a clansman. Wang Tong was delighted by the change. He possessed 4 divine-level talents now. 4. How scary was that? No one would even dare think about it. Even eternal stage warriors would fight to have him as a disciple if this secret was leaked. Next was the solar dragon flame, a special kind. Wang Tong was surprised. He carefully observed the dark red flame in his mind, even taking the opportunity to tease it. This flame was more powerful than the scorching beast flame, the star phoenix flame, and the rest. Of course, it couldn't be compared to divine flames. Divine flames are indeed the best, Wang Tong thought. Well, having one more flame wasn't bad. He would be able to better execute his dragon blood battle physique. Wang Ting eagerly accepted it. Next were the 3 origins. He received 2,500 points of darkness origin, 3,100 points of flame origin, and 2,400 points of earth origin. Darkness origin, 7,100/10,000. First rank, flame origin, 3,300/10,000. First rank, earth origin, 5,200/10,000. First rank. Their information was swiftly transmitted to Wang Tong's mind, taking his understanding of the 3 to another level. This was especially the case for the flame origin. The current increase made the latter his 3rd most powerful origin. The Earth's origin could have been surpassed had it not risen just then. This meant that the solar dragon race's talent exceeded that of the obelisk scale dragon beasts, dropping many origin attributes as a result. The origin power's depth of understanding was closely linked to a person's talent and enlightenment. Others would have to work hard in order to achieve the needed level of understanding, but our hero merely needed to pick up attribute bubbles. Heaven seemed to have opened a highway for him. The feeling was addictive. He would continue to feel amazing if he kept on picking up attributes. Aside from origin powers, there were 2 domain attributes he didn't expect. One was the Earth domain. He had the meteorite shower domain, so he considered merging it with the Earth domain, but he had other thoughts after some pondering. The Earth domain was the most basic domain, with many changes and opportunities to transform, making the meteorite shower domain a lesser skill in comparison. The latter was more focused on strength and explosive power. Wang Tong blinked and decided to understand the Earth domain thoroughly. Earth domain, 1,700/3,000, 3rd rank. For 1,700 attribute points, pushed his Earth domain to the 3rd rank. The other domain was more special. It was the Dark Flame domain. That was the domain used by Devil Emperor Bearbrain. It was even more powerful than General Cameron's Earth domain. Our hero became gradually cognizant of the new domain as the attribute bubbles merged with his body. As expected, this is a combination of the Dark and Fire domains. Bearbrain probably created this on his own, so it's more powerful than either of the 2 domains when executed separately. Wang Tong's eyes lit up. He guessed this when he saw the domain in action, and then confirmed it when he received it. Devil Emperor Bearbrain was an amazing figure. His understanding of domains was exceptionally deep. His comprehension was evident, being a dark apparition and grasping the fire domain, and on top of that merging it with his dark domain. This wasn't something a normal apparition could do. A pity for him that he gifted this to me in the end. Domain amalgamation is the path I'm heading towards. The excitement in Wang Tong's eyes grew thicker. He had always wanted to merge his domains, but none of them was at a high stage. It had been too early to merge any of them. Actually, he could have done an initial fusion at first, but it wouldn't have been stable enough to use against his opponents. Who would use an unstable domain in a real fight? Dark Flame domain, 2,200/3,000, 3rd rank. 5,200 attribute points allowed this domain to directly reach the 3rd rank. Wang Tong felt elated. Both the domains he received that day were at the 3rd rank. It was a decent gain. His highest was 4th ranked. Even so, He wondered why the Earth domain and the Dark Flame domain were at the initial phase and not the actualization phase. By right, General Cameron and Devil Emperor Bearbrain's domains shouldn't be at the initial phase. Chapter 1354, The Greatest Victory in the History of Defense Planet Number 29. 3. Did the system shortchange me on purpose? Wang Ting thought about reasoning with the system, but he remembered how distant and cold it was, so he silently accepted his fate. I could take things slow and grasp things gradually. Am not in a hurry. Wang Tung consoled himself. As for the spirit and enlightenment drops, there was nothing special about them. He collected them and felt a chill circulate in his mind. The large amount of spirit he used up in the fight was replenished, and he didn't feel exhausted anymore. His mind was hurting because of depletion. Fortunately, he managed to recover in time. He was spared from more suffering. A few seconds passed after collecting the attribute bubbles. Wang Tung stared at the Forsaken Solar Dragon's body intently. Many of the attribute bubbles produced by Devil Emperor Bearbrain were special attributes exclusive to that variant dragon species. This body is a treasure. If he could secure it and beat more attributes out of it, he might be able to get more goodies. The idea was a little inappropriate, but he didn't have a choice. Attributes were paramount. Wang Ting wasn't concerned that the body wouldn't drop attributes. He had done it before, getting many useful attributes from the ancient god's corpse. This was proof that corpses could drop bubbles too. What's with that look? Bai Shanho suddenly turned and looked at him with a strange expression. Does he have some weird fetish? Why is he staring at a corpse with such passion? It's scary. Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat. He quickly put on a stern expression and replied, I'm just thinking what will happen to this corpse. Did it catch your eye? Bai Shanho asked curiously. Wang Ting was quick to deny. No, I'm a normal person. Why would I be into a corpse? A normal person wouldn't use that gaze, Bai Shanho replied calmly. Wang Tung. The misunderstanding was going way overboard. No way. Don't get me wrong. I'm innocent, Wang Tung said hurriedly. I don't care if it crossed your mind. Honestly, this corpse is a little troublesome. Bai Shanho looked at the badly wounded corpse with a frown. He seemed worried. Why do you say that? Wang Tung asked. Wang Tung took up where the other left off. So, if they ever learn that the body of one of their own was used by a dark apparition, they will surely kick up a fuss and might even ask for the body back. They would never allow it to land in other people's hands. That's right. Bai Shanho nodded, giving the young man a look of approval. It was easy talking to a smart person. Sounds troublesome. Wang Tung frowned. I beat the crap out of this body real bad. Will they find me? Based on their personality, maybe. Bai Shanho gloated. Seriously? Come on. I snatched the body back on their behalf. Wang Tung felt wronged. They're a proud race. It's likely they won't take it as a favor. Bai Shanho shook his head. This doesn't make sense. Wang Tung felt at a loss. He defeated Devil Emperor Bearbrain only to be potentially blamed by the Solar Dragon race. What gives? This counts as a war spoil. Dare to take it? The senior smiled. A war spoil? Wang Tung was stunned. I didn't defeat no brain by myself. General Cameron made the most contribution, and the robot trio you lent me also helped. I would only be reaping the fruit of your labor. He knew his own ability. Had the general not tired the powerful apparition, and the 3 robots not helped with stalling tactics, he wouldn't have been able to be a match. He wanted the dragon corpse, but he knew his limits. The general said, Don't look at me. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by Bearbrain. He shook his head and continued, Also, I'm not interested in getting the corpse. It's too much trouble, and it's useless to me. I feel that you're trying to push the burden away, Wang Tung said. Don't spout nonsense. Do you want it? Bai Shanho rolled his eyes. Wang Tung gritted his teeth and came up with an excuse. Of course, why wouldn't I? I love studying these unique races. I would cut it open and take a good look. Then he waved a hand and pulled the body over to keep in his space ring. Cut it open. Bai Shanho looked at him strangely. Quite bold of you to still dare touch the body, even though you know how troublesome the Solar Dragon race is. What kind of hobby is that? This is normal for someone with a strong desire to learn, isn't it? Wang Tung waffled on. Bai Shanho, how is this normal? What person in their right mind would have such a weird hobby? He decided not to speak with Wong Tung anymore. He could get affected. General Cameron had a strange expression too. He suspected that Wong Tung had been brainwashed by Veblen, and now the young fellow wanted to cut everything up. If they spend more time together, would Wong Tung become like Veblen? Gasp, perished the thought. That scene would be horrendous. They continued their conversation as they flew towards Defense Planet number 29. The Devil Titan was taken away, but the battle on the planet was still raging. Considering their speed, they quickly arrived above a mountain. There was a huge mess below, explosions echoing in the air. An endless amount of martial warriors stained the battlefield with their blood. They risked their lives to slaughter all the dark apparitions. By looking around, one could see there weren't many dark apparitions left. Even some mid-tier Devil Emperors had died. General Kimberly and the others were surrounding the remaining mid-tier Devil Emperors. Llewellyn and Jefford were around them. General Cameron took a deep breath and shouted to the people below, "Everyone, Devil Emperor Bear Brain is dead." What? Llewellyn and Jefford were appalled by the news, disbelieving, unwilling to accept the truth. Even Devil Emperor Bear Brain was defeated. Their last hope of turning the tide was for the Devil Emperor to win. However, their last ounce of hope was extinguished. The Devil Emperors felt utter despair. Thoughts of escaping crossed their minds, no longer having the drive to continue fighting. They had yet to give up before this, even though they were at a disadvantage. However, they knew they had no chance of winning now since all their efforts would go down the drain. It was a lost cause. On the other hand, the human martial warriors were elated. They started shouting, "Ha ha, we won! Ha ha, we won!" General Chi Yuanju and the others felt more confident when they saw General Cameron and Wong Tung arrive. They shouted at the martial warriors around them, "Soldiers, victory is ours. Follow me and kill. Kill, kill, kill." Numerous martial warriors shouted. The morale of the army rose to unprecedented heights. They roared as they charged towards the dark apparitions and massacred the lot. Roar! The dark apparitions were terrified. Then, a single dark apparition broke down and turned to escape. Fear was contagious. Other apparitions lost their will to fight and started running away. The scale tilted heavily to one side. Humanity finally welcomed their greatest victory on Defense Planet number 29. Chapter 1355, A Great Contribution. 1. The war was finally over. The remaining dark apparitions fled and scattered, but almost all of them were slayed by the human warriors and stayed there forever. Only a small number of the monsters managed to escape through the dimensional rift. Llewellyn, the vampire that faced Wong Tung multiple times, was among the escapees. Wong Tung felt a little helpless as he watched the fellow escape and him being unable to do anything about it. He had already used Space Tornado twice and was unable to summon another. Looks like this grudge could only be recorded in his little notebook. The dimensional rift in the sky disappeared since it was no longer maintained. The creatures left in silence, filled with despair. Perhaps they were biding their time for an invasion in the future. However, they probably wouldn't return for some time. The battle had hurt them, reversing the overall situation on Defense Planet number 29. After repelling the enemy's main forces, the remaining apparitions were no longer a threat. The human martial warriors were enough to clear them out and completely recover the planet. From that day onward, it would no longer be a place where dark apparitions could set foot at will. Victory! Many warriors stood in silence. They looked at the blood on their hands, feeling that the whole thing was somehow unreal. An unprecedented victory was presented to them. Even if they partook in the outcome, the idea was still unbelievable at the moment. Victory came so suddenly they weren't ready for it. The martial warriors looked at the fresh blood on their hands and at their fallen comrades around them. Two lines of warm tears suddenly flowed on their blood-stained cheeks. Ugh, low and suppressed whimpers came from their throats. They tried to hold back, as real men shed blood, not tears. However, it was too difficult to keep the tears from coming out. Victory! They really won. Everyone looked around and finally confirmed the fact. Roars and cheers were suddenly heard. Up in the sky, Wang Tung, General Cameron, and the others looked down with relieved smiles. Yes, they won. It had been a tough battle, but they won in the end. General Cameron was filled with emotion. He turned and looked at Wang Tung. This peerless youngster single-handedly led us to victory. Wang Tung, too, felt emotional. It had been a hard-won victory. There were many times he thought they were going to lose. Also, he looked down. The ground was shattered. The towering mountains had been flattened and trees felled. There were traces of destruction everywhere. It was a devastating sight. There was black mist rising. Plants were withering and drying up. They were affected by the pervading dark force. The land was barren across thousands of miles. Life ceased to exist in places soaked with dark apparitions' blood. Defense Planet number 29 was once a thriving planet filled with life. Alas, the apparition invasion gradually turned the place into a barren land. This time, the battle wrecked the sole remaining mountain range and forest. It would probably require thousands of years to recover. Wang Tung sighed. The price of war was too great. The apparitions were nothing but a scourge. No matter where they appeared, they would bring disaster and death with them. He didn't know why, but the joy of victory was a tad less stellar when he thought about this. He was a little upset. General Cameron smiled and suddenly addressed the people. Everyone, all the martial warriors looked up, eyes fiery and respectful towards their general. If it hadn't been for him tackling Devil Emperor Bearbrain and the horrifying Dark Behemoth, they would have been defeated and many martial warriors would have died in the hands of the enemy. It was clear that the name of the man who led them to victory would spread in the great Qian Empire. However, his words left everyone stunned. We are victorious, but the credit is not mine. I want to thank someone. Everyone was taken aback by the message. This isn't General Cameron's credit? How is that possible? Who has the strength to do such a thing? Who's the one being thanked? Countless questions appeared in everyone's minds while still focusing on General Cameron's face. General Cameron, is he going to? Wang Tung's eyes flashed. He was a little surprised, already guessing what the general was planning to say. He didn't expect the grand official to use that wording on such an occasion. The person I want to thank is Colonel Wang Tung, said the leading general, not keeping them in suspense for too long. He looked at Wang Tung and smiled. What? Colonel Wang Tung? All the ones present looked at the young man in astonishment. To be honest, they were all acquainted with the latter. Wang Tung's performance had been eye-catching in the previous battle. He even dared to attack a Devil Titan, which changed everyone's impression of him and earned their admiration. Everyone felt that the Tiger Strike Force's commander was truly outstanding. Later on, he destroyed the Devil Ovum and prevented a major disaster. No one knew how he did it, though, yet they understood that such a contribution wasn't small. Still, the greatest contributor, it can't possibly be him. The Tiger Strike Force's Peggy, Wang Tung, and the other deputy commanders were scattered around the battlefield, nursing injuries of varying degrees. Fortunately, none were life-threatening. All the members were focused on Wang Tung. They were in shock and sharing the same thought. Chapter 1356, A Great Contribution. 2. Looks like our commander caused trouble again. Why did they use again in their phrasing? On the other side, Di Chi was also on the battlefield. He looked at the young hero with a troubled expression on his face. I was originally much stronger than Wang Tung. How did things turn out like this now? He couldn't understand how he was surpassed by such a huge margin without even realizing. Comparisons were infuriating. A sense of frustration welled up in his heart. Everyone, you may not know that the dark apparitions were dwelling here, planning to launch a major attack. It was Colonel Wang Tung who uncovered their plot. It was also Colonel Wang Tung who didn't hesitate to risk his life and gather a lot of useful information for us. General Cameron pushed the young hero to stand in front of him so everyone could see him. Then, his voice became extremely passionate. So, I must thank him because, without Colonel Wang Tung, we would have endured the Dark Apparition surprise attack, which would result in countless casualties. Without Colonel Wang Tung, we would have been unable to deal with the devil ovum and suffer disastrous consequences. Without Colonel Wang Tung, we would have been unable to inflict great damage to the obelisk scale dragon beast and chase it away. Lastly, without Colonel Wang Tung, I would probably be long gone at the hands of Devil Emperor Bearbrain. He was the one who saved me, ultimately defeating the Devil Emperor. His voice echoed in the skies. Everyone's jaws remained wide open for a long time. They found it unbelievable. Aside from the second statement, they didn't even know that the young man had done so many things. Each and every one of them found it incredible. How did he find out about the Dark Apparitions plot? How did he inflict such damage onto the obelisk scale dragon beast? And the last bit, how did Wang Tung save General Cameron from Devil Emperor Bearbrain and defeat the monster? No matter how powerful Wang Tung is, he's just a celestial warrior. How could he participate in a battle between universe stage beings? No one doubted the general's words. It would be too easy to verify. It was impossible to fabricate lies. General Cameron had no reason to give someone else the credit. Achieving overall victory in that battle was definitely a great contribution. Even universe stage martial warriors would envy this. Still, the news was hard to believe. All the people listening in were overtaken by shock and disbelief. The young colonel wasn't expecting his senior to mention all those exploits to the public. He was a little stunned. General Cameron didn't even tell him beforehand. It was embarrassing to be in front of that many people. He was a shy person at heart. Still, he somehow understood the reason why the general had done so. He was trying to build a narrative. The credit was too great. If reviewed by the military system, no one would know what twists and turns it would take. Moreover, Wang Tang's status was special, and he had offended many people. There were many people unwilling to see the young man claim such a grand recognition. They would only need to meddle a bit to invalidate most of his deserved credit. However, everyone was informed on the spot through General Cameron, which was tantamount to providing him an insurance policy and essentially solving the problem. If anyone wanted to do something about it, they would have to ask all the martial warriors on the battlefield for their permission. General Chi Yuanju and the others exchanged glances and smiled. They didn't object to General Cameron's actions, since the credit was well-deserved. They had also gained more than a fair amount of glory and credit this time around. In fact, they were really grateful for Wang Tung's actions and didn't mind helping him along the way. The whole Tiger Strike force was stunned by the revelation. They looked at their commander with wide eyes. Our commander did all this? No matter what, everyone was regarding Wang Tung in a completely different light. The enthusiasm and respect they had for General Cameron was transferred to our protagonist. Martial warriors always looked up to the strong. Wang Tung's actions had completely won everyone's hearts, and even their gratitude. General Cameron smiled when he saw his objective had been achieved, then asked Wang Tung, "How's this? Do you like this present?" "General Cameron, this present caught me off guard." Wang Tung raised his eyebrows, dumbfounded. "Ha!" The general couldn't help but laugh when he noticed the young one's reaction. "You deserve this." Wang Tung shook his head, but didn't say anything else. Their relationship became much closer than before after fighting side by side. Not to mention, he had also saved the general's life. The high official now regarded him like a nephew, not like a mere subordinate with great potential or a talented individual. "Let's go down," General Cameron said. Senior, Wang Tung turned to look, but realized that Bai Shanho had already disappeared, leaving no trace. He didn't even notice a thing. "Bai Shanho has already left," said the general. Chapter 1357, A Great Contribution. 3. Wang Tung nodded. He had a deeper understanding of eternal stage martial warriors. Those experts would arrive and depart without leaving a trace, and were able to kill him with a single finger. His urge to become stronger gained resolve and urgency. Then, they flew down and met up with the rest. The young hero had already collected the attribute bubbles scattered in the area, and would count them later when he went back. He saw Wei Tong and the others, then flew in their direction. His people greeted him with excitement. Leader, Wang Tung was a hero in their eyes. All the recent achievements couldn't have been done by a normal person. However, Wang Teng had done it. They felt extremely proud and honored for their leader's merits. Wang Teng glanced at them. Everyone was present, so he sighed in relief. Is everyone all right? Wei Tong slapped his chest and said proudly, Haha, we won't die. The dark apparitions can't kill us. Deputy Jira couldn't help but complain. TSK, you would have been slaughtered by an apparition's blade if Marley hadn't saved you. Oh, Wei Tong's expression changed. He scratched his head and replied, Don't expose me in front of our commander. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. This fellow's boasting. The others laughed at Wei Tong's expression. The muscular hunk looked downright funny when showing that awkward expression. Our protagonist noticed that someone was staring at him. He looked in that general direction and saw a cold and beautiful lady standing behind the group. Her gaze was different, as she looked concerned and worried, checking him in detail to see if he was injured. It was Peggy. Peggy, his deputy since he stepped on Defense Planet number 29. Wang Teng felt touched. He smiled at her. Peggy blushed as her thoughts were seen through. She shifted her gaze elsewhere, not daring to look him in the eye. The war ended, and everyone began to clear up the battlefield. It was necessary to pick up the bodies of all the fallen and lay them to rest. They were all heroes. Being left in the wilderness would be inappropriate. The Hall of Heroes was the place where they should be. Dark apparition corpses also needed to be burned. If valuable, they would be sent back for research. They cannot be wasted. Along the same lines, they needed to cleanse the land and clear the remaining dark force. If not, there is a risk of new dark star beasts being born to wreak havoc in the region again. Because of this, Wang Teng had to do manual labor. He was a light element martial warrior. Light force was the most effective way to cleanse the area from all the dark force. I have to do more things because of my light force. Why do I have it? Wang Teng shook his head with a bitter smile when he saw General Cameron. This is a good thing for you. Why are you complaining? General Cameron was at a loss. Many people are envious of you. Let them be. I can't control my talent, Wang Teng replied innocently. General Cameron was gobsmacked by the answer. He felt that the young fellow was boasting. Hey, Veblen is here too. Wang Teng saw an old man smiling at him, just behind the leading general. Wang Teng, thank you for saving Moira. Veblen thanked with the utmost sincerity. I've been unable to sleep or eat properly since she was abducted. He kept blaming himself, thinking about her missing disciple. Luckily, Wang Teng rescued her. You're welcome. Moira is my friend too. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He had ordered the devil mind dark apparition to leave Moira's body, so she finally recovered her Bodis motor functions. As for the devil mind fellow, it took another body and went back to the Darkland. Justin went back with him too. This time our hero asked Nihility to pose as Justin. It was the only way he could deal with the powerful dark apparitions in the devouring Nihility beast. Since he knew that Bare Brain didn't die, Wang Teng decided to continue with the spy work. There was a chance he would need to be a spy for a long time. As for his true form, he would be unable to head to the Darkland for some time. The League of Talents would soon be held, and he needed to participate. He had his eyes on the right to enter the uncharted territory. It was crucial for him to break through to the Cosmos stage. Many thoughts crossed our hero's mind. In the end, he smiled and asked, Is she okay? She's fine, just a little weak. Veblen wanted to ask for a favor. But, could you make a Xianyang soul-restoring pill to help her soul recover? This is a small matter. I'll make one for her when I head back, Wang Teng replied. Thank you. I owe you 2 favors now. In the future, you can look for me when you need help. I'll offer assistance to the best of my ability, Veblen promised happily. Wang Teng smiled and waved a hand. No need to be so polite. We're close friends. Do I look like someone who does it for the sake of favors? Veblen glanced at him and replied, You're right. We're close friends. Why do we need favors? Wang Teng, I was just being polite. Do you know what being polite means? This old fellow, he's doing this on purpose. Ha. General Cameron laughed uncontrollably when he noticed the cornered Wang Teng. He waved his hands and said, All right, Let's remove the remaining dark force first. The longer we take, the harder it'll be to cleanse. Veblen turned serious and nodded. He took out a strange device and passed it to Wangtung. This is the purifier. There are light force stones embedded within. You can instill them with your light force. With this, you'll be able to clear a large area. Interesting. Wangtung examined the device he received. He used his real eye to look at the internal structure and exclaimed, "There's a light element array inside." "Oh, you can see it?" Veblen was surprised. Then he remembered. "All right, you're a rune master." Wangtung smiled. It wasn't a high-class array, but its integration with the device was a smart and difficult idea. He stopped wasting time and soared into the sky. Then he infused the device with his light force. The integrated array was activated. A rain of light started pouring down, landing on the ground. Strings of black mist were rising from the ground. The ground was eventually cleansed, and the black mist faded in the air. It only took a short moment. The chaos and uneasiness in the area disappeared. The human warriors tasked with clearing up the battlefield looked up at the young hero with amazement. Many were experiencing this for the very first time, just then learning that Wangtung was a light element warrior. Their understanding of Wangtung's talent was refreshed yet again. The latter was a rare genius. No wonder he could fight with a universe-stage dark apparition, even though he was still a celestial warrior. Chapter 1358 Storm in the Capital 1. Back in Defense Planet Number 29's main base. Battlecrafts flew over from afar, carrying with them the smell of blood as they moved towards the main base. The martial warriors guarding the main base looked up, alerted by the arrivals. "They're back. General Cameron is back? I wonder how'd it go." Everyone was excited. Discussions exploded at ground level. Everyone felt uneasy. This time humans were the ones attacking. Hence, many were feeling pessimistic, predicting it would be a disastrous defeat. Of course, some of the war advocates had the idea that humans should be proactive. They felt that they had to stop their defeat streak by launching a retaliation. The battlecrafts in the air stopped and contacted the main base's commanding system. They only entered after their identity was confirmed. All the battlecrafts entered the main base. The bloodstains and damage caused by force attacks became evident as they got closer. This proved how intense the encounter had been. However, the returning vessels were the same in number as the ones that set off to fight. This implied that the casualties weren't excessive this time. Everyone was guessing the outcome and started smiling. The ships floated down and parked on the field. Martial warriors streamed down with General Cameron in the lead. A few Heaven Stage generals stepped forward. "Welcome, General Cameron. Congratulations for your victorious return." They had already received the news. It was a grand victory. Ha. The leading general couldn't hide the smile on his usually stern face, laughter overflowing. The martial warriors present inferred from the reactions of their superiors. There was happiness in their eyes. The generals who stayed at the base stared at General Chi Yuanju and their other peers behind General Cameron, feeling envious. This was a huge merit. Why weren't we part of it? They would be lying if they said they weren't jealous. However, they chose to stay at the base. That's right, General Cameron gave them the chance. Alas, there always were people who would doubt and choose to stay behind. General Chi Yuanju and the others followed General Cameron without any hesitation and earned the credit. They deserved it. The group of high officials felt proud when they noticed those reactions. The officials who stayed were in a different league and had always opposed their decision. Finally, those naysayers suffered a massive loss. "Let's see if he'll cry this time." General Cameron stepped forth and asked, "General Tian, is everything okay at the base?" "Don't worry, everything is fine. No incidents took place," General Tian Boeming replied. "That's good to hear." General Cameron heaved a sigh of relief. The main army was dispatched for the Great War. Only a small portion of martial warriors had remained to guard the base. They could have lost the base if the apparitions took the chance to attack. Fortunately, that didn't happen. "General Cameron, they'll ask my men to make some preparations so we can celebrate our victory," Tian Boeming suggested with a smile. General Cameron waved a hand. "There's no hurry. Many soldiers were injured. Why don't we give them some time to rest?" We should celebrate together. Tion Bombing patted his head and said in a hurry, "What am I thinking? Of course, of course. Also, I need to make a post-war report to headquarters. I might be busy in the next 2 days," General Cameron said. Tion Bombing felt embarrassed by the rejection. The generals standing at the side gave him disdainful glances. The fellow was trying to curry favor since General Cameron's campaign was victorious. Unfortunately, the latter was having none of that. Furthermore, his actions belied his impatience. The most important thing at the moment was to make the post-war report and reward the martial warriors according to their contributions. No one had the time to party with him. General Cameron asked General Chi Yuanju and the rest of the officials to go back and send some of the seriously injured soldiers to the infirmary. He was placing great importance in their recovery, ensuring that each of the injured would receive the best treatment. Everything progressed smoothly. Wang Tung got pulled to execute light force treatments again. After all, its effect to counter dark apparitions attacks was amazing. This was a good thing. His reputation continued to rise thanks to this. Martial warriors were shocked by his many great achievements in the past and respected him for it, but now they felt closer to him and supported him more. He would definitely rise in rank soon, with a bright future ahead of him, unlike normal warriors like them. Still, he wasn't arrogant, being down-to-earth and joking around when interacting with them. It was hard to tell that the young man was a genius. How could he not receive their respect and love? A storm was brewing in the Great Qian Empire. News was sent from Defense Planet number 29. Many amongst the higher authorities knew about the matter and were astounded. They quickly sent their men to confirm the authenticity of the reports. The result was humans had indeed achieved a grand victory and would be able to regain control of the entire Defense Planet number 29 soon. Gasp! Everyone was in shock. Chapter 1359 Storm in the Capital 2. On the Great Qian Planet, there was a huge military fortress stationed in the northwest region, bigger than the capital itself. Numerous heavy force weapons had been set up in the battle fortress, while ships were floating in the air above. Security was tight. Teams of martial warriors with powerful auras would make patrol rounds, looking for any abnormalities. All the arrangements gave the fortress a stern and cold vibe. It was a forbidden ground. The fortress was the second most important area on the planet. No one would dare to make trouble there. In first place was the Great Qian Palace. The former served as headquarters of the empire's military, a place that everyone respected and yearned to be part of. It was a great honor for any general to enter the place. The Great Qian Empire treated their military extremely well. Such preferential treatment was the result of the blood and lives given by martial warriors. The general public would have no chance to enjoy a peaceful life without all those fighters deployed on the various defense planets to block the dark forces. Furthermore, the generals posted there held strong military power and had amazing battle abilities. No one would dare fight against the military. In a nutshell, the status of the military was sacrosanct. There was only respect for them. Just then, in one of the fortress halls, rays of light were suddenly manifested. They were holograms, not real humans. However, they looked extremely real. No one spoke. All of them sat quietly around the hall. "Everyone, what do you think about the battle on Defense Planet number 29? Said a calm voice that resounded in the hall. The person speaking wasn't in the hall. The voice seemed to come out of nowhere, as if originating from a different dimension. Everyone was used to it, remaining composed, yet frowning a little when they heard the question. They were contemplating how to answer. The voice posed another question. "Is there anything abnormal on the other defense planets?" "Nothing abnormal has been found," replied a middle-aged general. Based on his attire, his general rank could be gleaned. "The battle on Defense Planet number 29 was unusual," someone said. It was another general. "That's right, it was unusual." Everyone instantly caught on and nodded in agreement. "However, our men discovered it in time and won the battle." "This was unexpected," one of the men said with a smile. Everyone gave meaningful looks to the latter. They knew that the commander who won the battle on Defense Planet number 29 was under this person's wing. All of the attendees had a tacit understanding. No one would cause trouble there. The recent battle was fought extremely well. They saw through the dark apparition's plan and reaped a massive achievement. No one could find any loose ends. There were many factions within the military, but everyone shared a common enemy. They were ultimately united. That was the main reason the military had progressed thus far. The imperial family would probably begin to worry if all the people in the military were on great terms. After all, there would always be competition when interests were at stake. This was a constant. Anyway, once they heard the officer's words, someone said, "That's right. Not everyone can see through the dark apparition's planning. In all my years in the force, I have never heard of anyone exposing enemy plans beforehand. Dark apparitions were entirely different from humans, which made it impossible to infiltrate their ranks so they couldn't find out their plans. That was the reason why humans were always on the passive side. However, they took the initiative this time. It was a groundbreaking progress. All right, the young lad called Wang Tung discovered the scheme. The calm voice exclaimed in surprise. He's just a celestial warrior, but he has the ability to injure a universe stage expert. Interesting. Based on the wording, it was easy to tell that the speaker was highly interested in the young hero. Wang Tung's stellar performance on the battlefield had also been reported. All the generals knew about his outstanding battle records. Intrigue was shown in everyone's eyes. Even powerhouses like them were surprised. What a genius! They couldn't have achieved this even when they were young. I seem to recall that he has some grudges with the Parkers, doesn't he? They fought in the capital. Many people learned about this, someone said with a smile. Someone pondered out loud. Wang Ting wasn't so powerful back then. He could at most injure a heaven stage martial warrior, but he progressed quickly. Looks like he became much stronger during his time on Defense Planet number 29. Gasp! This is a talent like never seen in a million years. Someone chimed in. Ha! The Parkers must be anxious, said another, gloating. Everyone present had powerful statuses and abilities. No one feared the Parkers. Many of them began to smile, looking forward to the potential show on the horizon. We have to protect him until he's fully mature. He's part of the military. We can't let anything happen to a talent like him. One of the attendees added. Chapter 1360 Storm in the Capital 3. That's right, he's our man. We can't let anyone hurt him. Let's see who dares to try. All the generals instantly switched on their parent mode, wanting to protect Wang Tung. They didn't care about others at all, and neither did they fear anyone who stepped up against them. All right, this lad is going to participate in the League of Talents, right? Looks like the military will be in the limelight this time. That's good. Our reputation will rise even higher, and more talents want to join us. How unexpected. We didn't do a thing, and a talent fell in our hands. Either way, Wang Tung made a huge contribution this time. A reward is in order. I heard that he's already a colonel. A rank promotion would be inappropriate. We can give him the National Military Medal first. The National Military Medal? He does have the right to receive it, given his merits. No objections here. Me neither. This also works as a way to protect him. Yes, let's give it to him. This was how Wang Tung receiving the great honor was decided. No one would ever think that the medal would be handed to him because of a few sentences. Only a few of these medals have been given out in the Great Qian Empire, and yet it was going to be bestowed upon a celestial warrior. The young hero would have been denounced had he not made such a massive contribution. All right, that'll be all for the rewards matter. I have something more important to tell you all, said the calm voice. The hall became silent again. When you go back, please inspect the situation on all planets. Even the devil Ovum appeared. I have a feeling that this dark apparition battle is not a coincidence. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They turned grim. This was something on their minds, too. They had been fighting against the apparitions for many years. They would have died long before, never reaching such high positions if they couldn't detect this. Yes, everyone was quick to reply. Okay, you can leave now. Report immediately if you discover anything. Then, the voice wasn't heard again. The great hall turned silent. The holograms started to disappear. Everyone left within a few seconds. The hall was empty, as if no one would have been there. In the capital city, within a golden and extravagant great hall, a young man was cultivating in a cross-legged position. Wisps of golden light seeped into his body, strengthening his aura. The cultivation's speed attested to the young man's high talent. At the same time, his scripture was top grade. Either of those two factors meant that he wasn't an ordinary person. The young man's black hair flowed down his back. He was a handsome fellow who gave off a noble vibe, along with an outstanding aura. After his cultivation progressed for some time, he gradually opened his eyes, and a sharp gold light flashed in his pupils. "Come in." A cold and distant voice came out from his mouth. No noise was heard outside the great hall. The mere sound of footsteps were heard after the order was given. A figure walked in at a fast pace. If Wang Tong were present, he would recognize the man. It was Lu Qing, the person who took Swait from him. He was the third prince's subordinate. "Your Highness." Lu Qing walked in and bowed respectfully. The person cultivating was the third prince of the Great Qian Empire. "Why are you so anxious?" the prince asked calmly. "Your Highness, the people below have sent this report. Please have a look." Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before passing the document to the noble. The prince glanced at the other, then opened the letter. He skimmed through it and frowned. The atmosphere tensed up. The lackey stood at the side, trembling in fear. He wouldn't dare open his mouth at the moment, and his heart pounded furiously. He was having a hard time keeping composure. He didn't expect Wang Tong to complete such a huge undertaking. In the past, he had only felt that Wang Tong was a haughty fellow when he saw him on Defense Planet number 29. He didn't even care about the third prince. He was filled with contempt for the young man. Since he had offended the prince, his life would be cut short, even if he was talented. But now, the other party was still alive and kicking, quite well at that. The third prince would no longer be able to touch him as easily as in the past. "He's quite lucky," the third prince said indifferently. "Yes, Wang Tong is just a celestial warrior. All of those merits must be due to some extremely lucky windfall. Maybe the generals on that planet helped him. He won't be able to achieve this on his own," Lu Qing agreed. "Based on the outcome, the higher-ups in the military will take notice of him soon. I can give him one more chance to come under my wing the next time I see him," the third prince said. Lu Qing was shocked. The prince still wants to pull Wang Ting over, but based on the young man's personality, he would definitely disagree. Many thoughts went through his mind, but all he said was, "It is his honor to have the fortune of your good graces." Chapter 1361, Storm in the Capital. 4. You can leave. Keep paying attention to him. The third prince closed his eyes. Lu Qing stayed silent as he bowed and left. The noble reopened his eyes. His gaze turned sharp. The dossier he was holding was engulfed in a ball of golden light. It turned into ashes and disappeared. In the imperial garden, a tall and slender young man in a long white gown was watering the rare plants and flowers with a watering can. The young man was graced with handsome looks and was a little similar to the third prince. Both had a noble aura, but the former's vibe was gentle and calm. He wasn't as cold and arrogant. A beautiful young lady stood behind him. She looked as refined and elegant as a white swan. She wore a long purple dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Her charisma was undeniable. Any man would have been mesmerized by her presence. Second prince. A person appeared in a hurry. The young man was the second prince. He turned to look at Zhou Jingtian with a smile. "Jingtian, why the rush?" "Zhou Jingtian, mind your manners when you meet the second prince," scolded the young lady with a frown. "It's all right," said the prince, waving a hand. "Ha!" Zhou Jingtian chuckled. He gave the lady a proud glance before passing the report to the young noble. "Your Highness, quick, take a look at this report. This is information about Baron Wang Tong, whom you asked me to pay attention to. Looks like there's big news." The noble passed the watering can to the lady and took the report. He then read through it with interest. The more he read, the smaller his smile became. He was astounded. Is this the Wang Tong who rejected the second prince's offer? The young lady seemed unhappy. "Yes, that's the one." Zhou Jingtian nodded. He wondered what face the uppity young lady would make once she learned of the young hero's achievements. She had a very bad impression of the latter, since he had rejected the second prince's offer. Zhou Jingtian was waiting for a good show. He's just a baron. Why the need to disturb His Highness? The young lady snorted. Qingyi, you may be wrong this time. The prince shook his head and sighed. Your Highness, what do you mean? Lin Qingyi was surprised. Take a look. The noble sat down on a stone stool in the garden and passed the report to the lady. Lin Qingyi was puzzled. She scanned the content of the report and her expression froze. This is impossible, she exclaimed in disbelief after a few seconds. That's how it is. Zhou Jingtian chuckled. He had a great time talking to Wang Tong, so he was astounded yet happy when the latter achieved that merit. Looking at Lin Qingyi's bewildered expression made him feel even more refreshed. You did it on purpose, right? Lin Qingyi glared at him. Ha! Zhou Jingtian burst out laughing. The second prince smiled and waved a hand. All right, all right. He then said with regret, Wang Tong is impressive, but my offer isn't good enough to get such a talent. Your Highness, you are thinking too highly of him. Your status is much higher than his. He might have made some achievements, but he's not worth your effort, Lin Qingyi said in a hurry. Zhou Jingtian opened his mouth, but chose not to speak in the end. From a prince's perspective, Wang Tong's status was indeed too low. He would only be seen as a true talent if he became an eternal stage martial warrior. There were many talents in the world. Chapter 1362, Their Spirit Will Live On. The Pillar of the Empire. 1. Defense Planet Number 29. After many days of rest and recuperating, many of the heavily injured had recovered and their lives were no longer in danger. Now, there was a legend about a nanny in the military camp. Of course, it was all a joke, just a sign that everyone was close to the young hero. Wang Tong's face turned black when he heard the rumors. He felt tired. It seemed that his nickname would stay with him for life. Moira covered her mouth and chuckled. The young hero had taken some time in the few days prior to make the Xianyang soul-restoring pill and saved her. Wang Tong had found her in time, so the devil mind apparition had not sucked too much of her soul. Her injury was lesser than Di Qi's, and she experienced a swift recovery. The undefeatable Colonel Wang Tong has the nickname Nanny. What a stark contrast. Moira laughed. Go away. The young man was angry and frustrated. All right, don't mind it. It's just a nickname. Moira consoled him. Why don't I give you one? Wang Tong stared at Moira's chest. Moira snorted. She couldn't stand his gaze, so she hurriedly changed the topic. I came to thank you in person. It's nothing. Wang Tong waved a hand in dismissal. She was stunned by his response, so she snapped back angrily. My life is nothing? I think you're humiliating me. Wang Tong teased her. Saving you is a piece of cake. Moira, you won't get a girlfriend, she said softly. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Wang Tong nudged her. Don't overthink it, she replied with a calm tone, while combing her long hair. That's good. I'm an outstanding man, and too many ladies love me. I can't have another. Wang Tong sighed. Moira, this guy's heart must be made of trash. How insensitive. It took her a few deep breaths to calm down. Then, she handed something to Wang Tong. This is my gift to you. What is this? A little branch? Wang Tong sized up the item with interest. Then he gasped and added, there's a dense amount of life force inside. My friend from the Light Velvet Planet gave this to me. You can look for her if you have any troubles in the future, Moira said. Wang Tong raised his eyebrows. This must be important to you. Are you sure you want to give it to me? I'm leaving. Moira waved a hand and simply left. Slap. Someone suddenly slapped his shoulder and teased. Stop looking. She's gone already. I knew you were hiding back there. Wang Tong turned and looked at Di Qi, feeling a loss. You send your spiritual power all over the base. Di Qi was similarly taken aback. Wang Tong stored the little branch in a small jade box. One can't be too careful. Di Qi shrugged and asked, Anyway, what's going to happen with my cousin if you start dating Veblen's disciple? What do you mean? What about your cousin? Wang Tong's face turned black. He quickly added, There's nothing going on between me and your cousin. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Also, there's nothing between me and Moira. Don't tarnish her reputation. TSK, I saw everything. Di Qi pouted and sniggered. What did you see? A dangerous glow appeared in Wang Tong's eyes. He stared at the other with a smile. Cough, nothing. I saw nothing. Di quickly changed his tune. This fellow is too powerful. I can't afford to offend him. Look at your timid expression. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Don't joke about your cousin and me. I'd be put on the spot if your family finds out and later wants me to be their son-in-law. Di wanted to give him a thumbs up. Never had he seen such a thick-skinned person. Dong! Just then, the clock in the base chimed. Wang Tung and Di turned serious. Let's go. Wang Tung walked out. Di nodded and followed. The pair reached a building at the back of the military base. The place had a simple build, but it was tall, and it gave off a dignified vibe. A huge stone tablet was erected in front of said building, with names carved on its surface. There were countless of them. Wang Tung blinked when he saw this. He started to feel emotional. Countless martial warriors rushed over from all directions. They walked silently, standing in the plaza facing the building. None of them made a sound. Upon closer observation, everyone was wearing their military attire. A white cloth tied on their shoulders was extremely conspicuous. Wang Tung and Di were no exception. More and more people arrived. The plaza was packed. However, it was strangely quiet. Silence. There was only silence and deep sorrow in everyone's eyes. Some of the people were still bandaged, as they had yet to recover completely, but they also stood there in silence. Chapter 1363, Their Spirit Will Live On. The Pillar of the Empire. 2. A light shower fell from the gray sky all of a sudden. Heaven seemed to be moved by the atmosphere. Orderly footsteps were heard coming from a distance. A path was cleared. Warriors in military attire were making their way over, carrying black wooden caskets. General Cameron was in the lead. Swoosh! The martial warriors in the plaza stood up straight and saluted. The ones carrying the caskets entered the building under everyone's gazes. As the clock chimed, a sorrowful and solemn voice came from the building and carried in the air. To our heroes, your spirit will live on. That was the Hero Hall. Every defense planet had one of such buildings. The corpses of the fallen warriors or their belongings would be buried there, so they could rest in peace. Wherever they died, they were buried. It was the highest level of respect for their dead heroes. It was their home. Wang Tung was awestruck. He looked up and felt an invisible force spinning above the building, something akin to the souls of all those heroes. The dead were gone, but the living needed to move on. The next day, everyone swallowed the sadness and switched to their tough side. They resumed their usual behavior, firmly set on the martial warrior's path. Another matter ignited everyone's emotions and spirit. The National Military Medal, Defense Planet number 29, would receive one soon. There was great uproar when this piece of news was revealed. It was the talk everywhere, being the hot topic for many days. Such a recognition was a huge honor. Many took it as fuel to motivate themselves. However, it was extremely rare. Only a handful of martial warriors had managed to get a medal over the years. Even the older martial warriors who had been on Defense Planet number 29 for tens of years had yet to see one. And yet, someone posted on their planet was going to receive it. It was a huge honor for them all. In the future, others would say, look, they're from Defense Planet number 29. They received a national military medal recently. That was why everyone was excited and pumped up. Everyone was also guessing who the recipient would be. They turned their attention to one person in unplanned synchronicity. Wang Tung. General Cameron had recited Wang Tung's contributions a few days prior, so everyone was in the know. Everyone's guess was that the young colonel would be the one who would get the medal. His contributions were outstanding. However, no one thought he could receive the award since it was extremely rare. Not even General Cameron could receive it. But now, everyone was certain it would be him. Aside from Wang Tung, no one fulfilled the requirements. Di instantly rushed to find the young hero when he heard the news, feeling extremely jealous. You must treat me to something. It would be inappropriate if you don't. His face was red, belying how jealous he felt. He couldn't control himself. It was the National Military Medal. What a huge honor. He hailed from a noble family, yet he couldn't resist the medal's allure. None of his noble peers from the younger generation would ever beat him if he were the one receiving the recognition. His status and identity would be a notch higher than the rest. Alas, The medal had nothing to do with him. He could only dream about it. It's just a national military medal. Why are you getting so worked up for? Calm down. Wang Tung replied indifferently. He had already received the notification and knew he would be the one awarded, so he could boast about it peacefully. He would be reduced to a joke if it weren't so. Di Chi's expression froze. He stared at Wang Tung bitterly. This fellow is baiting me on purpose. This is infuriating. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up? Wang Tung waved a dismissive hand and said generously, "Anyway, I can treat you to something. Just tell me what you want to eat." Your answer doesn't make me happy for some reason. Di Chi shook his head and sighed. Jealousy will only make you lose yourself. Wang Tung patted his shoulder. Go away. Di Chi fumed. Ha ha. Wang Tung burst out laughing. Anyway, are you sure you don't want to consider my cousin? I think she likes you. Her parents have been asking me about you lately. Looks like you caught their eye. Di Chi winked at Wang Tung. Come on, why are Olivia's parents joining the game? Wang Tung felt shocked. It would be fun if they forced him to get married. Ha ha, you're too outstanding. It's normal for them to be interested. Di Chi laughed. No way. I'm just a small baron, not worthy enough to join a Grand Duke's family. Wang Tung replied hurriedly. I have high hopes for you. Di Chi patted the young hero's shoulder. He then felt proud for being able to tease the fellow. He had yet to realize that he might need to pay the price for selling his cousin. Chapter 1364, Their Spirit Will Live On. The Pillar of the Empire. 3. Di Chi dared to sell his younger cousin without any hesitation. Amid the anticipation of many, morning arrived. An announcement resounded in the entire base. All martial warriors, please gather in the plaza. Wang Tung finished his breakfast and went to the plaza along with Di Chi, Peggy, Wei Tong, and the others. They stood in front of the Tiger Strike Force. Everyone was in military attire, standing up straight. The other martial warriors arrived. Raging Bear and Red Scorpion were not far. The two commanders, Berkeley and House, gave Wang Tung envious looks. Being in the military, they couldn't resist the temptation of the National Military Medal. In the past, they felt that losing once didn't matter because they could win in the future. They would still get more chances. In the end, Wang Tung had surpassed them before the chances came. He had the highest glory, the National Military Medal. How could they compare with him? Even if they worked hard and received it in the future, this would very likely happen numerous years later. They felt bitter for a moment. The commander of the Tiger Strike Force was a monster. They lamented in their hearts. The other martial warriors were also looking in Wang Tung's direction. The envy and respect in their gazes were apparent. More and more people gathered in the plaza. Then, the generals arrived. How could they not attend the event? General Cameron stood on the platform in front of the plaza and shouted, Soldiers, let's welcome General Fu Xinglan from headquarters. General Fu Xinglan. Many people were taken aback with surprise. He was a renowned general from the core of the military, one who had made great contributions on one of the defense planets and was also holder of the National Military Medal. Furthermore, he was an eternal stage warrior. However, he stepped down after his breakthrough was achieved through some forceful means and would rarely appear in public. No one expected such a famous general to personally present the National Military Medal to Wang Tung. The latter raised his eyebrows when he overheard some discussions. He was equally stunned. General Fu Xinglan will be presenting you with the National Military Medal. This is a great honor, Di Chi said with respect. Amid everyone's expectation and excited gazes, a figure slowly appeared next to General Cameron. It was a charismatic middle-aged man. He wasn't handsome, a little ordinary-looking even, but his aura was exceptional. His white long hair was scattered over his shoulders. His eyes were calm and deep. This is General Fu Xinglan. Wang Tung was surprised. He could see the immense amount of force and its glaring glow coming from the senior's body using his real eye. He was on par with Bai Shanho. He was also a powerful martial warrior. Fu Xinglan felt Wang Tung's gaze and looked down. He looked into the young man's eyes with his calm gaze. However, he quickly shifted his gaze to look elsewhere. It was a quick action, but Wang Tung was still shocked. Was I discovered? No, the other party only noticed his gaze. Round Ball's exclamation resounded in Wang Tung's mind. Wang Tung, this General Fu Xinglan is impressive. Wang Ting took a deep breath and asked with curiosity, "What do you mean?" The general's achievements are legendary. He had already won numerous wars against dark apparitions before he advanced to the eternal stage. He rarely suffered defeat and was considered the god of war. His military exploits were outstanding and was bestowed the National Military Medal for it. He was merely at the heaven stage back then. No one knew how many battles he had won by the time he reached the universe stage. When he rose to the eternal stage, rumors were spread that he killed numerous devil titans and was greatly feared by the dark apparitions. Round Ball sent a large bulk of information about General Fu Xinglan to Wang Tung as they spoke. "Oh my God!" Wang Tung cursed directly. He squinted and said, "Is he a bug?" You could say that. He was basically the man of his era. Round Ball continued, "He has a high status in the military and the Great Qian Empire. I didn't expect that he would be the one presenting the medal to you." Wang Ting nodded. He was in awe and felt proud about the situation. It was indeed a great honor to have that general taking part in the ceremony. General Fu Xinglan glanced at everyone and saluted. "I'm glad to return to Defense Planet number 29. Then, he continued, "I have fought here before. Being back makes me emotional. Of course, I'm happy to see you all. You show me a different spirit. Before I came here, I was wondering what the army who defeated the dark apparitions looked like. What kind of army is able to achieve this huge victory? I understood when I laid eyes on you. This is a tough and fiery army. Achieving victory is not a coincidence. You made me proud." There was commotion among the martial warriors below. They all felt exhilarated. Receiving General Fu Xinglan's compliment was a cause for great prestige. Everyone knew that the senior expert always meant what he said. He would never say polite words. The men were only attending the medal bestowal, but they also received General Fu Xinglan's compliment. It was a pleasant surprise. The famous powerhouse lowered his hand, and all noise disappeared. He then opened his mouth to address the crowd. Chapter 1365, Their Spirit Will Live On. The Pillar of the Empire. For I came here today to present the National Military Medal. Colonel Wang Tung, please come on stage. General Fu Xinglan was straightforward. His gaze landed on Wang Tung. Instantly, all eyes were on the latter. As expected, it's him. Their inner speculations were confirmed at the moment. Envy and admiration appeared on their faces as they trained their eyes on Wang Tung. Wang Ting stepped on the stage, calm and composed. General Fu Xinglan looked at the young man in front of his in satisfaction as he spoke in a low voice. "Colonel Wang Tung, your exploits during this war were outstanding. On behalf of the military and the Great Qian Empire, I award you with the National Military Medal. This medal represents the pillar of the empire. I hope you'll stay true to your principles and never forget your battle spirit. May you flourish. May all martial arts flourish." "Yes." Wang Tung saluted and replied loudly. The next instant, an exquisite jade box appeared in General Fu Xinglan's hand. He opened it, revealing a gold medal to all the people present. Everyone had their eyes peeled to see the medal. It felt like a rare treasure. The great general took out the gold medal and pinned it on Wang Tung's chest. Then, he firmly patted the young man's shoulder and saluted. No words were exchanged, but the former could feel the general's expectation. An additional burden landed on his shoulders. He lowered his head to look at the gold medal shining gently as it hung over his chest. It was eye-catching and extraordinary. So this is the National Military Medal. This recognition was like a death exemption token. It represented the backing of the military and the protection of the Great Qian Empire. However, Wang Tung realized that he wasn't as excited as originally thought he would be. After rounds and rounds of battles, he knew that his own ability was the foundation of everything. If he managed to reach the eternal stage, no one in the entire Great Qian Empire would be able to threaten him. General Fu Xinglan said all of a sudden, "Colonel Wang Tung, I look forward to your performance in the League of Talents." Wang Tung blinked. The general actually knew he was going to participate. It seemed that General Cameron had told the higher-ups about his plan. "I will work hard," Wang Tung replied. General Fu Xinglan continued, "Good. You're representing the military, so all of the military is there to back you up. You have nothing to fear." Yes, Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. He suddenly had people supporting him. Most of the talents participating in the League of Talents hailed from powerful backgrounds. Dirty tricks could be expected. However, he wouldn't have to worry since the military would be supporting him. Of course, he wasn't really worried, but having less trouble was always a good thing. "Go ahead." General Fu Xinglan nodded. He faded gradually until he disappeared in silence. Many among the warriors wished they could see the latter for a few more seconds. "Colonel Wang Tung, congratulations." General Cameron smiled. "Thank you for taking care of me," Wang Tung replied gratefully. He knew that without the general and his faction's help, he would have never received the medal that easily. "All right, no need to be so polite." General Cameron waved his hands and smiled. "Go ahead and bask in this glory." Wang Tung shook his head with a smile. The general had learned how to tease him. The ceremony was over, but none of the martial warriors attending were in a hurry to leave. All of them wanted to take a closer look at the medal. The instant the young hero walked down, Di Chi and the others crowded around him, intently staring at his chest. Wang Tung was speechless. What's wrong with them? Shouldn't they be looking at me? Am I not much better looking than the medal? TSK. So this is the National Military Medal. It's gold and shiny. Beautiful. I want to touch it. Bastard, who dares to touch my chest? Wang Tung fumed. Chapter 1366 Departure 1. A Cosmos-level spacecraft left Defense Planet number 29. The fleet outside the planet lined up on both sides of its trajectory, as if sending the vessel off. The ship became smaller and smaller as it delved into space, gradually turning into a dot before it disappeared. Many on the planet were monitoring the ship's departure. General Cameron and his group, and even Veblen, Moira, Peggy, Huochia, and Di Chi. Many martial warriors went to see him depart after hearing the news. The main reason being that the one riding on that vessel was the one who had made unparalleled achievements on Defense Planet number 29. All that he was leaving on the planet would eventually become a legend. His exploits would probably be forgotten with the passing of time. But if the hero rose further and engraved his name throughout the universe, his legacy would only be filled with more colors and be longer lasting. Just like General Fu Xinglan, he might even surpass the latter. However, the future was unknown. The road ahead was still long and full of variables. The ship traveled to a remote planetary sector. A figure clad in crimson armor flew out of the craft, which then vanished, to be replaced by a larger crimson spacecraft. The difference between the two vessels was like comparing an ant and an elephant. The figure then entered the new spacecraft and set forth at an astonishing speed, disappearing into the vast space. Inside the spacecraft, Wang Tung was seated in the main control room. His armor disappeared, revealing his face. "Roundball, how long till we reach the light velvet planet?" he asked calmly while looking into the distance. Roundball floated next to him and stretched out a hand. A vast starry sky was then shown, brimming with countless stars. Galaxies were intertwined, turning the whole view into a bright picture of the cosmos. A path was drawn, stretching all the way to a planet located in a remote galaxy. "Based on our speed, provided no accident occurs, we can get there in 5 days," said the little one. "ITLL be faster than expected." Wang Tung nodded. "That's right. Good thing we repaired the flaming river in advance. We wouldn't be as fast if we hadn't." Roundball smiled. Wang Tung frowned. "Repairing the ship cost me a pretty penny." The flaming river suffered serious damage when he was being hunted down by the Sala the Universe stage warrior. Roundball also did its best to make the needed repairs. And right when the flaming river was finally repaired, the Devil Slayer was then damaged during the battle with the obelisk scale dragon beast. Good thing it could be replaced in the meantime. ITLL cost a lot of money to repair the Devil Slayer. Roundball's heart ached. "Will we run out of money soon?" Wang Tung said bitterly. "Almost. We spent a lot to repair Flaming River." We would run dry if we were to repair Devil Slayer right now. Roundball then came up with a bad idea. However, you can definitely make a lot of money if you sell the Immaculate Energy Stones. Come on, those stones are priceless. It's better to keep them for our own use. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. The military gave me a lot of rewards. I can use them to buy things. Besides, my national military medal might get me special discounts and privileges. This would be a good time to test it. You shouldn't buy everything via the Empire. It would be easy for others to guess you own a universe-level spacecraft. Roundball frowned. After all, the things Wed by would be intended for spacecraft repairs of that level. It would be obvious. We should just buy a portion of what we need to avoid making people suspicious, Wang Tung suggested. That's our only option. Roundball sighed. Life without money is tough. It's all because of the Ant-Man Queen. The Devil Slayer would have been as battered otherwise. Wang Tung got up from his seat. Let's go and have a look. In the next moment, Wang Tung and Roundball's bodies disappeared and moved into the devouring space. This was a Nihility's space, but Wang Tung's own. His devouring space appeared once World Devourer was attained. Only then did he learn that the two came in a combo package. Was this considered a surprise? But that was not all. The real surprise was his and the devouring Nihility beast spaces were connected. This allowed for exchanges and transfers with Nihility through their link. After learning this, Wang Tung did some experimenting. Although transfers were possible, there were many restrictions. The first was consumption. Exchanging spaces required space power, and the further he and Nihility were apart, the more space power it was consumed. It was similar to teleportation. Wang Tung and the devouring Nihility beast were just like two mobile space nodes. Given their connection, they could be switched at any time, which was amazing. Chapter 1367 Departure 2. Wang Tung and Nihility were two worlds apart at the moment. It would be impossible for the former to reach the Dark Land, even if he exhausted all his space power. They were too distant, making his spatial capabilities insufficient. Of course, he could give a go if he had enough space stones. Second, they would need to exchange positions, unless they were close by. They were basically space nodes. If Wang Tung teleported to the Dark Land and Nihility didn't switch to where he was, they would have to stay there and find other ways to return. Hence, Nihility had to leave when Wang Tung went over. Besides those 2 points, there were more restrictions. In a nutshell, the connection was a good thing, but they couldn't use it however they wanted. Since Nihility had left, Wang Tung stored the corpse of the obelisk scale dragon beast into his devouring space. At the moment, there were 2 unique spaces floating silently inside Wang Tung's consciousness. One was milky white, emitting a faint glow. The other was purple-black. It was dim and deep, giving off a faint glow. The second, dark one, was the devouring space. Wang Tung entered it. The place wasn't as big as Nihility's. However, it was enough to store the obelisk-scale dragon beast, even if it was a little cramped. The dragon beast was completely covered in a cocoon of light. A strong vitality was exuded by the latter. The Ant-Man Queen was undergoing a transformation. Looks like she needs more time, Wang Tung pondered after checking the progress with his real eye. The Ant-Man Queen was hibernating. He couldn't talk with her. Wang Tung left the devouring space and entered his space fragment. Little White was also undergoing a transformation. A huge blood cocoon was hovering in the sky. Catalpa and the other floral fairies were working hard in the spiritual garden below. They would raise their heads on occasion to give curious looks at the cocoon. Little White is about to finish, Roundball exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's almost finished absorbing the blood essence. Wang Tung nodded. He felt at ease since the little one's transformation was coming along. He didn't leave. Instead, he toured the garden and inspected the fairies' work. The floral fairy race were skilled in grooming, as well as breeding spiritual plants and flowers, surpassing other races in this aspect. Not bad, Wang Tung complimented. The spiritual vanilla is useful for your cultivation. Everyone can take one. The fairies were elated. Really? Are you really going to let us have some? Flower Angel had ponytails that day. They bounced up and down behind her as she jumped for joy. She was like a cute little girl. Yes, she did look really cute. You don't want it? Wang Tung smiled. Yes, yes. Flower Angel nodded profusely. Go on, pick them up. I won't treat you badly if you work hard. Wang Tung disappeared the moment he finished speaking. The little fairies were exhilarated. However, they didn't pick the spiritual vanilla right away. They looked at Catalpa first. Since he gave permission, you can pick them. Catalpa smiled when she noticed their gazes. Hey, that's great. I've been eyeing the spiritual vanilla for a long time. Flower Angel jumped up in delight. Then, she took out a small spade, bent down, and looked for a well-grown plant. She then dug it up. Soon, an entire spiritual vanilla was dug up. The roots were also intact, showing how professional Flower Angel's skills were. Once done, the fairy placed it below her nose and smelled it happily. Then, she stuffed it in her mouth. Delicious. Fragrant. She exclaimed in satisfaction as she ate. Catalpa, Flower Iris, and the other fairies followed suit, happily chewing their own spiritual vanilla happily, amazed by how delicious they were. Wang Tung would have burst out in smiles had he stayed to watch the scene. Unfortunately, he had already left the space fragment and missed it. He returned to his spacecraft and locked himself in the cultivation room. He had made huge gains during the war. First, all his 5 basic elements had reached the 9th level of the celestial stage. None of them lagged behind. Wang Tung smiled when sensing the immense force reservoirs in his body. His ability rose tremendously during his time on Defense Planet number 29, still at the celestial stage, but the difference was vast. Unfortunately, other than the 5 basic elements and his dark force, the remaining forces had yet to reach the same level. Still, they rose. Constellation Light Force, 5600/70,000, Planetary Stage, 7th level. Constellation Wind Force, 33200/60,000, Celestial Stage, 6th level. Constellation Lightning Force, 12300/40,000, Celestial Stage, 4th level. Constellation Ice Force, 13500/90,000, Planetary Stage, 9th level. Constellation Poison Force, 2300/10,000, Celestial Stage, 1st level. Chapter 13, 68 Departure. 3. Light Force and Ice Force were only 2 below the celestial stage. Wang Tung was heading to the Light Velvet Planet, which meant that his light attribute would definitely reach the celestial stage. It was just a matter of time. Ice Force would be the only challenge to surmount. He had yet to find a way to raise it, so he could only get Ice Force from star beasts in the virtual universe. The progress was a little slow. Unfortunately, star beasts with the ice element were uncommon. Searching for them was troublesome. Wang Tung shook his head helplessly. This could be handled one step at a time. He looked at the changes to his other attributes. The Ultima, for his 5 basic elements, had reached the perfected stage. The young man closed his eyes to have a sense of his Ultimas. He felt something in his heart. The sensation was odd, as if the 5 had merged and turned into a part of his body. He could execute them with the flick of his fingers. All his skills had Ultimas in them, meaning that even the simplest battle technique would be extremely powerful. He then raised a hand. 5 different colored rays were intertwined, forming a ring. The 5 Ultimas became smoother and easily found in equilibrium at the perfected stage. Wang Tung opened his eyes and stared at the 5-colored ring with a strange glimmer in his eyes. Then, he closed them again and started merging the Ultimas, further developing his 5-element fist. He created the skill from scratch, but it wasn't powerful enough, so he left on the back burner. He then had a sudden inspiration when his 5 Ultimas reached the perfected stage. He leaped up and started practicing in the cultivation room. He didn't have many fist battle techniques, and most of them were at a low level, so he didn't practice them. However, all those skills turned into fertilizer, aiding in the enlightenment of his fist skill. That was how he created the 5-element fist, but he had used low-rank skills in the beginning. Now he was instilling his understanding of various fist moves of the celestial stage and above. This was frightening. It was noteworthy for a normal martial warrior to have 1 or 2 celestial or above battle techniques. And yet, Wang Tung had merged countless battle techniques. No normal person would ever dare think about this. Wang Tung tore his five-element fist apart and started from scratch again, merging the other fist battle techniques. The new move would be made with all the battle techniques acquired recently. 3 hours later, Wang Tung stabilized himself and let out a long sigh. His gaze turned sharp. Boom! The next second, he threw a punch, compressing space and releasing a sonic boom. The air shook. A 5th-level Cosmo Stage warrior would probably croak when dealt such an attack. If I release my full power, 9th-level Cosmo Stage fighters would also die. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He felt proud of himself. Indeed, talent. His 5 basic forces were at the 9th level, while his 5 basic ultimas were at the perfected stage. The new 5-element fist he just created was unexpectedly powerful. He felt delighted by the result. Mind you, some common universe stage battle techniques didn't have such power. It was astounding that a battle technique created by a celestial warrior could reach that level. Wang Tung calmed down and sat down cross-legged on the ground. He looked at his attributes board. Aside from the 5 basic ultimas, the other ultimas rose as well. Lightning Ultima, 2600/6000, 6th level. Wind Ultima, 1300/7000, 7th level. Ice Ultima, 800/6000, 6th level. Blood Ultima, 10,000/10,000, 10th level. Dark Ultima, 10,000/10,000, 10th level. Bone Ultima, 3650/8000, 8th level. Poison Ultima, 1680/7000, 7th level. The first 3 were uncommon, especially the Lightning and Ice Ultimas, as they were even harder to find than the Wind Ultima. The Lightning Ultima was an unexpected gain when he created the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array. More of this attribute was dropped during the battle, so it reached the 6th level directly. The Wind and the Ice Ultimas were at the 7th and 6th level respectively, considerably higher than before. The next 4 Ultimas had been collected from Dark Apparitions. Both the Blood and Dark Ultimas had reached the 10th level. It was an unexpected harvest. That pair of ultimate moves would greatly help him understand dark domains, especially the Blood Sea domain. Having the Blood Ultima was a prerequisite to learn it. Bone Ultima had jumped from the 3rd to the 8th level. It seemed that many members of the spiritual bone race had been killed. Splat! Wang Tung opened his palm. A bone protruded from within, piercing through his skin. However, neither his flesh nor skin was damaged. They seemed to have opened a gap for the bone to go through. It was interesting. Is this osteoproliferation? Wang Tung had a strange expression. He knocked on the bone, which produced a metallic ring. The bone was quite hard. He would be able to easily injure opponents if it came out during close combat. Lastly, the Poison Ultima was a new addition to the family. Information about the latter flashed through his mind, and a ghostly green glow floated above his palm. This glow changed shape continuously, sometimes resembling needles, while others it was like dust. Chapter 1369 Departure. 4. Normal martial warriors would be poisoned upon infection. That Ultima was probably from the Devil Moth race, the mid-tier Devil Emperor who looked like a female human. Wang Tung noticed her from the start. The dark apparition gave him a dangerous feeling, much more so than all the mid-tier Devil Emperors he had ever met. However, she managed to escape. The humans couldn't capture her. Just from this, he could tell that the Devil Moth species was powerful. If they matured, they would be harder to deal with than other creatures. After all, poison force was troublesome. Wang Tung turned to look at his domains. He was overjoyed. All his domains had made progress. He even received a new wood domain. Now he had all 5 basic domains. Wood domain, 1400/3000, 3rd rank. 2 more domains have been acquired, the poison domain and the bone domain. Poison domain, 1400/3000, 3rd rank. Bone domain, 600/3000, 3rd rank. Both were special. They were the ones grasped by the Devil Moth and the spiritual bone races. None of the others had them. And yet, Wang Tung had them. 2 more strange domains were added to his collection. Wang Tung shook his head. In any case, they represented more trump cards. He glanced at his other domains and smiled. All of them represented his hidden aces for the League of Talents. Let's see who has more domain than me. He turned to look at his origins when suddenly, by Ishanhaus' amazing sword attack appeared in his mind space. A sword that struck fear in people. It had cut through space and injured a devil titan. What a terrifying sword attack. Wang Ting knew there was nothing fanciful about the attack, nor did it use any battle techniques. It was just an ordinary sword attack. Still, the power of origin instilled in the move was immense. Water origin. That was the newest origin in our hero's arsenal. Water origin, 5600/10,000 first rank, 5,600 points instantly made at the second most powerful origin. Wang Tung felt the urge to give the attribute a thumbs up. Bai Shanhao was amazing. No one could replicate that sword attack. The young man continued to scroll down and was surprised to find that his space physique stat had increased, rising from the 3rd to the 4th rank. Space physique, 3500/400000, 4th rank, it jumped a rank. It was worth noting that 300,000 points were needed for that jump. He had some points left, but he was still in need of more than 100,000 to hit the advancement limit. How'd he break through? Wang Tung was shocked by this. He didn't know he collected that many space attributes. No wonder his space tornado was able to injure a universe stage warrior. How terrifying. Most of the remaining attributes weren't worthy of mention. Oh wait, there was another one that rose a lot. Enlightenment. Wang Tung realized that this stat had jumped to the heaven realm. Enlightenment, 15500/200000, heaven realm. A rise in level implied a change in quality. Now in the heaven realm, Wang Tung's enlightenment was top tier. Most heaven stage experts didn't have such attainment. Wang Tung sighed as he left the attributes board alone. Then, he began working with domain mergers. He had several domains at the moment. Fusing them could bring about more power and changes. Succeeding would result in having a mighty domain he could call his own. Once this happened, none of the talents in the universe would be able to compare. He slowly closed his eyes. Many thoughts darted to and fro in his mind, like shooting stars. They were domain-related enlightenment. The Flaming Rivers spacecraft traveled through the lonely and cold universe like a drifter, heading towards a peculiar planet that had never been registered by the Empire. Chapter 1370 open in daytime, close at night. 1. There are always special beings in the vast universe, home to millions of stars. They thrived on those stars. The countless living creatures made up the myriad of species in the universe. The Light Velvet Planet was one of the special stars. It had been around for 6 billion years, which was nothing in the scope of the vast universe. Still, compared to Earth, it was the ancestor of its ancestor. This planet was located in a remote area. It was a peaceful place with no one trying to disturb it. Even if outsiders did land on that planet, they wouldn't meddle in its development due to several reasons. It was a blessing. A spacecraft traveled silently in the great expanse. Based on speed, the sound of the engine, and the hull's material, one could tell it was a Cosmos-level vessel. It had a rough and sturdy look, like a giant metal beast roaming through space. There were shields on both sides of the craft, adorned with a sword and blade crossing as a symbol. If anyone were to see it, they would recognize the unique symbol of the Universe Mercenaries Alliance. Below the symbol was a big and hideous black snake. The latter had a triangular head. Its scales were like tree leaves, while the pupils were blood red. There was a green crown on its head, something like a coxcomb, and its fangs were visible. The creature had a ruthless and terrifying aura. The black leaf-green crowned snake. This was an evil and vicious reptile of poisonous nature. It was powerful. An ordinary celestial warrior could die from exposure to its poison. Of all the mercenary groups in the Alliance, only one used that snake as their symbol. It was the powerful Black Leaf Snake Team. It was a mercenary force that stood among the Alliance's top 3. There were 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors in the team, and their leader was a famous character. His ability was top-notch, even among Heaven Stage warriors. Just then, A group of martial warriors were standing right next to the ship's control station, intently looking at the map displayed in front of them. They seemed to be a little excited. A middle-aged, bearded man couldn't help but curse. Damn it, we're finally getting there. Honestly, it really is an out-of-the-way planet. We took 3 months to get here from planet Soaring Cloud, said a handsome brown-haired warrior. A beautiful, cold-looking lady in black battle uniform said with indifference, I hope the map is correct. If not, it would be 3 months wasted. She was 20 years old or thereabouts. Her lips were thin, while her eyes were slightly narrow and long. She was a bit sinister, and her indifferent expression made her seem even more distant. Leader, I've studied the map, and it's real. It's been around for a few hundred years. It cannot be fake, said a young man wearing a pair of glasses that gave him a tech-savvy look. I hope so. If not, it'll skin you alive, replied the fierce and beautiful lady. The young man felt confident, but ended up shrinking his neck after hearing what the latter said. The others looked at the lady fearfully. The fierce lady patted the young man's shoulder and said in a calm voice, My brother's birthday is coming. I came here following your advice. You know there will be consequences if I don't get enough presents for him. Yes, it shouldn't be a problem. Cold sweat poured down the young man's back. He felt he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. The others were also frightened. That was their leader's younger sister. Their evil and merciless nature was exactly similar. Without the shadow of a doubt, the young man would suffer if they returned empty-handed. Furthermore, the others would suffer along with him. The spacecraft became silent. Everyone observed the map in silence while time flew by. Leader, we're here. The young man's eyes lit up. He shouted in excitement. We've detected a planet with life signatures. We're right on the money. It has a dense light force. That's great. The others were elated and relieved. Light force. A planet filled with light force. We're rich. The bearded man was exhilarated. Of course. I would never dare offer you this planet if it wasn't special enough, said the young, bespectacled fellow to butter up their leader. However, the beautiful lady remained expressionless. Her gaze became sharp as she ordered, Full speed ahead. Yes, the young man quickly replied. The people on board the ship felt motivated. Following the young man's orders, the vessel accelerated and rushed to reach a certain direction. Soon, a planet covered by a white glow entered their vision. Everyone's eyes lit up as if seeing a treasure. The greed on their faces was apparent. That was an undiscovered planet, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Leader, shall we land on the planet? The fellow with glasses asked impatiently. Chapter 1371, open in daytime, close at night. Too idiot. The beautiful lady slapped his head and snarled. Scan the planet first and determine the strongest combat ability of the inhabitants. It's an underdeveloped place. There aren't any powerful martial warriors here, muttered the young man with glasses. Say it again. The beautiful lady gave him a cold look. Ugh. Leader, you got it wrong. I didn't say a thing. The fellow quickly put on a smiling face and turned on the spacecraft scanning system to check on the planet. Sometime later, results started to emerge. The strongest is a planetary stage warrior. The natives are really weak. The bearded man flashed a sinister grin. Varian, hack into their network system, instructed Ringulin, their beautiful leader. Leader, they don't have a network system, replied Varian, the young man with glasses. Ringulin's face froze for a while. Why didn't you say so earlier? I just found this out, quickly offered the startled young man. The handsome, brown-haired man looked at Varian, feeling at a loss. He knows our leader has a bad temper, but the guy keeps pushing her buttons. Does he think he's lived long enough? He's asking for it. Why are you still standing there? Land on the planet already. Ringulin scoffed. All right. Varian quickly maneuvered the spacecraft and flew towards the nearby planet. Heret, Bilbram, take some people with you and capture all the planetary stage warriors on the planet, Ringulin ordered. Yes, the brown-haired man and the bearded fellow responded in unison. Their expressions were relaxed, as if not taking the matter seriously at all. They were all celestial stage warriors. Mere planetary warriors were too weak for them and wouldn't pose a threat to them in the least. In fact, they only need one person to sweep through the whole planet. Still, they would never counter their leader's orders. Boom! The spacecraft landed above a lush forest, and strong gusts of wind crushed the trees below. The star beasts in the forest were disturbed. They screamed in terror as they wildly ran for safety. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures rushed out of the spacecraft, their bodies radiating power. It was Ringulin and her men. The brown-haired Harriet took a deep breath and exclaimed, "What fresh air! What a rich source of life force! This planet is a huge treasure trove. Untapped riches." The bearded Bilbram laughed. He grabbed forward, and a fleeing star beast was captured by an invisible force. It floated in front of him while struggling in fear. The creature was a snow-white rabbit, about 3 meters high and a meter wide. It was a fat one. Harriet glanced at it and his eyes twinkled. This star beast is a light element planetary disciple. Yes, there are light element star beasts all around. This one alone would be enough to fetch us 100,000 universe coins, or so, Bilbram said cheerfully. Ringulin walked over and touched the rabbit's head. The creature was so frightened it was completely still, not daring to resist. All the people present thought they had seen a ghost, watching Ringulin act like that. Does this vile woman actually like rabbits? Sure enough, no woman can refuse cute animals. We shall eat braised rabbits tonight, Ringulin ordered. Everyone, that's how our leader would act. It was ridiculous for them to even entertain the idea she had a soft spot for cute animals. They were too naive. The rabbit trembled. Although unable to understand Ringulin's words, it seemed to perceive something and felt uncomfortable. "What are you doing? Go!" Ringulin ordered. Yes, everyone immediately responded. Afterwards, figures soared into the sky and rushed towards the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ringulin grabbed hold of the rabbit and returned to the spacecraft. Varian hurriedly followed behind and asked, "Leader, where are we going now?" "Head to the area where light force is densest. That should be the most important part of the planet," Ringulin said. The spacecraft headed in a different direction. The local vegetation was lush, almost covering 70% of the planet's surface. It was brimming with life. The natives lived scattered in forests where their tribes bloomed. In the depths of the largest forest on the planet, there was a place considered their holy land. It was a towering mountain. There was a dense forest at the foot of the mountain, which was layered and shrouded in mist. All kinds of exotic flowers and plants grew there. Fragrances were pervasive, streams were flowing. The place looked like a fairyland. There were many strange wooden buildings in the middle of the forest, either built on trees, between rocks, or hidden amongst flowers. The site was peculiar and unique. There were many sphere-like figures with white fur covering their bodies, shuttling among the exotic flowers and plants with innocent looks. A peaceful scene. No one knew that a disaster was about to befall them. Suddenly, a black shadow in the distance flew straight over and stopped to hover right next to the mountain. Chapter 1372 opened during the day, closed at night. 3. The shadow blocked all sunlight, rousing chaos below. Many round creatures covered in white fur ran out of their houses and looked up at the sky. They pointed at the object and discussed fervently amongst themselves. In the middle of the valley, inside a slightly bigger house, an old furry creature walked out in an unstable manner. His eyebrows were so long it was sweeping the ground. Ringulin and the others walked out of the spacecraft and stared at the creatures below with a frown. "What are those?" Ringulin frowned. "They're probably just locals." Varian was surprised too. He sized up the furry creatures with interest. "Honestly, they do look exquisite. Powerful martial warriors from the universe," said an old voice somewhere below. Ringulin looked down and fixed her gaze on the furry creature in the lead. "He speaks the common universal language." Varian was stunned. Since the planet's location was leaked, it means that someone came here before. "It's normal for them to know the language," Ringulin said. "I don't understand why anyone would come to this land of treasure and not take anything." The young man with glasses shook his head. Ringulin blinked, but didn't comment on it. To her, kindness was just an excuse for the weak. It was tantamount to stupidity. "Powerful warriors, quick, come down," said the old fellow, sounding a little nervous. The martial warriors? Rin and Varian were just as confused. It didn't sound like an invitation, nor was it an order. "Leader, shall we head down?" Varian asked Rin. "Let's, huh?" Rin was about to nod when her expression changed. She looked at the peak of the mountain some distance away. Their spacecraft was hovering halfway to the peak. The mountain went straight up into the clouds, making the top impossible to see. Naturally, they land their spacecraft up there. However, three figures were dashing down the mountain right then. The furry beings rushed back into their houses when they saw the three disappearing in an instant. It was as if noticing some frightening presence. "What is happening?" Varian was astounded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three figures reached them in the blink of an eye. They shared some similarities with the furry creatures, but they weren't round. They were slender and muscular. They also had golden patterns on their white fur. The lines ended at their forehead, forming an occult symbol. Their eyes were also golden, which gave off a cold and noble gaze as they stared at the mercenaries. "Didn't you say that their highest battle ability was the planetary stage?" Rin gritted her teeth as she spoke to Varian. "Leader, I don't know how this could happen." Varian was frightened and overwhelmed by disbelief. The incoming trio had a cosmos stage cultivation. The scan never showed their presence. Only Rin was at the cosmos stage. The rest of the group were at the celestial stage. "Do we dig our own grave?" "Idiot, we'll talk about this when we get back," Rin cursed angrily. There was no time to think. She turned, wanting to rush back to her spacecraft. However, one of the figures cut her off, blocking her path. "Moo!" Rin took a deep breath. She knew that a fight was inevitable, so she gave the creature a disdainful stare and took out her battle sword. She then slashed at the other party. Boom! Sword light cut through the air. The being was unscathed. He stretched a hand, and a golden ray of light was shot, shattering the sword glow, right before rushing towards the cold mercenary leader. Rin expression changed. She chose to dodge, not daring to receive the attack. Just then, the other two beings made a move, quickly flanking her and raising their hands. Golden rays flashed. The adventuress felt the threat of death. She quickly retreated, but was still hit by some of the rays. Blood spurted out of her body. She gasped, and her pupils shrank. She knew she couldn't beat them, so she quickly evaded. However, she was injured. Escaping wasn't possible. The three beings surrounded her, leaving her seriously injured soon after. There was no chance for her to resist. The mighty trio captured her and her team, and then returned to the mountain peak, disappearing into the clouds. Sometime after the dust settled, the round creatures below finally walked out of their houses, looking scared and worried. A few of the settlers spoke to the furry elder. The latter waved a hand, and everyone returned to continue their activities, acting as if everything were normal. Peace and harmony was resumed in the valley. Inside the flaming river spacecraft, Wang Tung stood in front of the solar dragon creature and circled it, wondering how to start his plan. In the end, he had no choice but to take out his lightning slap and used it to smack the corpse's head with it. Swoop! Boom! The power of the calamity lightning was released, and the dragon corpse's head was burned, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 1373 opened during the day, close at night. 4. Please forgive me, Wang Tung said in his heart. A few attribute bubbles were dropped. It works. His eyes lit up as he quickly moved to pick them up. Solar Dragon I*1 Solar Dragon I*1 Divine Level Fire Talent *200 Solar Dragon Flame *100 Huh? Wang Tung exclaimed, clearly surprised. The Solar Dragon I. He felt a strange energy enter his eyes as the attributes merged into his body. A transformation was taking place. The real I was stimulated. Gold light flashed in his eyes, and a tinge of black and white appeared on his pupils. Blinking once, they turned white. Blinking again turned them black. It was peculiar. The strange scene lasted for a second, but then the eyes were covered by a conspicuous golden light. Open in daytime, close at night. Wang Tung was enlightened. His eyes glistened, and he was pleasantly surprised. It was a vision skill. He managed to pry a vision skill out of the solar dragon's corpse. It was unbelievable. Honestly, Wang Tung didn't expect such a boon. It came completely out of the blue. The devil mind creature had never executed vision skills while controlling the body. There was no clue of its existence. His corpse pummeling was done with a just-in-case mindset. What if there were any goodies dropped? After all, the solar dragon race was famous, endowed with exceptional talent. He honestly didn't expect to receive something. Information pertaining to the solar dragon I was sent to Wang Tung's mind, which helped him attain a basic understanding of the skill. The skill would allow him to absorb light and heat within a certain range. That was where the open during the day, close at night came from. What did it imply? It would be daylight when opening his eyes and dark when he closed them. The white and black colors of the solar dragon I were related to that saying. When the pupils were black, they could absorb the nearby light and heat, turning a certain range into a nighttime of sorts. When they changed to white, they could release light and heat, releasing a sun-like attack. The surrounding area would turn bright. Our hero thought that the skill was impressive. Of course, the prerequisite was having a high skill level. Otherwise, the attacking ability would be limited and basically useless. The mere 2 points of Solar Dragon I were only enough to test out the skill before it died down. He couldn't use it. Devil Emperor Bearbrain wasn't able to use the skill when he was taking control of that body. There wouldn't be a reason not to use a powerful skill. Actually, the original owner of the body not having awakened the Solar Dragon Eye skill was another possibility. Those were our hero's guesses after receiving the skill. He shook his head, putting the matter to rest. His gaze was smoldering as he stared at the Solar Dragon corpse again. This is good stuff. If he could milk more of those special attributes, he would be able to use that amazing vision skill of the Solar Dragon race. Wang Tung lifted his lightning slap and started bashing the corpse. Fortunately, it was an extremely tough, universe-stage body. It wouldn't be crushed easily. The young hero could work while free of any guilt. He had nothing against that dragon race, but he had no choice. That's why he tried not to ruin the remains. That would be inappropriate. He wanted to properly return the body to its people. An hour passed. Wang Tung managed to collect 26 points of the Solar Dragon Eye attribute in the end. It wasn't much, but it was more than before. He felt able to execute the eye skill with some effort. He also obtained a good amount of Solar Dragon Flame and Divine Level Fire talent from the corpse, allowing those 2 attributes to rise a little. Wang Tung stopped, realizing he couldn't get more attributes out of the body anymore. The limit had been reached. Still, he was already satisfied since the gains were completely unexpected. I'm sorry. Wang Tung placed his palms together and bowed at the corpse as a way to clear his conscience. Then, he stored the body and planned for the day he would return it to the Solar Dragon race. Wang Tung, we're here, said Roundball in Wang Tung's mind. Wang Tung was excited. He quickly walked out of the cultivation room and entered the main control room. Look, the little helper stared at the planet being monitored. Excitement was evident. The young man also noticed. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes as he looked at the planet covered with a faint white glow. We're finally here, Roundball suddenly asked mysteriously. I scanned the planet, and guess what? Wang Tung raised his eyebrows and asked, What? He didn't bother guessing. I detected Cosmos Stage Warrior fluctuations on the planet, Roundball replied. Cosmos Stage Warriors. Wang Tung frowned. Veblen had told him that the natives had planetary stage cultivation at most. Why were Cosmos Warriors detected? It can only mean that something has happened, Roundball said. Invaders? Wang Tung pondered. Yes, it's the most likely scenario, Roundball said. Wang Tung nodded. He asked his small ally to move closer before activating his reel to look at the planet. Wang Tung saw something and turned grim. It's not just an invasion. This planet is a little strange. Chapter 1374 The Seed of the Tree of Light. 1. In space, Wang Tung stored the flaming river ship in his space fragment. Then, he wore his red universe-level battle armor and floated in the void. The situation on planet Light Velvet was still uncertain. His ship was a huge target that would be easily discovered, so he chose to hide it and enter the planet on his own. He moved silently towards the planet. The high-tier armor was enough. He didn't need to use any skill to protect his body. The armor's surface ignited due to friction against the air, creating flames. The temperature of those wasn't enough to hurt him. Sometime later, he entered the planet's atmosphere and plummeted at a high speed. Once at an altitude of 8,000 meters, he took off the helmet and allowed the strong wind to blow against his face. His black hair danced in the air. Wang Teng simply closed his eyes to enjoy the moment. The life force here is dense. The planet was a paradise of life force, unlike other places in the universe. It was filled to the brim with energy. I'm glad I came here. Wang Teng smiled. He was elated. Roundball floated beside him and exclaimed, "It's rare to find a planet filled with light force." "You lucky dog." "Thanks to Mr. Veblen," Wang Teng replied. "Where are you going? Should we go there?" Roundball blinked and asked. It was referring to the place where they noticed something abnormal. "No hurry. Let's figure out what's happening first." Wang Teng shook his head. He scanned the ground below and randomly chose a spot. He then flew over. The region was a sea with small islands dotting the surface, like gems on blue silk. Wang Teng fixed his gaze on a small island where the light force there was thicker compared to its surroundings. The landing place was picked randomly. He went there to collect attributes, so the general idea would be to find places where light force was thicker. He was going to get all he could from that planet. Of course, he wouldn't completely ransack the place. He promised Veblen he wouldn't harm the natives. Furthermore, it was a special planet, a treasure to all the universe which couldn't be destroyed. Wang Teng moved quickly, reaching the targeted island within a few seconds. This was approximately 300,000 square meters in size. Various coastal plants covered it. Star beasts crawled out from the sea and rested on the beaches. There were many star beasts in the forest, too. One could hear them roar occasionally. The creatures didn't know that a nightmare was upon them. Wang Teng wanted to enter the forest, but then noticed something and gasped. He turned and headed straight toward the beach. A giant crab had just crawled out of the sea. Seawater flowed down from its body like mini waterfalls. The crab was special. Its shell was hard, with scary-looking thorns protruding. The body was brown, covered with white spots. Its pincers had a strong appearance. If a planetary stage warrior was pinched, his body could be chopped in two. The crab was at the Emperor level, which was equivalent to the planetary stage. It was evident that the creature was among the strongest beings on the planet, at least based on a surface-level judgment. The thing that caught our hero's attention was that the crab was a light element star beast. Come on, even a crab is a light element star beast. This is absurd, but this also proved that the planet was bountiful. Mind you, light element star beasts were rare in the universe. There was a massive demand, but no supply to fulfill it. Furthermore, they were delicacies, delicious, high-class food. Wang Teng thought about whether to open a seafood market. Would Veblen blame me for touching the star beasts? He wouldn't drain the pond to catch all the fish. Sustainability was still the way to go. Yes, he could do it. Wang Teng suddenly felt he was awfully business-minded. Nothing short of genius. He landed in front of the giant crab and sized it up while touching his chin. The giant crab looked back and started to speak an unknown language, most likely the planet's language. It was common for Emperor-level star beasts to have speech abilities. Wang Teng asked Roundball to take out a translation device. The planet's language wasn't recorded, but the advanced universal translator had ample functions. It had a variety of languages in storage, and the analyzing capability was powerful. It quickly translated the crab's words. Basically, it was asking the other what he was looking at. "You look delicious." Wang Teng used his spiritual power to send his reply right into the giant crab's mind. The latter became furious. "This two-legged creature wants to eat me." It was unbearable. The being raised its huge pincer to slam the human. The young hero was exceptionally small in comparison. Normal martial warriors could easily be squashed by the massive limb. Delight and contempt flashed past the crab's eyes. How dare this puny creature provoke me? Courting death. But its gaze changed soon after, once it realized that the pincer didn't hit the ground. There was a strong force pushing against it. It couldn't move an inch. Chapter 1375, The Seed of the Tree of Light. 2. How is this possible? The crab-like monster was stumped by disbelief. Its eyes twirled to look below its pincer. It could not believe that a puny, two-legged creature could stop the attack. Still, that is what came to pass. Wang Tong gave the creature a mocking glance. He was only using one hand to stop the giant pincer. He looked relaxed. It was just an emperor-level star beast. There wasn't even a need to put forth a tenth of his strength. The giant crab was infuriated. It quickly moved its other pincer towards Wang Tong, trying to catch him off guard. Clang! Sparks flew. Wang Tong didn't evade. His universe-level battle armor was enough to block. The monster froze, knowing it had met a tough opponent. The situation also left it confused. When did this powerful presence appear in the area? Wang Tong waved a hand and summoned the metal-armored flaming scorpion. The scorpion was bigger than the crab. The latter trembled in fear and shrunk back. It had finally realized that the small biped wasn't something it could provoke. The sea monster regretted going out to the shore. It would have been better to stay put under the water. The poor fellow should have looked at the calendar and checked the date. Wow, what a fat crab! The flaming scorpion's eyes lit up when noticing the giant crab. It was almost salivated. Having followed the human for a good while, its taste became more expensive. The scorpion ate good stuff most of the time. Its widened horizons helped it discern that the crab was definitely delicious. Both creatures had some similarities, but they were ultimately of different species. Hence, the hero's pet didn't care. You can cook this crab. Don't kill it. It won't be as fresh, Wang Tong said. Don't worry. He'll make sure it's as fresh as it can be, the metal-armored creature promised. Wang Tong simply left the shivering crab with the flaming scorpion and gradually disappeared. The scorpion waited for Wang Tong to leave, then turned and smirked at the crab. The prey felt a chill course up its pincers. As for the young hero, he went to the forest. He noticed that the light force around him was thick, but there weren't any attribute bubbles. It was a disappointing find. Still, it was understandable. He would never have a need to spend much effort collecting attributes if the bubbles appeared that easily. Judging by past experiences, he only had a chance to find them in areas where force was densest. However, the planet's light force was evenly distributed in the air. Naturally, this made seeing bubbles impossible. Roar! An insensible star beast jumped out of the bushes in an attempt to bite off Wang Tong's head. It was a 3-meter-long creature. Wang Tong donned his helmet, allowing the monster to bite him. Crack! The lizard's sharp teeth broke instantly. Not only did it fail to kill its prey, the outcome was a bloodied maw. What happened? What just happened? Bewilderment filled up its face, eyes showing confusion. Wang Tong raised his hand and casually slapped the lizard's head. Bang! The lizard howled in pain and died on the spot. A few attribute bubbles popped up, floating around the corpse. Wang Tong released his spiritual power and swept them out. Constellation Force, Light, * 500 Constellation Force, Light, * 300 blank attribute, * 1200 Wang Tong was a little surprised. That star beast was merely at the Lord level, yet the thing dropped constellation forces. Mind you, it was usually the Emperor level and above the ones with constellation forces. Normal star beasts didn't have the ability to cultivate them. This planet seemed to be a little special, since light force was so abundant. Hence, the native beasts could convert their forces into constellation force directly. It might have something to do with the cultivation method passed down by their ancestors, too. The young hero had to admit that the cultivation methods on many other planets were better than the ones found on Earth. Of course, that was all in the past. Earth had changed. The cultivation methods he left behind surpassed the ones on many other planets. If the Earth was considered a slum before, it evolved and rose to middle class, jumping 2 levels. Not dwelling in the matter for too long, he collected the attribute bubbles and stored the lizard's body. The body of a light element star beast was a good thing. Of course, it would be even better if there were star cores or star bones to be found. He ventured deep into the forest. Many star beasts ran to meet him along the way, yet he killed them all, turning them into attribute bubbles. Wang Tung was sneaky, retracting his aura so ordinary star beasts couldn't sense any danger. All of them thought he was a fat piece of meat, while in reality, he was a little demon luring them in. He had already collected lots of blank attributes and constellation force. A rocky wall with weird-looking rocks appeared in front of him. Wang Tung scanned the wall and noticed a small and narrow cave below. There were bushes covering the entrance, making it inconspicuous. The young man smiled and confidently walked into the cave. The place was damp and smelly. The inner walls were dripping with water, covered with moss that gave off a faint glow. Even a moss had light force imbued. It was bizarre. Chapter 1376, The Seed of the Tree of Light. 3. Wang Tung assessed his surroundings as he walked into the cave. He found many attribute bubbles on the ground, just 10 meters in. He blinked and picked them up. Constellation Force, Light, * 120 Constellation Force, Light, * 60 Constellation Force, Light, * 150. The attribute bubbles merged into his body. All of it was Constellation Light Force. Wang Tung was elated. He had just been on that planet a short while, and he had already collected lots of Constellation Light Force. It wasn't a wasted trip. The trip was worth it. He went further inside and kept on collecting bubbles. He then realized he was going downwards. The ground had a slope. The passageway became wider. All kinds of strange rocks covered the walls. Water dripped down, forming puddles. Wang Tung saw a faint light further ahead. There was something there. He kept on going and found a pool. Light came from the bottom. There were also many attribute bubbles floating above the quiet waters. Constellation Force, Light, * 300 Constellation Force, Light, * 500 Constellation Force, Light, * 450. Wang Tung collected the bubbles. There were more of them, attesting to the dense light force present. Wang Tung pondered for some time and leaped into the pool. He could breathe underwater thanks to some of his skills, so he could travel inside the pool with ease. The place was quiet and clear. Many creatures roamed within, unafraid of the human. They swam casually around him. Wang Tung ignored the small creatures and went directly to the bottom. Aside from mud, there wasn't anything else. Looking into the distance, he saw a tunnel linked to the sea. However, some rocks were blocking the path. Why are there this many attribute bubbles here? He could still see many attribute bubbles emerging from the mud. However, he still couldn't figure out how they were being formed. Wang Tung collected them all. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook. The water became murky. Wang Tung's vision was blocked, so he couldn't see anything. An immense, pitch-black hole was revealed in the mud. All of a sudden, something darted out and shot towards Wang Tung. "I've been waiting for you." Wang Tung sneered and sent a downward slash with his sword. The sword glow was exceptionally clear, even at the bottom of the murky pool. It was blue in color, as it was formed with the water ultima. The attack split the muddy waters and landed on the thing attacking him. They were tentacles. The appendages were chopped by the young hero's attack. Then a strange, agonizing cry resounded inside the hole. The tentacles shrunk back, and the giant cavity began to close. The being seemed to have realized that Wang Tung was someone it shouldn't provoke. The young human shook his head, then formed an invisible hand with spiritual power and prevented the hole from closing. There weren't any tentacles in the hole. Instead, there was a soft object squirming frantically, wanting to break free from his grasp. "Move and it'll kill you," Wang Tung said calmly. The thing froze and gradually quieted down, seemingly afraid. It could sense the vast difference in strength, so it could only comply. Round Ball floated on Wang Tung's shoulder and gasped in surprise. "Wang Tung, this looks like a giant clam." The latter nodded. It was indeed a gigantic mollusk. He wondered how long it had existed for it to grow to that size. Most importantly, it gave him a strange feeling. The force fluctuation it exuded seemed to have reached mid-tier of the Emperor level. However, it appeared to be at most in Emperor-level star beast. It was impossible to tell that it possessed such a mighty force. It was sealed by something. This was why he felt that the planet was weird. The clam wasn't the sole presence of that level in Planet Light Velvet. However, its attacking ability was subpar. He easily subdued the creature. Wang Ting entered the clam's mouth. The body was soft, plump, and slimy. "Come out," he ordered indifferently. The clam remained silent. Then it let out a sigh and a ray of light floated out. The clam's spiritual body. Wang Tung sized up the other party, feeling intrigued. The manifestation was a young lady, a round one, 5 meters tall, wearing a white dress. Her figure was voluptuous, peach-like, and some body parts could be seen faintly. A young face with a mature body. Such a combination was disharmonious. Wang Ting felt his nose turning warm after a single glance. He almost couldn't control himself. A human. The young lattice voice was gentle. She was using her spirit to communicate, making the language barrier irrelevant. "Huh, you know that I'm a human?" Wang Tung asked in surprise. "Yes, we're not ignorant." The young lady nodded. "We?" Wang Tung caught the crux of the sentence. He asked, "Why did you attack me?" Chapter 1377 The Seed of the Tree of Light. "For you came with hostile intent," said the young lady after hesitating for a moment. "Really? How did you reach that conclusion? Aren't you the one with sinister motives?" Wang Ting asked calmly. "I wouldn't hurt the innocent," the young lady said. "Then why were you using an illusion to attack me?" Wang Tung asked. The young lattice expression froze. "I didn't. You can't fool my eyes, old lady," Wang Ting interrupted. Old lady." The young lattice face turned green, as if not giving credit to what she heard. "Isn't this so? You've been around for who knows how many years." "Calling you lady is me being courteous," Wang Tung replied. "Pant." The young woman's chest heaved up and down. Finally, she couldn't help but shout, "You're the old one. Your whole family is old." Wang Tung pointed at her with the tip of his sword. The other stopped as if strangled. "Carry on," Wang Tung urged. I think we can sit down and chat properly," the young lady said awkwardly. "There's nothing to discuss. Give me what you have, and I can spare your life," Wang Tung said. "You?" The young lady was in distress. "You know I have that thing?" "How do you know?" "Wait, you didn't come for me. You want that thing. How could I know what you have?" Wang Tung wondered. However, he remained expressionless and continued. "You have 3 seconds to consider. They'll take action if you don't give it to me. 1, 2, 3. The young lattice expression changed a few times, but she still gritted her teeth and refused in the end. "I won't let you have it." The next instant, her eyes turned golden and endless beams of light were shot from them. They turned into a terrifying attack. Wang Tung frowned when he sensed the frightening killing intent imbued in the rays. He suddenly remembered the solar dragon eye. It was great for dealing with this kind of move. Black light glowed in Wang Tung's eyes, dark enough to devour all light. It only took a split second. The light released by the young lady was absorbed, and the space around them turned dark. The young lady panicked and shouted, "What is going on?" All light disappeared in the small area they were located. She felt submerged in an abyss. She couldn't see anything. The skill she used was a light force battle technique, extremely powerful, as fast as the speed of light. Even Cosmo Stage warriors could get hit if caught off guards. But the problem was her attack disappeared. Everything was dark. No matter how hard she tried, it was useless. No light appeared. She was confused. What the hell is going on? She felt a great sense of danger at the moment, causing her spiritual body to shudder. A chill went up her spine. The next moment, she felt an excruciating pain, like needles pricking her. She screamed in pain uncontrollably. A few seconds passed. The darkness dispersed, and the young lady was still floating there. However, she was extremely weak. Her body wasn't as solid as before. Wang Tung crossed his arms and looked at her indifferently. Only fear was left in her eyes as she stared at the human. "Give it to me," Wang Tung ordered fiercely. The young lady was unwilling, but she didn't have the courage to disobey. His cold-blooded expression made her clench her teeth. A thumb-sized object, emitting a golden glow, floated out of her body. Wang Tung raised his hand and allowed the object to land on his palm. He looked at it closely and was stunned by what he found. This looks like a seed? There was a strange life force within. Asking when in doubt was a good habit. Wang Tung instantly did so. What is this? The seed of the tree of light. The young lady hesitated, but still replied in the end. She didn't dare to meet Wang Tung's indifferent gaze. Chapter 1378. Her, the Mother of Light? Crazy Harvest. 1. Tree of Light. Wang Tung raised his head and tore his eyes off the seed to look at the young lady. Based on Nihility's memory, the Tree of Light was a kind of spiritual tree that gathered the power of light, along with the essence of heaven and earth. It was an extremely mysterious, sacred tree. According to rumors, everything within a radius of thousands of miles would be blessed by the tree and endowed the range with the power of light. It was said that it had the ability to heal everything. Common injuries and diseases would heal without requiring any treatment. Being close to it was enough. Even some of the stories talked about a droplet of light water that would be gathered every century. If swallowed, it would cure any injury or disease. It could even save a dying person. However, the Tree of Light only existed in legend. It was merely something recorded in the devouring Nihility beast's memory, something that had never been seen. And yet, the young lady claimed it was the genuine article. Wang Tung didn't believe her. Although Planet Light Velvet was rich in light power, it didn't look like a place where the Tree of Light would grow. In simpler terms, the concentration of light power wasn't strong enough. Also, he looked at the seed again. There was something mysterious about it. The light element star beasts could temporarily increase their strength far beyond their potential by using that seed. Wang Tung clearly remembered the young lattice indifferent gaze when she released the light, as if she were a true goddess. It was tantamount to her conscience being taken away. Wang Tung felt an evil aura lurking behind. According to legend, the tree was presumed to be a sacred and holy existence. It would never harbor a sinister aura. And, if Wang Tung guessed correctly, this is the Tree of Light seed. At least to the best of my knowledge, the young lady said. Is that so? Wang Tung didn't give a definitive answer. The woman's eyes flickered ever so slightly, unable to ascertain what the human was thinking. Wang Tung thought about it, then released his spiritual power to probe the seed. The seed's interior was like a white space filled with light. The condensed light power nourished Wang Tung's spirit, tempting him to linger. However, he was determined, and his gaze was unwavering. He controlled his spiritual power and delved deeper. Bang! Suddenly, the light burst and a powerful spiritual power surged from deep within the alleged seed. A blurred figure loomed in the light. It was sacred, majestic, and inviolable, just like a god. Wang Tung looked at the silhouette and released his spiritual power. He wanted to find out what was going on. "How dare you?" said a majestic and cold voice. A powerful spiritual power was swept over, overpowering Wang Tung's own. "Die!" The cold voice was heard again, accompanied by powerful white light. The overwhelming spiritual power seemed intent on erasing the young man from the world. Wang Tung noticed a pair of golden eyes beyond the endless light. He scoffed, and his spiritual power surged. The Nine Treasures Pagoda released endless rays of golden light and suppressed all the incoming power. Boom! The spiritual attack was immediately suppressed, shattering like glass against the pagoda and vanishing without a trace. Impudent! The figure's golden eyes glowed, filled with rage. Wang Tung didn't reply, merely sending the pagoda to bash his opponent's head. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The golden figure was instantly turned into pieces, completely disintegrating. What's this all about? Wang Tung slowly opened his eyes. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "You!" The young lady was terrified. She couldn't believe her eyes. She gave the human a blank look. She clearly felt the explosion that took place inside the seed, but the feeling quickly disappeared. The thing inside, didn't fade away on its own. It had been defeated by someone. Only her and a human were present. Who else could it be? But who is this person? He was actually able to defeat the spiritual mark hidden inside the seed. How powerful is he? Her face went pale, and her heart was filled with horror. She felt that the young human was an extremely terrifying existence. Wang Ting looked at the young lady, then made a grabbing motion. A huge hand, made with spiritual power, did the work. Ah! The young lady screamed at the top of her lungs, and her complexion paled rapidly. Her body then became less solid. That was a manifestation of spiritual damage. Wang Tong dragged the young lady over with spiritual power and questioned, "What was that just now?" The young lady was desperately struggling. She cried out in fear, Don't kill me." "Answer the question," Wang Tong said calmly. "It was the Mother of Light," said the young lady with a pale face. "The Mother of Light?" Wang Tong scoffed. "Anyone could say that. I want to know what it was, not just a name." "I don't know. I've never seen her," the young lady replied hastily. "Her." Wang Tong became even more skeptical. Considering the language they were using to communicate, the pronunciation of her was different. Wang Tong felt it was ridiculous for the lady to address the being as her. Chapter 1379 Her, the Mother of Light? Crazy Harvest. 2. Only martial warriors who surpassed the eternal tier and reached the godlike stage had the right to be called her or he. In Chinese, the pronunciation is the same, but the word is different, so we'll use apostrophes to differentiate. What right does this fellow hiding in the dark have to call himself so? Wait, this lady has never seen this thing? Wang Tong frowned. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he activated Bewitch. "Look at my eyes." The young lady wanted to avoid eye contact, but she was affected by the human's spiritual power and was entranced. Wang Ting questioned her again, but disappointment struck. He frowned as he found out that she really didn't know. Round Ball appeared on Wang Tung's shoulder and said solemnly, "Looks like the Mother of Light is very mysterious. I didn't expect such a surprise on a planet unknown to the outside world." Wang Tung shook his head. "Generally speaking, the more unknown it is, the more mysterious," Round Ball replied. "Veblen came here before. Didn't he find anything else?" Wang Tung had his suspicions. "I'm afraid they didn't delve into this like you have. After all, they were outsiders without evil intentions. They wouldn't have dug into the planet's mysteries," Round Ball analyzed. "Your words don't sound right to me." Wang Tung fell at a loss. "What evil intentions? Did I come here with the wrong mindset? You can only ask yourself to find out." The little one gave the young hero a meaningful look. It still didn't know what abilities Wang Tung had and how he found the cave. This guy's like a treasure hunter. There's treasure wherever he goes, and he never misses them. Wang Tung wanted to refute. Am I the greed-driven kind? This was an insult to him. Just then, the young lady woke up and looked at Wang Tung in horror. "What did you do to me? You're just a clam. What can I ever do to you?" Wang Tung snapped. The clam spirit young lady. She felt humiliated by his words. "Okay, never mind. You look meaty. He'll eat you tonight," Wang Tung said. Young lady, subset of. Wang Tung stepped away from the clam's insides and channeled his spirit to form big hands and abruptly close the massive clam. "No!" the young lady screamed. The young man glanced around and picked up the newly dropped attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Light, * 1500 Constellation Force, Light, * 1200 Dazzling Sky, * 200 Origin of Light, * 10 Suddenly. Something appeared in Wang Tung's mind. A battle technique. Dazzling Sky. Light was condensed in a special way and to instantly be released, creating an area with endless light. And hidden within that light is an extremely powerful killing intent. Dazzling Sky was the move used by the young lady previously. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He didn't think he could get a technique just like that. It was a powerful attack. Once caught in the light, you would be blinded and vulnerable. Unfortunately, Wang Tung could counter that. The solar dragon I could absorb light and form a dark night. Honestly speaking, it was highly coincidental. He felt the whole thing was a bit unbelievable. Had he not gained a solar dragon eye, he wouldn't have had a good way to face the light technique. The only option to overcome it was brute force. However, he decided to farm some attributes from the solar dragon before the trip and managed to get its race's strongest talent. Although he didn't obtain much of the special eye attributes, it was just enough for him to use. Furthermore, the clam spirit was strong. It was fortunate that his ability with the solar dragon eye was enough to deal with her. Everything was according to God's will. Looks like he'll have to rely on the solar dragon eye to walk on this planet. Wang Tong thought. He then examined the attributes board. Dazzling sky, 200/1000 foundation. There were only 200 tribute points, which were merely enough to reach the foundation stage. He wasn't in a hurry to improve it. He didn't have many blank attributes at the moment, and he was saving them for later use. He then looked at another attribute. The level of enlightenment earned from that attribute was much deeper than Dazzling Sky. Fortunately, there was no difference for Wang Tong. His enlightenment had reached the heaven realm and was considered quite high. On top of that, he had the light physique and was sensitive to everything related to light power. Enlightening for anything related to the light element would grant him multiplied results. Even without the system's help, he only needed a little time to advance in his understanding of light origin. Of course, absorbing attribute bubbles was much faster. After a while, Wang Tong fully understood light origin. Although it wasn't much, this meant that he had attained an extra origin power. It's the light origin. Wang Tong was really surprised. The clam spirit was at most an emperor-level star beast. Even if she borrowed the power of the seed, she could only reach the mid-tier of the imperial level, which equated to a cosmos warrior. There was too much difference compared to a universe stage martial warrior. It was impossible for the origin power to appear. However, the light origin did show up. There was only one possibility. The light origin wasn't dropped by the clam spirit, but from the consciousness within the seed. Yes, the strand of consciousness. From the looks of it, the light origin attribute bubbles were dropped by someone's consciousness within the seed. Chapter 1380 Her, the Mother of Light? Crazy Harvest. 3. Looks like this Mother of Light is not an ordinary being. Wang Tong became vigilant. He sniffed at her existence, but that didn't mean he would underestimate her. One seed was enough to allow an emperor-level star beast to have mid-tier power of the imperial level. The so-called Mother of Light had to be someone extraordinary and definitely powerful. And yet, she chose to stay hidden for some reason, refusing to come out. Light Origin, 10/10,000, first rank. Wang Tong was speechless as he looked at the 10 points on the attributes board. He had the origin, but it wasn't enough. Wang Tong shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he left the pool. There was no point staying there any longer. In the northwest region of planet Light Velvet, there was a vast grassland with green, luxuriant grass close to 3 meters tall. Many star beasts hid within, waiting for prey to appear. A zephyr blew past, and all the grass started swaying like a wave. Just then, a universe spacecraft appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to have crept out from the void, leaving circles of space fluctuations in the sky. The ship gradually floated down, stopping to hover around 10 meters above ground. A figure flew out from the craft and descended. It was a young lady with short silver hair, seemingly around 17 years of age with big eyes. Her pupils were silver-colored, as pure as pristine water ponds. She submerged into the tall grass, as her height was only 1.58 meters. The vegetarian covered her entirely. This made her look exceptionally small and delicate. The young lady flew up again. She angrily muttered, "Stupid grass, why is it so tall?" Roar! A fierce roar was heard, followed by a strong wind. It was a giant wolf who had chosen the silver-haired girl as prey. The prey was small, but she looked tender. She must be delicious. A sly and intelligent glimmer appeared in the giant wolf's eyes. "Are you trying to eat me?" The young girl sniggered and flipped in the air. She threw a punch. Her small fist landed on the giant wolf's waist, and the latter was thrown back forcefully. The giant wolf howled in pain, knowing it had met its match, so it turned and fled. Come back. The silver-haired girl flashed and reappeared in front of the giant wolf to punch again. The giant beast was badly beaten after some time. It shrunk on the ground in fear and regret, covering its head with its two front paws, not daring to look at the young girl. Stand up and lead the way, the young girl shouted in her sweet voice. The giant wolf howled. The cowering fellow allowed her to ride its back and ride in a certain direction, based on her description. Wang Tung didn't know that two groups of outsiders had landed on the planet before and after his arrival. Either no one traveled, or everyone went there at once to Planet Light Velvet. Did this count as Wang Tung being lucky or unlucky? On the beach, the big crab was chased around by the metal-armored, flaming scorpion. Sand flew all over. The scorpion would increase its speed on occasion and knock the crab's head with its pincer. It wasn't enough to break the latter's shell, but enough to make it scream in pain. Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears when he saw this happening. The crab walked sideways like a boss. Indeed, it was the king of all crabs. Wang Tung began to look forward to the evening's seafood meal. The large crustaceous suddenly shivered as it ran, feeling an evil intent locked onto it. Wang Tung appeared in front of the giant crab and the flaming scorpion. The two-star beasts stepped on their emergency brakes, raking up a pile of sand that splashed towards him. Both creatures were stunned. Shit, we're toast. They looked at each other as if the other party was an idiot. Wang Tung's lips twitched. All the sand stopped in front of him, not touching the edge of his clothes. Controlling sand was a piece of cake with his heart of magnetic essence. The scorpion heaved a sigh of relief. It inched over carefully and said, "Master, I see you're having fun." Wang Tung glanced at the latter. The flaming scorpion shuddered. It waved its pincers and replied, No, not fun at all." Wang Tung was at a loss, seeing a 60 kilograms scorpion trembling like a child. "Am I that scary?" "Haha." The flaming scorpion laughed awkwardly, not knowing what to reply. Saying no would be a sign of disrespect. Saying yes would be tantamount to calling Wang Tung a tyrant. There was no right answer. The flaming scorpion felt wronged. Wang Tung waved a hand. "All right, I want to eat you." The scorpion thought to itself, "You might have already eaten me if I were delicious." Wang Tung ignored the latter and looked at the giant crab. The creature shuddered and quickly looked away, pupils shrinking. Silence. Wang Tung suddenly wondered if he was too evil. He shook his head and blinked. Then he took out the seed. The giant crab started panting heavily when he saw the item. Greed welled up in its eyes, its gaze becoming intense. Logo. Chapter 1381 Her, the Mother of Light? Crazy Harvest. 4. The crab was eager but feared the young human, so it didn't hurl itself to snatch the seed. "Do you want it?" Wang Tung asked. That was the reaction he expected. The giant crab didn't nod, but it sent spiritual fluctuations to Wang Tung, expressing desire for the seed. "I'm not giving it to you," Wang Tung replied calmly. The giant crab. The metal-armored, flaming scorpion glanced at the giant crab strangely. Then, it looked at the seed curiously. "Is it delicious? Why does that idiot look eager to eat the thing?" The giant crab felt disappointed, knowing that the human wouldn't give it away. Snatching the thing wasn't an option, either, so it laid on the ground dejectedly. Then, it glanced at the scorpion. Good thing this idiot doesn't know what it is. Wang Tung released the restriction on the seed. A strange fluctuation was swept out. The giant crab stood up in shock, then gave the latter a bewildered stare. Crazy. Does he know the consequences? We will all die. The giant crab was appalled. Before it could open its mouth, it saw Wang Tung looking in its direction, instantly understanding the human's gaze. This guy did it on purpose. Roar. Howl. Screech. Roar. Countless roars were heard at the moment. They came from the sea, the sky. All their cries were filled with excitement and happiness. The metal-armored scorpion shuddered, staring into the horizon with wide eyes. What has happened? Many star beasts are getting closer. Something big is about to happen. It glanced at Wang Tung, wanting to get some information out from him. Is it because of that thing? It wasn't stupid, immediately guessing the reason. However, Wang Tung didn't offer a response. The giant crab shrunk into its own shell and crawled carefully towards the sea. It wanted to escape. Wang Tung glanced at the creature from the corner of his eye, then formed a small needle with spiritual power. He stabbed the crab's weak spirit, and the latter screamed in pain, not daring to move anymore. "Move and it'll eat you," said the flaming scorpion while glaring. The giant crab choked with silent fury. Boom! The sea suddenly tossed and turned. Waves crashed violently, implying that something made the seawater churn. "They're here!" Wang Tung's eyes lit up. Roar! Roars and howls grew louder. Countless star beasts dashed out from the sea and charged toward Wang Tung. They were all creatures of the sea. There were crabs, lobsters, flying fish, and many more. Some new species, never before seen, were also making an appearance. Screeches echoed in the sky above. A large number of birds rushed down. Their target was the seed in Wang Tung's hand. The metal-armored flaming scorpion felt nervous when seeing the incoming beasts. It was more powerful than any of them, but they won in number. They rushed over like a massive wave attempting to drown them. As for Wang Tung, he was calmly sitting on a large rock. Wait, are his eyes shining? The scorpion was stunned. Boom! Right then, our young hero raised a hand and released a punch. A giant fist glow shot forth. In an instant, all the star beasts around him were thrown back, be it the birds in the air or the creatures of the sea. All of them died from that punch alone. Gasp! The scorpion was dumbstruck. Is Master already this powerful? How intimidating. Master, you're amazing. The scorpion regained composure and immediately fawned upon the human. Wang Tung was speechless as he glanced at the shameless scorpion, then decided to ignore it. He picked up the attribute bubbles dropped. Constellation Force, Light, asterisk 200 Constellation Force, Light, asterisk 300 blank attribute, asterisk 2000 Constellation Force, Light, asterisk 150. A pile of Constellation Light Force flowed into his body. The attribute rose furiously. These star beasts weren't as powerful, but they arrived in great numbers. Hence, they supplied him with a huge amount of light force. Wang Tung relaxed. He didn't follow up with a second attack, and kept exposing the seed to attract more star beasts. Concurrently, he used his spiritual power to control the golden crescent blade and chopped all the star beasts that showed up. His constellation light force promptly rose from the 7th to the 9th level of the planetary stage. The star beasts knew that Wang Tung was strong, yet they still charged over due to the item's allure. No more beasts dared to go after 3 rounds of killing. The surface of the sea had turned red, with a thick stench of blood floating in the air. The slaughter was over. Scary. This human is a devil. The giant crab trembled even more violently, unable to settle down. Chapter 1382 Encounter. Confrontation. 1 at night. After the round of massacre, the island became a forbidden ground. No star beast dared to go near. Wang Tung prepared a bonfire, then took out a chair and a table. He lay on a beach chair like an old man. A few beauties busied themselves around him. What good life! Those young ladies were the floral fairies. Chao Jiao was among them. After cultivating in the space fragment for numerous days, she finally had the chance to breathe some fresh air. They were all pulled out from manual labor. They needed to clean all the seafood for Wang Tung to cook. After all, his cooking skills were the best. He was a force chef grandmaster. Light element seafood was hard to find. He didn't want to waste it. Skewers of lobsters, crab, octopus, and various other species were barbecuing above the bonfire. They were sprinkled with different seasonings, and a thick fragrance was spread throughout the beach. Clams, oysters, and other shellfish were treated differently. They smelled great, too. Catalpa and the others stared at the food intently, unable to look away. The small flower angel squatted down and hugged her knees, eyes shining and saliva dripping down a corner of her lips. Not even Chao Jiao was able to withstand the temptation of the food and swallowed her saliva. She kept a stern face, then looked away with difficulty. It was her last effort. She couldn't retaliate against Wang Tung, but no one could stop her from showing resentment. The metal-armored flaming scorpion rested by the side, also staring at the seafood. Its mouth was watering eager to get a bite. Still, the scorpion wouldn't dare move since the human master had yet to give permission. Some time later, when the fragrance reached its peak, Wang Tung grabbed a huge lobster and started eating. Not bad. Wang Tung was extremely satisfied with his cooking skills. While munching on the lobster, he took out a can of Coke and chilled it with ice force. Then he started drinking happily. Coke complements everything. Seafood and Coke are heavenly. The combination was a little unhealthy, but this was no issue for martial warriors. They had good stomachs. Gulp. Someone loudly gulped saliva. Wang Tung's actions paused. He glanced at Flower Angel. She was staring at the lobster and his Coke without blinking. Drool kept dripping down her mouth. She looked as if she wanted to pounce on him. Hurry up and eat. Why aren't you moving? Wang Tung waved a hand. Yay! Flower Angel cheered. She rushed towards the largest crab in front of her, but she quickly pulled back the moment she touched the shell. Ha! Be careful. Catalpa wanted to laugh. She checked Flower Angel's hand, feeling relieved she wasn't scalded. Ha ha! No one is going to snatch it from you. Wang Tung laughed. Flower Angel was still staring at the crab with hungry eyes. Catalpa shook her head and helped Flower Angel break a crab leg off. She then passed it to her. The crab was huge. The leg was as thick as the fairy. A normal person would have a hard time breaking it with bare hands. Fortunately, the flower fairies hadn't stopped cultivating while living in the space fragment. Furthermore, the place was awfully suitable for them to practice after its transformation, making them progress greatly, especially Catalpa. She reached the planetary stage. Flower Iris and the others were mostly at the 7-star planetary disciple stage and above. Even Flower Angel managed to reach the 7-star planetary disciple level. Hence, breaking the crab leg wasn't hard. This showed working hard and cultivating it was a must. If not, it wouldn't even be possible to eat delicious food when given the chance. Flower Angel didn't think too much. She broke the layer protecting the leg and started gobbling. Her table manners were on par with Wang Tung's. The others started moving. It was hard to resist that seafood. They were good ingredients to begin with, and Wang Tung's cooking skills raised their deliciousness by a notch. The metal-armored scorpion grabbed a large fish and munched on happily. After some time, it inched towards Wang Tung and said on the sly, "Master, can I have a can of Coke?" "Why do you want it? You're huge. You can't even taste much of it with a single can. It'd be a waste." Wang Tung didn't want to oblige. "I just want to have a taste, a small one." The scorpion kept on bootlicking. Wang Tung shook his head, speechless, upon noticing its expression. In the end, he still gave the scorpion a can. He had a lot in stock, so he couldn't finish them anyway. He wouldn't give any of it away otherwise. The scorpion ran to the side obediently, holding the Coke can carefully between its pincers. The sight was a little funny. The Coke was too small in comparison. If it were an adult, the can would be just a drip. Wang Tung took pity when he thought about this. Hence, he took out 10 cans and threw them over. "Thank you, master. Thank you," said the scorpion fervently. Wang Tung felt even worse. *T, I must have exploited the poor sod too much. "Master, can you chill them for me?" the creature asked. Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Chapter 1383 Encounter. Confrontation. 2. This fellow is going overboard. The scorpion was pushing its luck. Indeed, I shouldn't be too kind. I might step on him. Wang Tung waved a hand, and a chill floated over. Crack! Both the metal-armored flaming scorpion and the Coke cans froze. Since it wants to chill, let it chill for a while. The ice layer wasn't thick. The scorpion quickly broke free and shook the ice off. It wasn't hurt by the move, but it still shivered from the cold. Everyone laughed. The scorpion joined in the laughter, not minding much. It crushed a can and downed the drink, then closed its eyes in satisfaction. Flower Angel was attracted by the new drink. She walked towards the scorpion and looked at the creature. She wasn't afraid. "Big scorpion, is it nice?" she asked with a smile. "No, not nice." The scorpion quickly pulled the cans of Coke and waved its pincers hurriedly. "You're lying. It must be nice." Flower Angel was unhappy. It pouted and continued. "I always share nice food with you. Why are you so stingy?" The scorpion turned red with embarrassment. There weren't other creatures in the space fragment. The scorpion eventually got close to the floral fairies. They were kind people, always sharing good food. The beast felt a little bad upon recalling this. It's all Master's fault. I must have been affected by his stinginess. If Wang Tung ever learned what the beast was thinking, he might even snatch back the Coke cans. Well, I can share one with you, the scorpion offered after some hesitation. Thank you. Flower Angel nodded in satisfaction and smiled. She took the can and shared it with the other fairies. The 10 had a sip each. Their eyes lit up after drinking. What a strange taste. Somehow, this feels Catalpa furrowed her brow. She didn't know how to describe the sensation. Floral fairies usually drank dew and spiritual water. They had never tasted that unique and unhealthy drink. Naturally, they found it strange. This feels awesome. The metal-armored scorpion finished the sentence for her. Catalpa blushed. She found the word a little rough, but that's how she felt. Haha, that's how you should be feeling. This drink is awesome. The scorpion chuckled. Wanting noticed that the fairies liked it, so he generously gave a can to each of them. The floral fairies were elated. They thanked him and happily enjoyed the soft drink with their seafood. Chow Jiao Jiao couldn't control the expression on her face when she saw everyone eating and drinking merrily. Catalpa was close to her, so she knew of her egotistical nature. She glanced at Wang Tung before taking a cuttlefish skewer and stuffing it in the moody one's hand. Then they started chatting and laughing. Chow Jiao Jiao ate the skewer automatically. She was shocked. It's delicious. How can it be so amazing? This devil's cooking skills are incredible. He must be at least a grandmaster. She felt troubled. Upon further observation, she realized that the young man's talent was outrageous. There was nothing he didn't know, making her feel defeated. Her small ideas seemed exceptionally funny at the moment. Wang Tung pretended he didn't see anything. Chow Jiao Jiao was working under him now, so he wouldn't be stingy with her. Actually, she was the one who couldn't throw her dignity away and kept opposing him. She didn't have the slave mindset. He didn't care. She couldn't escape, so all she did was make herself suffer. As a whole, Wang Tung felt a bit exasperated. All his people seemed to be foodies. The sea was vast and seemingly endless, with no end in sight. However, if one were to look carefully, there was a small piece of land floating above the sea. It was an island. The waters around it were no longer blue. They were all red, paired with a strong smell of blood. Countless corpses of sea beasts floated around it. An intense battle was taking place. A figure stood on that land with a shining seed in hand. It was Wang Tung. That was his second day on planet Light Velvet. Thanks to the seed, he managed to kill numerous star beasts, gaining a sizable amount of constellation light force and blank attributes. Surprisingly, all the star beasts on the planet had light force. No other kind of force was found. Constellation force, light, asterisk 600 blank attribute, asterisk 1200 constellation force, light, asterisk 520 constellation force, light, asterisk 450. Wang Tung picked up the attributes bubbles around him and looked at the stats with a smile. Boom! A vast amount of light force merged into his body and flowed into his limbs. Then they reached the sky above his sea of nihility and congregated to form stars. Just then, an explosion took place inside his body. The 9 white stars suddenly crashed in a certain direction, turning into a white whirlpool. A holy aura was disseminated. Sometime later, the white whirlpool was replaced by a giant planet containing an immense amount of force. A faint, holy aura was produced by Wang Tung's body. Chapter 1384 Encounter. Confrontation. 3. Wang Tung's constellation light force was finally upgraded to the first level of the celestial realm. He was delighted. It had been less than 24 hours since he arrived on planet Light Velvet, and his light force had already gone up from the 7th level of the planetary stage to the first tier of the celestial stage, jumping 2 small levels and an entire stage. Other warriors could fall into depression if they ever caught word of this. How is that possible? No matter how talented, no warrior could advance that much within a day. It was against the rules. Wang Tung felt satisfied with the light force filling up his body. He then looked down at the land below. That wasn't a piece of land. It was the back of a whale-like star beast. He had already killed the massive creature. He had at first used the seed as bait. No star beast could resist it, including that whale star beast. It was lured out from the depths of the ocean and tried to swallow Wang Tung whole. Instead, it was killed by him. However, that whale-like beast was quite special. Wang Tung blinked and a ray of light was shot from his body, which pierced into the beast's back. Splat! Fresh blood spurted out as the ray went through the skin. Sometime later, the ray retreated, but now there was a ball of light floating right above the ray. A seed. Another seed. There was a seed in that whale star beast. Wang Tung touched his chin, feeling surprised again as he didn't expect to find another one inside the whale. Just now, just to be sure, he used his real eye to look at the giant creature's body. After all, if the latter had a star core or a star bone, it would certainly be massive. The seed was an unexpected gain. Looks like there's more than one. Wang Tung touched his chin and pondered. This means it may appear in other places. Those seeds caught his interest. There was a certain being's consciousness inside. It was barely a wisp of it, but it could drop light origin. This proved it was a powerful being. Wang Tung instilled his spiritual power into the seed without any hesitation. As expected, he saw the blurry shadow again. It's you. The shadow was furious. That's right, it's me. Fancy seeing you again. Wang Tung smiled. Human, you're looking for death. The shadow raged, and spiritual fluctuations crashed towards him. Sigh, can't we have a normal conversation? Wang Tung shook his head, feeling helpless. Then he released his 9 treasures pagoda to block the attack. Bastard! The shadow was shattered into dust before being able to finish the sentence. Can you use another word to scold me? Said Wang Tung, while wiggling a finger into one of his ears. He then retreated from a space within the seed. He gained another 10 points of light origin. It wasn't much, but he didn't have a choice. He would have to collect them slowly. Wang Tung looked at the second seed in his hand, wondering what other uses it had. He contemplated for some time as he was about to store it. Just then, a hand stretched out from the void and grabbed the seed. Who is it? Wang Tung's expression changed. He punched the air. Boom! A figure appeared out of the blue and sent a punch to counter Wang Tung's. Then, she landed lightly on the surface of the sea some distance away. Wang Tung frowned and looked over. Standing before him was a young girl with short silver hair. He was surprised, as she received his punch without much effort, having acted in a rush, so he didn't use all his strength, yet she handled his attack with ease. The punch had been serious. Also, he didn't notice her presence until she moved to grab the item. Her concealing skills were superb. It had been a while since he felt that frustrated. He squinted and silently activated his real eye to see through his opponent's ability. However, there was white light spinning around the silver-haired girl. He couldn't see anything. He couldn't gauge her cultivation. Mind you, his real eye had just risen to the real stage, allowing him to see through universe stage martial warriors. And yet, it was ineffective against that girl. She wasn't a simple one. Who are you? Wang Tung asked. He was on guard. A passerby. The silver-haired young girl replied calmly. Wang Tung's eyes twitched. It's not nice to snatch my stuff. I snatched it. What can you do about it? The girl sized up the seed in her hand and replied without looking up. Good grief, the girl was more arrogant than him. Wang Tung was so angry he smiled. Young brat, they'll slap you until you run back and cry to your daddy. The silver-haired girl's expression froze. She finally looked up and blushed, feeling awfully humiliated. She glared at Wang Tung and shouted in her sweet voice, impudent. Boom! She stomped her feet. The water's surface exploded as she disappeared from the spot. Then, she suddenly appeared in front of him and aimed to punch his face. What a bad temper. Wang Tung squinted. He didn't evade the attack, receiving it with his fist, with ultimate strength exploding. He was a little excited. The young girl didn't seem to be his peer, but she was really powerful, daring to punch him directly. That didn't match her petite figure. Chapter 1385 Encounter. Confrontation. 4. Wang Tung felt excited because it was a chance to battle with a peer. Sometimes, being invincible was a tragedy. Boom! Their energies made fist illusions, which collided in the air and released a loud explosion. The young hero felt a massive strength pressing against his fist. He was pushed back, only stopping after retreating for more than 10 meters. The silver-haired young girl also retreated for more than 10 meters before she could stabilize herself. She frowned a bit, turning serious for the first time. This guy is strong. Again, the girl was restless. She even seemed a little excited as she dashed towards Wang Teng again. He remained silent. A fist glow appeared as he hurled punches at her. Boom, boom, boom. They exchanged blows in midair, merely using their fists. They wanted to decide a winner through that method. Wang Teng was using the 5-element fist he had recently invented. The 5 forces turned into various wild beasts and birds in the sky. There was a golden eagle, a giant whale, and a ferocious tiger among them. All of them roared angrily as they charged towards the silver-haired girl. The creatures were formed using his ultimas and could morph into different star beasts. They were frightening and powerful. "Fist of light!" shouted the girl. Her fist gave off rays of light as they collided with the energy beasts. A frightening rush of force was swept through the sea. Waves soared into the sky. Both fist glows subsided. They were at a stalemate. The two of them separated after exchanging a few more punches, leaving 1,000 meters gap between them. The sea breeze blew against their hair as they stared at each other. Light battle technique. Wang Teng stared at the young girl in shock. What fist skill was that? There's so many changes in it, asked the silver-haired girl with a frown. Why would I tell you? Wang Teng replied calmly. I can sense the 5 basic forces in your fist skill. That means that you possess all 5 basic elements. A sly look appeared in her eyes. She continued, I can guess even if you don't tell me. So what? Can you beat me? Wang Teng replied indifferently. You can't beat me either. The girl didn't back down. Who knows? Wang Teng snorted and said, I have at least 3 ways to deal with your skill. You're bluffing, the girl shouted. You possess the 5 basic elements, but that's not enough for you to be proud. A talent like you is nothing for my race. Really? Wang Teng didn't want to argue with her. Force surged into his hands, ready to keep on fighting. I'm not playing with you anymore, said the girl, who suddenly faded out and disappeared. You're leaving? Give me the seed. Wang Teng frowned and used a space flash. He appeared in the sky a few hundred meters away and extended an arm. The young girl was stunned. She was only 5 meters away from Wang Teng, but she didn't panic. Space skill? Who are you? Never mind, you won't tell me anyway. However, you won't be able to catch me easily. Just as she finished speaking, a glaring ball of light appeared in her position, and along with it, she turned into a flash of light, disappearing from a spot. They'll tell you my name when we meet again. The girl's voice echoed in the area above the sea, even though she had long disappeared. Wang Teng stepped out of the void with a blank expression. However, his gaze was sharp. It was hard to imagine that the young girl had managed to snatch something from him, and he couldn't catch her. He had never met a true match since he started his cultivation. She was the first. Interesting. He glanced in the direction she took and smiled. Chapter 1386, He Must Be Pretending to Be a Pig. 1. Wang Teng didn't chase after the silver-haired girl. She was too fast. He would have a hard time catching up to her, even if he used a space flash. She somehow turned into a beam of light, traveling just as fast as light itself. That footwork was probably a unique light element technique, strange and powerful. If his guess was right, it could last longer than his space flash. The latter was a short-distance footwork move that relied on a warrior's explosive power. On the other hand, the girl's technique allowed her to keep her light state for a long time, allowing her to escape while in light ray form. Wang Teng had space power, so he was confident he could eventually catch up. However, there was no need for that. It would be a needless hassle. He would rather spend time searching for better things on the planet than waste effort fighting with her. Still, he didn't expect to meet a light element warrior on that planet, one who seemed to hail from a powerful background. Also, she wasn't weak like the normal light element fighters. She was actually on par with him. He had a feeling they would meet again in the future. But her battle techniques are interesting. Wang Teng was in deep thought. His gaze became intense. Both her fist skill and her footwork caught his eye. Those light element techniques were interesting. He scanned his surroundings, and his eyes lit up. He quickly picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the silver-haired girl during their battle. Constellation Force, Light, * 2100 Fist of Light, * 100 Light Bolt, * 150 Constellation Force, Light, * 2100 haha. Wang Tung burst out laughing. He got what he wanted. He wanted the girl's footwork and fist skill, and voila, they were there. The young girl had shared them through attribute bubbles. The system boss is amazing. Round Ball appeared. It was a little worried after noticing Wang Tung's expression. Is he depressed? The young man had met a talented peer and suffered a little setback. It was the first time, so he probably was a bit dejected. Please don't go crazy. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Tung felt at a loss after seeing the concerned eyes of the latter, right after an abrupt appearance. Cough, are you all right? Round Ball coughed awkwardly, then erased the worried gaze. Why won't I be? Wang Tung didn't understand what the other was saying. That's good, that's good. The small fellow thought he was putting on a strong front to cover up his frustration, so it nodded in agreement, not wanting to expose the hero. Weird, Wang Tung said, having trouble finding something else to add. Sigh, poor kid. Round Ball shook its head in silence. Wang Tung has to rely on himself to walk out of depression. Actually, this setback is not a bad thing. It can prevent him from underestimating talents from the different races in the universe. Wang Tung didn't know what Round Ball was thinking. He would feel helpless if he ever did. The fellow was overthinking. Is he someone who gets depressed easily? Furthermore, Wang Tung had already gotten some goodies, like the light origin absorbed from the seed. He didn't know what other uses the item had, but even if he did, the effects would be limited. Nothing was as important as the light origin. Hence, he didn't really care if the thing was taken away. He just felt he had suffered a small loss and wanted to get it back next time. What's more, he picked up many good attribute bubbles. The silver-haired girl was the one who stood on the losing end. She lost 2 battle techniques in exchange for that seed. Who had the upper hand in the trade? It was easy to tell. Just then, some knowledge floated into Wang Tung's mind. There wasn't much, just the foundation, but he had indeed learned 2 battle techniques. Fist of Light. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. He threw a fist move, and light force started gathering around it, allowing the fist glow to turn into a ball of light as it slammed on the surface of the sea. Small waves were formed. Silence. Wang Tung lifted his eyebrows. This power is indeed at the foundation stage. Round Ball wanted to go back, but stopped upon witnessing the skill deployed. It stared at Wang Tung, trying its best not to laugh. Laugh if you want to. Wang Tung felt helpless. What skill is that? Why is it so weak? Round Ball suddenly froze. Wait, isn't that the girl's battle technique? Did you just realize? Wang Tung glanced at the little one from the corner of his eye. Round Ball was wide-eyed in astonishment. You stole her battle technique? Yes. Wang Tung nodded. Can I? Round Ball. What do you mean, can I? This isn't a matter of whether you can. It's about the how. Round Ball went all delirious. Wang Tung's punch was weak, but he had actually learned the essence of the skill. He would be able to use it properly after some practice. How'd he do it? This isn't right. Don't look at me like that. You know that I'm a genius. I can learn skills after looking at them once. Besides, it's not a profound technique, said Wang Tung, bluffing his way out of it. Round Ball didn't know what to say. Chapter 1387, He Must Be Pretending to Be a Pig. 2. Learn with a single glance? He's not just a genius. He's a monster. Also, what do you mean by not being a profound battle technique? What makes you think it's not one? Round Ball wasn't powerful, but it had good eyesight and was able to tell it wasn't a low-ranked fist skill. A normal person would probably have a hard time learning the move within a short period of time, much more so if they tried learning in a covert way. Wang Tung is lying. The young man chuckled in his heart. He ignored the little helper and turned into a ray of light, traveling a few hundred meters in the blink of an eye. The other was in shock, wide-eyed a second time, and could only force itself to accept reality. What the hell? That is the footwork the silver-haired girl used to escape. Wang Tung learned this too? Outrageous. This is outrageous. Wang Tung flashed above the sea like a ray of light. His speed reached an extreme as he refracted and darted just like a real beam of light. However, he was still unfamiliar with the skill. The execution wasn't as smooth. His speed was vastly different when compared with the girl's. However, it didn't matter. He could use his blank attributes to raise its level. Fist of Light, 100/1000 Foundation. Light Bolt, 150/1000 Foundation. Wang Tung stopped to look at his attribute board. The two techniques were only at the foundation stage, so there wasn't much he could ask from their effects. His eyes were shining. He was elated. That counted as interest. He wouldn't hand out the seed for free. He wondered what the young girl's expression would be like in their next encounter. Mind you, he had her techniques now. By then he would ask her to give him back what she took. Does she think I would let her go after snatching the seed? No way, and he asterisk. Round ball, let's go, Wang Tung said. He stepped on the surface of the sea and disappeared into the horizon. Wang Tung, how did you do it? I told you already. I'm a genius. No matter how smart you are, you can't learn a skill with one look. Why not? You're constrained by your narrow vision. Silence. All right. Do you know what race the young girl is from? I don't know. There are billions of races in the universe, and some are extremely mysterious. Outsiders wouldn't know about all of them. All right. I overestimated your ability. Silence. Their voices were heard intermittently. Wang Tung hunted at sea for 3 days, raising his light force from the first to the second level of the celestial stage. Well, it wasn't that much. Once the celestial stage was reached, the increase rate slowed down. It couldn't be helped. There were endless light element star beasts on the planet, but they weren't strong. Emperor-level star beasts were rare. Most were at the Lord level and below. That wasn't enough to fill up his appetite. But he didn't want to go too far. Wang Tung rarely killed star beasts below the Lord level. He would let them go after making them drop some attribute bubbles. Sustainability was paramount. Wang Tung looked at the distant mainland and said, "Time to leave. All the star beasts in the sea will suffer if you don't." Round Ball was sitting on the young man's shoulder, feeling bored. That's not true. There's an overpopulation of beasts here. They would flood and proliferate all over if not dealt with properly. I'm actually doing a good deed, Wang Tung said righteously. Oh wow. I guess they have to thank you then. Round Ball was at a loss. You're welcome. Silence. Wang Tung flew straight towards the coast. He wasn't that far from the landmass. It only took him about half an hour to get there. Planet Light Velvet had a strange environment. Plants flourished, so they found a forest patch as soon as they arrived. Wang Tung stepped into the woods without any hesitation. Such a place would certainly have a large number of star beasts. There would be more attribute bubbles for him to collect. He openly floated through the place, with no intention of hiding. The most powerful star beast on the planet was at the Emperor level. It was a piece of cake for him. He flew while sizing up his surroundings at the same time. The trees were tall and massive. Even the common trees would need 5 people to encircle their trunks. Thorns and bushes were exceptionally dense, with vines as big as pythons creeping over the ground, coiling around the roots of those trees. Wang Tung asked Catalpa about the environment. Her explanation was that the lush greenery was a result of the thick light force and the pervading strong vitality. After moving 300 meters into the forest, he heard a loud roar. A giant Lord-level star beast pounced on him, ready to swallow him whole. Wang Tung raised a palm and slapped it back into the forest. Fresh blood splattered in the air. What was that? Wang Tung asked Round Ball. Too fast. I didn't see it properly. The latter shook its head. Our young hero picked up the attribute bubbles and stopped thinking about the fallen star beast. He turned and left. After flying for more than 10 minutes, he reached a deeper part of the forest and was able to feel the number of beasts increasing. He stopped and took out the seed to attract them all. It would be a hassle to hunt them one by one. Howls and roars echoed in the forest as soon as the seed appeared. After a few seconds, the ground shook and trees started trembling. Leaves fell in droves. Chapter 1388, He Must Be Pretending to be a Pig. 3. Herds of star beasts trotted over. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He released the golden crescent blade to chop all the creatures. Constellation Force, Light, *30 Constellation Force, Light, *20 blank attribute, *1200. A huge number of attribute bubbles were dropped, but their values weren't high. The total harvest was merely around 5,000 attribute points. The ground was flooded with spilled blood after 2 rounds of killing. The star beasts further away wouldn't dare approach anymore. Wang Ting had no choice but to give up. He realized that the method's efficiency had dropped to a new low, so he was basically going to discard it. He stored the seed and soared to the skies. He activated his reel eye to scan the ground below, but didn't see anything worth noticing. The young hero left the area and delved deeper into the woods. That was where the planet's core area was located. There was still some distance in between. He flew for tens of kilometers before he stopped all of a sudden. There was a commotion some distance away, along with screams of terror. Wang Tung frowned. He felt a few celestial stage and planetary stage energy fluctuations. There's more people here. He felt a little helpless. Didn't Veblen say that no one knew about the planet? Can he be trusted? That was the second group of outsiders he had met thus far. He only shook his head. It wasn't the time to think about such matters. He concealed himself and inched forward. Some distance away, a medium-sized tribe could be seen. Many wooden buildings were scattered across the area, which gave off a simple and ancient vibe. Wang Tung silently hid in the shadow of a large tree and looked down. He saw some furry and round creatures gathered in the empty areas between the buildings. They seemed frightened and anxious. A few human warriors stood in front of the furry creatures, looking down at them with arrogant expressions. They held blood-stained weapons, and a few lifeless furries lay beneath their feet. The scene was bloody and cruel. They must be the little ones from the light velvet race. Wang Tung remembered Veblen's description and could roughly guess. They're captives. Roundball's voice appeared in Wang Tung's mind. Isn't that obvious? Wang Tung replied. What do you plan to do? Are you going to save them? Let's wait and see first. While they spoke, one of the humans, a handsome man with brown hair, said, Bilbrum, hurry up. We still have many places to go to. Our leader will scold us if we're late for wasting time. She doesn't like to wait. Relax. There's a lot of good stuff in this tribe. We need to look around carefully, said a bearded man. He waved a hand and said to the other humans, Search the place, every nook and cranny. Find all the spiritual items they're hiding. Yes, those aides were only at the planetary stage, so they could only comply to the whims of the celestial stage warrior. They hurriedly entered the wooden houses and turned them upside down. 2 celestial stage warriors and 10 at the planetary stage. Wang Tung murmured to himself. They mentioned a leader just now. They're not the only ones, Roundball said. Yes. Wang Tung nodded. He moved and silently disappeared from the spot. Then, he blatantly walked into the tribe's territory. The obvious entrance immediately drew the pillagers' attention. They looked at the newcomer. Stop right there. Harriet and Bilbrum glanced at each other and pointed their weapons at the young hero when they shouted. Wang Tung ignored their shouts and kept approaching. The Black Leaf mercenary team, working right now. Take another step and you'll die. Harriet bellowed angrily. The Black Leaf mercenary team. Wang Tung was stunned. He asked, Are y'all for the Universe Mercenaries Alliance? Yes, our team is in the top 300 of the large-sized teams in the Alliance. We found this planet first, so it's now our private possession. I warn you, you should leave, Bilbrum said. The top 300? Is that very powerful? Wang Tung asked indifferently. His expression remained composed as he walked forward, not the least frightened by them. Lad, you're tempting fate. Bilbrum's gaze turned cold. He was holding a bat leaks that glittered with gold light. Wang Tung smiled and asked, What will happen if I go against you? Bilbrum, cut the crap and kill the guy, said Harriet with scorn. Bilbrum turned and asked, Why don't you do it? He's just a celestial stage warrior. You can handle it. Harriet blinked and smiled. Tisk, you're ordering me around just because you're more powerful. Bilbrum was unhappy. Why don't y'all come together? Wang Tung stopped less than 10 meters away from them, still looking at them calmly. Conceited brat. Bilbrum sneered. He stopped hesitating and stomped his feet on the ground, shooting towards Wang Tung while bringing his bat leaks down with violence. He wasn't underestimating the young man. He used his full strength from the get-go. The constellation metal force in his body erupted. He wanted to get rid of our hero with a single attack. Chapter 1389, He Must Be Pretending to Be a Pig. 4. Boom. An extremely sharp, gold-colored beam of light slashed down, aiming for Wang Tung's head. It was about to chop him in two. The young hero looked up and countered with a fist. A terrifying energy surged out. Boom! The fist swept through and shattered the golden AXS glow. Then, it went straight for the bearded man. Splat! The latter vomited a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief. His whole body was thrown back like a kite with a broken string and crashed forcefully onto the ground. Retreat! Harriet was in shock. He instantly grabbed a hold of Bilbrum and turned to flee without any hesitation. The other 10 planetary stage helpers followed suit. No one dared to linger. Their boss was running away. They didn't have the courage to face such a strong opponent on their own. "Can you even leave?" said a voice. The next second, Wang Tung appeared in front of them like a ghost and flashed them a smirk. "Who are you?" Harriet's face turned black, having no other choice but to stop. His back was drenched in cold sweat, not daring to move one bit. He felt as if having become the target of a universe behemoth. He would surely be in a lot of pain if he tried to run, just as it happened to Bilbrum, or even be killed directly. This young guy is not just a simple celestial warrior. "A passerby," Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. He shamelessly copied what the silver-haired girl had told him. The corners of both Harriet and Bilbrum's lips twitched. To hell with passing by. If he were just a passerby, he wouldn't have attacked them. "Sir, our leader is a Heaven Stage warrior, and the Black Leaf mercenary team has 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors as a whole. Can you give us some face?" Harriet said, "Are you threatening me?" Wang Tung tilted his head and asked. Harriet felt goosebumps up to his scalp when he met Wang Tung's gaze. He replied in a hurry, "No, I would never." "I think you would." "You're already threatening me," Wang Tung said. Harriet cursed in his heart. The youth was fearless, even after hearing about their mercenary group's might. He didn't show any signs of terror, making Harriet wonder if the fellow had someone powerful to rely on. "Harriet, he won't let us go. Let's fight." Bilbrum spat out a mouthful of blood and spit with a ruthless gaze. "Courageous," Wang Tung commented. Silence. The two of them felt exasperated. They exchanged glances and abruptly dashed out. "Kill! Kill! Boom!" Both executed their ultimate techniques. Harriet's long sword produced a blue glow, while Bilbrum's bat leaks released an even bigger axe glow. They hurled their attacks viciously at the young hero. "Sai, why do this?" Wang Tung shook his head. He didn't use any special skills, only an ordinary punch. Boom! Powerful strength surged out. A frightening force attack was sent from Wang Tung's arm and rushed towards his two opponents like a dragon. Both the blue sword glow and the golden axe glow shattered upon contacting the fist aura. Boom! The punch landed on his two opponents. Splat! Both of them spewed blood and turned extremely pale, as if struck by lightning. They weren't thrown back this time, but the fist aura pressed them down, making them lie on the ground in a humiliating manner. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Tung walked over confidently and squatted down to look at them. "You're not a celestial warrior. Who are you?" Harriet looked up with difficulty and stared at the young man in bewilderment. His voice was squeezed out of his throat. "You're wrong. I'm just a celestial warrior passing by." "You're the weak one," Wang Tung replied calmly. "How's that possible?" Harriet was in disbelief. He couldn't accept this. They were mercenaries from the Universe Mercenaries Alliance. They had been through all kinds of dangerous places, so how could they be weak? Still, they had completely lost to that young warrior. One fist they weren't able to counter. What strength is this? They couldn't wrap their heads around it, nor did they believe Wang Tung's words. He wasn't a celestial warrior, that was for certain. They felt that the young man's celestial aura was just pretense. He was pretending to be a pig. Yes, that's how to be it. This fellow's pretending to be a pig to get the tiger. Wang Tung didn't know what crossed their minds. No one believed him, even when he was telling the truth. What could he do? He asked, "How did you get to this planet?" You're in a lot of trouble for offending the Black Leaf mercenary team. Our leader won't let you off easily, said Bilbram, gritting his teeth, along with a hideous expression. He felt like crying out of frustration after enduring 2 punches from the young man. Who cares about your black leaf or white leaf snake? I've never heard of it, so it must be some unknown group. 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors? What can 5 of them do? Don't try to scare me, said Wang Tung, scoffing in contempt. Bilbram and Harriet were startled. Their captor was definitely someone with a powerful background. He didn't care for 5 Heaven Stage warriors. Is he a talent groomed by some powerful faction? The more they thought about it, the more it rang true. They were astounded and bitter, feeling a bit wary. Looks like you want to tell me if I don't do something, Wang Tong said. The lightning slap appeared in his hand, and he swung it above their heads. What are you going to do? They were aghast. Don't be afraid. ITLL ends soon. Wang Tung brought the lightning slap down. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. The strikes resounded in the sky, sending chills up one's spine. The other 10 planetary stage warriors turned pale when they saw this happen. They swallowed saliva uncontrollably while the urge to escape rose. However, an eerie atmosphere hung over them and froze their legs. No one dared to take a step out. Wang Tung stopped after some time. He looked at the 2 swollen heads and asked, "Feel like talking now?" Aye. Harriet's face was no longer handsome. It was disgustingly swollen. That was even worse than death for him. Bilbram stared at Wang Tung in horror. He had no courage left to retort. Answer my question. Wang Tung frowned, since they had yet to say a thing. The 2 mercenaries shuddered and spilled the beans. They found out about Planet Light Velvet in a notebook that's a few hundred years old. Looks like Veblen isn't the only one who's been here. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered, finally understanding why the mercenaries had found their way over. The leader they mentioned was the mercenary team, Head's younger sister. After learning about the planet, she was tempted by one of the team members to go there and hunt for treasure to get her brother a birthday gift. What a coincidence. They arrived right when our hero did. This means that their team head doesn't know about the planet yet, Wang Tung thought. He heaved a sigh of relief. There were 5 Heaven Stage warriors in their team. Wang Tung wasn't afraid, but it would be troublesome if the rest of the mercenary team learned about the planet's existence. Since only those few on the planet knew, he needed to hurry and register it under his name. If not, more people would fight for ownership. Of course, he had his own plans. He wasn't as selfless as Veblen. The whole planet was a treasure. He would reap great profits if developed well. That move would benefit the locals as well. Still, it would be better to ask their opinion first. He wouldn't force them if they were unwilling. He would just collect more attributes and leave afterwards. With that thought in mind, Wang Tung turned to look at the furry creatures. They felt shocked and took a few steps back while looking at Wang Tung fearfully. Don't be afraid. I'm a good person. Wang Tung's gaze landed on one of the furry creatures. He communicated with the latter by releasing wavelengths using spiritual power. Chapter 1390, The Appreciation of a Light Velvet Race, Mysterious Stone Plate. 1. You're a good man? Harriet and Bilbram thought they heard wrong. This fellow didn't look like a good person from any angle. They felt they were the good guys in comparison. The furry creatures didn't believe Wang Tung either. His ruthless behavior for moments before had left them terrified. Those furries had always lived on the planet, away from the rest of the universe, so they hadn't seen such a fierce person before. Wang Tung was speechless. Am I that scary? The natives were looking at him as if he were a devil. To think he actually saved them, and they treated him like an evil man. Who could he complain to? Fortunately, the natives knew that the latter did spare them from their plight, so they didn't label him as evil right off the bat. Furthermore, they witnessed the young human's ability, so they truly wished he was a good man. If not, they would be caught between a rock and a hard place. Hello. My name is Rong Li. I'm the chief of the Marjora tribe. Thank you for saving us. The chief was at the planetary stage and was more than 3 meters tall, with a round body. He definitely seemed scared of the young hero. He released his spiritual wavelengths with care as he offered thanks. Rong Li, the Marjora tribe. Wang Tung blinked. He nodded with a smile and said, "You're welcome. Actually, we could be considered friends already. Friends? Rong Li was stunned. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he asked, "You're members of the Light Velvet race?" "Yes." Rong Li was surprised. "You know our race's name? Are you a friend who visited our planet in the past?" "This is my first time here. However, I have a friend who's been here before. He asked me to come, so I'm familiar with your race," Wang Tung answered. "What's your friend's name?" Rong Li asked. "Veblen." Wang Tung made the revelation. Before his trip, Veblen said he would contact the planet's Grand Elder. However, this fellow of the Light Velvet race was just ahead of a medium-sized tribe, not the acquainted Grand Elder. Hence, he didn't know if Rong Li would know of the scientist. Still, he had no other choice. He needed to do something to gain their trust, or they would be unable to communicate properly. Rong Li was startled for a few seconds. Then, he exclaimed in surprise, "You're Veblen's friend?" He was using the common universal language. "You know the common universal language?" Wang Tung was surprised. "A few outsiders have descended to our planet over the years. Veblen was one of them. They left many things behind, including some knowledge. The tribe chiefs were asked to learn the common universe language to facilitate communication," Rong Li explained. "I see." Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully. "How do I address you?" Rong Li asked. "Wang Tung. You don't have to use honorifics. Just use my name." "Wang Tung? Let's see. I think Veblen mentioned your name before, but I forgot. I've seen your picture before, but all humans look the same. That's why I didn't recognize you," Rong Li said in frustration. "Wang Tung, what do you mean by we all look the same? This Light Velvet race must be face blind." Wang Ting looked at the tribe chief and felt they were the ones who looked too alike instead. If he hadn't studied about them, he wouldn't know who was who. Still, the problem was the chief was a blurry one. He didn't know how to recognize the fellow and had already forgotten his name. Could he be more reliable? Wang Ting didn't know what to say anymore. Rong Li blinked his large and cute eyes, then scratched his head as he asked embarrassedly, "Can you contact Veblen? I recognize him." Wang Tung didn't consider the tribe chief's incapability to discern his unique and handsome features. He felt helpless about the whole matter, but he could only ask Roundball to contact Veblen. Concurrently, he waved a hand and formed a protective shield around them. The ones outside couldn't see or hear what was going on inside. This was to prevent the mercenaries from overhearing, since they were still present. Wang Ting didn't want to reveal his identity that quickly. Soon after, a hologram appeared. It was Veblen. He was wearing his lab coat and was doing some experiments in his laboratory. Moira stood next to him. She seemed happy to see Wang Tung and even waved at him. Veblen glanced at Wang Tung and said, "Looks like you've reached the planet Light Velvet." "Yes." Wang Tung nodded. "Wang Tung, have you met the Light Velvet people?" Moira asked. "Yes," but Wang Tung sighed. "But what?" Moira asked curiously when she saw his expression. "It's hard to explain. I have a friend here who knows you. You can have a chat with him." Wang Tung shook his head dejectedly. Then, he pulled Rong Li over, allowing Veblen and Moira to see him. "Rong Li." Veblen laughed happily when he saw the latter. "Long time no see, Rong Li." Moira greeted him with delight, too. "Veblen, Moira, my friends. I'm so glad to see you." Veblen was also elated. His furry face was filled with happiness. They exchanged some pleasantries, and Veblen understood why the young man had contacted them. He wanted to laugh. Chapter 1391, The Appreciation of the Light Velvet Race, Mysterious Stone Plate. That was the first time Veblen had seen Wang Tung suffer a setback. He burst out laughing. "Why are you laughing? Is it funny?" Wang Tung rolled his eyes. Moira held back her mirth and consoled him. "This happened when we first met them, too. They can't tell us apart." All right, as long as they know what's happening." Wang Tung waved a hand. He wouldn't get angry because of a small affair like that. "Wang Tung, don't forget what you promised me," Veblen reminded him. "This isn't my problem. There are other visitors aside from me. The whole tribe would have been massacred if I hadn't shown up in time," Wang Tung replied. "What?" Veblen was astounded. He asked seriously, "What happened?" Wang Tung quickly explained. Veblen looked grim after learning of the situation. He sighed and said, "I should have guessed. If I could enter the planet accidentally, others could get there too." "What do we do?" Mora asked anxiously. Ronli, what are your thoughts? Those people are there with evil intentions, Veblen said. I need to report this to the Grand Elder, Ronli replied. Of course. You should inform him. Veblen nodded. Discuss this among yourselves first. Contact me directly if you need any help. Thank you, my friend, Ronli said, feeling grateful. Veblen hesitated. In the end, Mora opened her mouth and asked, Wang Tung, the light velvet race is not strong. Can you help them? I wouldn't have taken action otherwise, just sitting back and watching, Wang Tung said. Naturally, he wouldn't tell them about his own plans. He could help them, but in exchange for some benefits. Thank you, Veblen said. Wang Tung nodded and hung up. Let me inform the rest. They must be worried. Ronli hurriedly walked away after he confirmed Wang Tung's identity. The latter waved a hand and removed the protective shield. Ronli went to see his clansmen and spoke in their language. The other furries were overjoyed. Harriet and the others didn't know what was being said, yet they could tell that Wang Tung had managed to gain the natives' trust. They were flabbergasted. How'd he do it? They too had tried to communicate with the natives before, yet failed. That was why they killed a few to make a statement. To them, killing was a basic move. Hence, they found it absurd that the ruthless youth was properly talking with the furry people. The natives weren't afraid of the youngster anymore. Wang Tung saved their tribe, transmuting the previous fear into respect. The young hero glanced at the natives, wishing he could go and stroke their fur. It had a silky, smooth look. Ronli invited the young human into a house and expressed his thanks a second time. Wang Tung, my friend, thank you for helping us. Our tribe would have been destroyed if you hadn't stopped them. He remembered the previous crisis and sighed. He was worried. Chief Ronli, don't worry. They won't be able to hurt you while I am around, Wang Tung replied calmly. Thank you. You're powerful. We're lucky to have you, Ronli said gratefully. I'm friends with Sir Veblen, and he's your good friend as well. That makes you my friend, too. Friends should help each other, said Wang Tung, exploiting their connection. Everyone's friend was his friend. Chief Ronli felt touched. You're indeed Veblen's friend. You're a good person. The light velvet people seem to be naive in nature. Wang Tung pondered. Just then, a light velvet person ran over and spoke to Ronli. What is it? Wang Tung asked when he noticed their gloomy expressions. They were speaking in their native language, so he was still clueless. A few of our clansmen are seriously injured. I need to take a look. Ronli felt agitated. Let me go with you and see if I can help, Wang Tung said. All right. Ronli didn't reject the offer. They walked out of the house and headed to a wooden house in the back. 3 light velvet people were lying inside. Their breaths were weak, all 3 on the brink of death. Other natives were pacing around them with worried expressions. Ronli and Wang Tung entered the house. Chief, please save Rongjia. The light velvet races spoke one after another after Ronli arrived. Don't worry. Let me try. Ronli comforted them and walked over to see the injured. He placed his furry palm on their wounds, and a white glow lit up his hand. A thick amount of light force was sent into their bodies. That's a light force treatment. Wang Tung was surprised. He possessed a light force treatment skill. That was why he was familiar with it. Light force treatments were uncommon. He never expected to find another one in that place. Chapter 1392, The Appreciation of a Light Velvet Race, Mysterious Stone Plate. 3. While the treatment was in progress, a few attribute bubbles fell from Ronli's palm. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He released his spiritual power and picked them up. Light Essence Palm * 100 Light Essence Palm * 120 Light Essence Palm * 120 attribute bubbles kept coming while Ronli was executing his Light Essence Palm to save his clansmen. Wang Tung picked them up in silence. The information about the palm technique appeared in his mind, and his grasp on the skill rose quickly. Light Essence Palm, 250/3000, well-versed. Wang Tung picked up 1250 attribute points in total. The palm technique thus jumped to the well-versed stage in a flash. At the same time, he was delighted to realize that the technique didn't have a limiting cap. The power of the skill would depend on the user's ability. The stronger the executor, the better the effects of the palm move. This skill is hard to come by. The light velvet people weren't strong. How did they grasp a treatment skill that had such great potential? Wang Tung felt puzzled. Suddenly, Ronli staggered and fell sideways. Wang Tung hurriedly propped him up. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I overused my light force." Ronli shook his head and looked at the injured trio. There was grief in his eyes as he said, "I can't save them with my ability. Their injuries are too serious." "What? Not even our chief can help them?" The other furry people felt disappointed when they heard Ronli's reply. A few of them were filled with sorrow, eyes starting to well up. Tears dripped down from the corner of their eyes, which then turned into spots of light, dissipating in the air before they touched the ground. Wang Tung was surprised. "Sigh." Ronli sighed, helpless. "Let me try," Wang Tung said. "You?" Ronli stared at Wang Tung in astonishment. He hesitated and said, "Their injuries are heavy. How are you going to treat them?" "I forgot to tell you that I'm a light element martial warrior." Wang Tung smiled and released a ball of thick constellation light force on his palm. Ronli widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't expect the human to actually be a light element warrior. The other natives had similar reactions. Light element practitioners were extremely rare. That was their first time seeing one. "The constellation light force is so pure," Ronli exclaimed. Wang Tung smiled. He possessed the light physique, which wasn't an ordinary light talent. That was a top-notch physique of the light element. The constellation light force he absorbed and refined in his body would become pure. "Is your light force at the celestial stage?" Ronli asked hopefully. "Yes," Wang Tung replied. "That's great." Ronli was shocked, as well as delighted. Not only is our human friend powerful, his light force is also at the celestial stage. He's more powerful than me. He knew of the different martial warrior stages in the universe, so he knew the difference between the planetary stage and the celestial stage. If Wang Tung could help them, the three injured would have been spared. However, his expression changed soon after. "But you don't have a light force treatment skill. I saw you execute your healing skill with light force, and I learned it. I hope you don't mind," Wang Tung said. "What?" Ronli thought he heard wrong. "Are you saying you learned the light essence palm?" "The light essence palm? Is it your light force skill?" "If that is the case, then yes," Wang Tung replied. "I learned it at a glance." Round Ball sympathized with Ronli when overhearing the conversation. Wang Tung was putting on an act again. That furry fellow didn't know a thing and was still obediently acting as Wang Tung's tool. "You learned it after a simple glance?" Ronli was shocked. He hesitated before asking again. "You're not joking, are you?" Wang Tung didn't waste time, immediately changing the conversion of constellation light force on his palm. He used the light force conversion, and a dense white glow enveloped his hands. They looked like a pair of shining crystal hands, holy and divine. "This," Ronli stared at him wide-eyed again. He looked a little funny with that look of disbelief on his furry face. "Saving them is more important," Wang Tung said. "All right, saving a life is more important." Ronli regained his composure and hurriedly moved aside for Wang Tung to pass. Wang Tung smiled and shook his head. He felt that the light velvet people were indeed naive. Others would have been furious had they known he was secretly learning their skills. However, that native was astounded, not at all angry for the moment. Actually, Wang Tung was probing him as well. He wanted to see if the light velvet people were indeed innocent. If they weren't as innocent as they seemed, he would have to consider carefully about cooperating in the future. Wang Tung approached the injured trio and placed his hands on one of their abdomens. There was a sword wound that almost chopped one of the furries in two. It was a serious injury. However, the wound healed quickly as he executed the light essence palm. The person who injured them was a mere celestial warrior. Wang Tung's light essence palm was more than enough to heal them. Chapter 1393, The Appreciation of the Light Velvet Race, Mysterious Stone Plate. For, soon, the injured native's breathing was stabilized. They had been saved. Ronli was full of smiles. However, he didn't move, not daring to disturb Wang Tung's work as he treated the other two injured. The latter's constellation life force was only at the second level of the celestial stage, but it was pure, giving him a great advantage when executing the light essence palm. The effects were a few times better than those of Rongli. If he raised his palm's proficiency to the small achievement or the big achievement stage, the effects would be even better. Sigh. He let out a long sigh as he felt the small amount of constellation light force remaining in his bodily reserves. His smile was bitter. The force he had was pure, but he still exhausted most of it to save those three. Rongli could no longer hide his happiness once the three natives were out of the woods. He ran towards the young hero, excitedly giving the latter a bear hug. The soft sensation made Wang Tung feel that he had sunk into a large sofa. The light velvet people are great cushions. The thought popped up in Wang Tung's mind without him thinking about it. Wang Tung, thank you. Thank you so much. Rongli was truly grateful. You're welcome. No big thing. Please let me go first. I can't breathe, Wang Tung said. Hi, I'm too excited. Rongli scratched his head in embarrassment. They are really innocent, Wang Tung thought. Rongli was a chief, but still acted like a child. Let's leave so that they can have some rest, Wang Tung said. Right, let's go to my place. You helped us twice, so I must thank you properly. Rongli pulled Wang Tung to leave. Wang Tung left the room amid the natives' grateful eyes. Then, the furries gathered around the formerly injured trio and stared at their completely healed wounds in astonishment. To them, the young human was a powerful warrior they admired and a friend they respected. Rongli's lodging was in the middle of the tribe. It was a huge wooden house. Their wooden housing was unique, very close to nature, blending in with the surrounding bushes and trees. Wang Tung entered the house with Rongli and went to a beautiful room. It was a different world altogether. The place was cozy and comfortable like a giant grass nest. All kinds of strange plants and flowers flourished inside. The fragrance was intense. Wait a moment. Let me take something, Rongli said. He went to the back of the house. The young hero shook his head and sized up his surroundings. This house is interesting. The light velvet people were indeed different from the other different races. He blinked and a smile was formed with one edge of his lips. Looks like my efforts weren't done in vain. Rongli's attitude had obviously changed. Were it in the past, he wouldn't have taken him to see his house. The first wooden house they went to was just a simple construction. It was used to receive guests. That was Rongli's house. Only people close to him had the chance to visit it. Helping them 2 times would strengthen the relationship. While in deep thought, Rongli walked out with a stone plate in hand. He approached Wang Tung and placed it on the table, as if presenting a treasure to him. Quick, have a look, Rongli said in a mysterious tone. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows and stared at the stone plate in surprise. It was an ancient stone plate. He could feel the history it had when Rongli placed it on the table. Wang Tung squinted a bit and carefully observed the item. There were many complex and occult ancient runes carved on the stone plate. At a glance, they seemed to be squirming as if alive. However, they remained still when he looked again. It was just an illusion. This stone plate, Wang Tung was bewildered. What do you think? Do you like my present? Rongli chuckled. It has light runes on it. Wang Tung observed the stone plate before replying. That's right. You're a light element warrior. These light runes should be able to help you, Rongli replied. Once we reach the planetary stage, we will earn the right to observe the stone plate. Everyone's understanding is different. That'll depend on yourself. Chapter 1394, Another Divine Level Legacy. The Elemental Light Divine Scripture. 1. Wang Tung blinked and asked, Are you really letting me have a look at this precious thing? Rongli gave him a rare, angry face. He glared at the young man and said, Friend, are you looking down on me? Wang Tung didn't expect such a big reaction. He was a little stunned, yet he rushed to reply, Please don't misunderstand. Since we're friends, I don't want to take advantage of you. This stone plate must be something important. How can you let an outsider like me observe it? Rongli's expression softened a little after that reasoning. He was glad that Wang Tung acknowledged their friendship. This stone plate is important to us, but it's not as important as you saving our lives. I would have chosen another way to thank you if you weren't a light element warrior. However, you coincidentally are one. That's why I think the stone plate might offer you great help. Wang Tong saw genuine sincerity in Rong Li's eyes. This time, he was honestly touched. The light velvet race was naive and cute. But you have to return it after you finish observing, Rong Li added. The young man, aren't you worried about me not honoring the agreement? You're stronger than me. I can't stop you if you want to take it away, Rong Li replied. At times, the young human, if the furry people were truly naive or they were faking it. That was a really good reply. It suddenly dawned on him that this might be a way for Rong Li to strengthen their relationship. Wang Tong saved them. It was a one-sided matter. Now that Rong Li offered him the stone plate, they would have some real interaction that would make them closer. He'll accept it then, said Wang Tong, and turned to look at the stone plate. He focused all his attention on the object. Rong Li smiled. He silently vacated the room, leaving the house to the young man without any worry. He went around the tribe grounds and issued orders to his people to make some preparations. Both he and the human would leave to meet the Grand Elder after the stone plate studying was done. Outsiders have landed on their planet with ill intentions. Their calm lives were finally disrupted. Actually, the Grand Elder had long expected the day. That was why he asked them to learn the common universal language so they could handle any great changes. Fortunately, they had powerful friends. Wang Ting knew that the tribe chief had left, but he didn't care. His gaze was fixated on the stone plate. Being a rune master, he was familiar with symbols. However, light element runes were uncommon, so he needed some time to grasp them. His heaven realm enlightenment was put to good use. All kinds of ideas appeared in his mind. The light physique was activated, dousing him in white light, making him look holy and divine like a son of light. Unfortunately, no one saw it. The runes on the plaque gave off a dazzling glow, as if they were alive. They started moving and leaping, forming letters of an ancient alphabet. The runes themselves were the carriers of heaven and earth, and could be used to form arrays or record legacies and enlightenment. Some people say that runes were part of an ancient language. Wang Ting closed his eyes. Using spiritual power, he channeled a small amount of light origin to form different runes in his mind, an exact replica of the ones carved on the stone object. Even their aura felt the same. Time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later. Wang Ting opened his eyes abruptly. There was white light flickering in his eyes. Occult runes flashed and disappeared in the depths of his gaze. The elemental light, divine scripture. Wang Tong let out a soft sigh. He seemed flabbergasted as he blurted out those 5 words. He had just learned a scripture from the stone plate. It was of divine level, a light element scripture of divine rank. Yes, it was the real article. Wang Tong didn't expect to find one within the stone plate, any warrior's long-sought dream. It was unbelievable. The scripture was on par with the Godslayer sword scripture. Martial warriors could use it to cultivate and reach the realm of the gods, which was a realm without any limits. It was an unparalleled scripture. Even the eternal stage warriors would rush over to snatch it if they knew about it. There would be a huge uproar if this happened. Blood and lives would be lost because of it. Its influence was terrifying. Wang Ting took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Great. Fortunately, the light velvet race had yet to learn the scripture in its entirety, or the result would be devastating. Given their ability, they wouldn't be able to protect that treasure. The light velvet people had merely grasped a portion of the scripture. For instance, the light essence palm was a light-based treatment skill recorded within the stone's compendium. However, the stone recordings were actually incomplete, too. He looked at the plaque again. If he wasn't mistaken, there was more than one stone plate. He properly set the item back on the table. He felt troubled. Rong Li probably didn't know how precious that thing was. He walked out and went to find the tribe leader. Why are you here? Rong Li was a little confused. I'm done, Wang Tong replied. Chapter 1395, Another Divine Level Legacy. The Elemental Light, Divine Scripture. Too done. Rong Li was stunned. Among the light velvet kind, the shortest time taken to study the stone plate was 3 days. That was the shortest time recorded in history. This made the tribe leader think that Wang Tung had trouble comprehending the stone and came out for some reason. After all, the human had barely been there for 3 hours. But the latter had just said that he finished studying the thing. Ronli thought he had misheard. Yes. Wang Tung nodded, admitting readily. Ronli took a long time to digest the information. He asked with a tinge of hope, "So, what did you understand?" "A light element scripture," Wang Tung said in a meaningful tone. Gasp! Ronli was in shock. His eyes were wide open. All the furry kindred who studied the stone plate had comprehended different things. Some of them learned about the power of light. Others gained a skill, such as their light essence palm. Only a small portion had managed to grasp the scripture. The scripture was their cultivation source. That was their foundation. Wang Tung only used 3 hours to grasp the scripture. Ronli didn't know how to describe the young man's talent. "If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation method comes from the stone plate," Wang Tung said. Yes. Ronli didn't bother hiding anymore, nodding fervently. "Veblen said that your cultivation method is very special and can only reach the planetary stage with it. I think I have a solution for this," Wang Tung continued. "What?" Ronli was startled. "You can solve this problem? You don't believe me?" Wang Tung gave the latter an ambiguous smile. No, I believe you. I definitely believe you." Ronli's heart skipped a beat when he saw the young hero's expression. He continued in a hurry. "Please help us. This issue has perplexed us for a long time. Please. Don't worry." I agreed with Veblen that I would lend a hand even before I made the trip. "I now have a direction," Wang Tung said. "That's great. Veblen and you are good people. Both of you are true benefactors of our light velvet race." Ronli was moved to tears. He almost gave the young man another bear hug, but the latter was quick to dodge. Hugging a light velvet race was comfortable, but he didn't want to be suffocated again. He wouldn't mind if the other party was a voluptuous beauty, though. As for Ronli, it was all right. "I still have a question for you," Wang Tung said. "You can ask me anything." Ronli scratched his head. "There's more than one stone plate, right?" "Yes, there are 18 stone plates scattered across the 18 tribes. Each community has one, and the Grand Elder has the biggest of them all," Ronli said. "I need to see all of them," Wang Tung revealed his request. Ronli patted his chest and promised, "No problem. I will inform them to take their stone plates to the Grand Elder. They won't decline." That was simple. Wang Tung was surprised. He thought that the plates were extremely important to the locals. Ronli had offered it to him because he saved the tribe. However, it seemed as if the other tribes were just as lax. He would have the chance to see all of them whenever he wished. "We wouldn't show them to others, but you are the benefactor of our tribe, and you want to help us solve our cultivation problems." No one would object, Ronli explained. "All right, you can give it a try first. If it doesn't work, you'll talk to your Grand Elder," Wang Tung replied. Ronli felt that the human was overthinking, but chose not to say more. He walked to the side and cooed. Wang Tung felt puzzled. What was he doing? As he pondered the question, a few birds flew over from a place in the forest, landing on the tribe chief's palm. The latter took out some wheat to feed the birds and cooed a few more times. Then he raised that hand, and the birds flew away in different directions. "Is this how you communicate?" Wang Tung turned and asked curiously. Ronli nodded. "Yes, they are wind signal birds, so fast that no star bees can overtake them. That is why we use them to relay information between tribes. Let's go see the Grand Elder. Time is tight." Wang Tung didn't probe further. "All right, we can leave at any time. I've made preparations." Ronli took the young man to an empty space in the tribe grounds. There were a few tamed star beasts waiting there, similar to personal mounts. "Are we sitting on those?" Wang Tung sized up the star beasts. They looked like rhinoceros. Their limbs were thick and muscular, and were probably good at running. However, their stages were low, so they couldn't be that fast. "All right, these earth rhinoceros are the fastest star beasts on our planet. Their stamina is good too, and they're skilled at passing through the forest. We'll be able to get there by nighttime if we use them," Ronli proudly boasted. Wang Tung hesitated, but still chose to suggest, "Why don't we take my spacecraft? We can get there in half an hour." Chapter 1396, Another divine level legacy. The elemental light divine scripture. 3. Ronly was stunned. He asked, "Didn't Veblen tell you that ships aren't suitable for traveling within the planet?" It was Wang Tung's turn to be stunned. Why aren't they suitable for flying within a planet? How big did he think the ships were? Bigger than a planet? But, after some careful thought, he understood Veblen's intention. The light velvet people had yet to see much of the outside world, so they probably boasted about their mounts when they met Veblen. The latter couldn't bear to make them feel bad, so he lied. However, it was an emergency. There were other outsiders capturing light velvet people on the planet. Wang Tung couldn't be as sensitive, so he went and took out his ship. It hovered right above them. A spacecraft big enough to cover the entire Marjora tribe appeared just above them, blocking all sunlight to cast a massive shadow on the ground. It looked frightening. The light velvet people below were awestruck. What is that metallic monster? Why did it suddenly appear? Is that your universe spacecraft? Ronly looked up and stuttered. That's right. Wang Tung smiled. What do you think? Is it okay? Are all your ships this big? Ronly swallowed his saliva. He felt a little sad. He finally understood the gap between them and the powerful civilizations in the universe. The ship alone was enough to destroy their kind. This is considered small. It's just my mode of transportation. I have another one I use for longer distances through the universe, Wang Tung replied. Indeed, that was a normal heaven-level spacecraft. It couldn't be compared to the Flaming River in terms of size. The furry locals would be much more surprised had he taken out the bigger vessel. A universe-level ship was humongous, no matter where it went. Ronly, this is small. Please forgive me for being ignorant. Ronly couldn't imagine a bigger spacecraft. How big would that be? Let's go. Wang Tung ignored Ronly's pondering and flew up to board the ship. Ronly regained his composure and hurriedly asked the remaining light velvet people to also get on board. There was no need to ride the rhinoceros. Wang Tung's spacecraft was much faster. Furthermore, that would be the very first time boarding a universe spacecraft. They were curious and wanted to experience it. Boom! The engine roared as they flew towards the depths of the forest. Inside the ship, Ronly examined the ship's interior. This was their first experience, so everyone was extremely curious. Wang Tung ignored this. He looked at Harriet and the other mercenaries instead, while sitting inside the control room. "Where's your leader?" he asked calmly. Harriet and Bilbrum were flabbergasted by the ship. A heaven-level spacecraft. This mysterious youth has a heaven-level spacecraft. Mind you, the head of the Black Leaf mercenary team had spent a large amount of UC to purchase one of similar rank. The other 5 Heaven Stage warriors were using Cosmos-level ships. Their leader could use the Universe-level spacecraft, since she was the team head's younger sister. Wang Tung was now even more mysterious in their eyes, and their fear towards him grew. They quickly replied, "Our leader went to the area where the light force is densest. That should be the most important place on this planet." She went there. Wang Tung blinked. Before landing on the planet, he had asked Roundball to do some scanning, so he knew the region they were talking about. They were heading to that place at the moment. That was the place where the Grand Elder's tribe was. Ronly was shocked when he overheard. He ran over anxiously and said, "That's where the Grand Elder lives." "Don't worry," Wang Tung consoled the fellow. "They came here for treasure. They won't hurt the Elder if they want to get the good stuff." Ronly ignored the placating words and asked in agitation, "Wang Tung, can we move faster?" "I'll try my best to increase the speed," Wang Tung replied. "Thank you," Ronly said. Harriet and Bilbrum glanced at each other worriedly. This youth was mysterious and was much stronger than them. They wondered if their leader was his match. Even if she could beat him, he might be someone they shouldn't offend. However, they were prisoners now, so there was nothing they could do. They could only wait. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, a towering mountain with a peak lost in the clouds appeared on the spacecraft's panoramic simulation. "Wang Tung, we need to stop here. If not, we'll alert the presence above Mount Saint," Ronly suddenly said. The presence above Mount Saint. The young hero remembered the scene he observed when he was still in outer space. "What's that?" Ronly thought for a while, but didn't know how to explain. He scratched his head. It's a long story. The Grand Elder will tell you more when you see him. I can't explain clearly. Chapter 1397. Another divine level legacy. The elemental light divine scripture. 4. Wang Tung was speechless. This chieftain is seriously cute and naive. He stored his spacecraft and flew to Mount Saint with Rong Li and the others. The tribe chief was a planetary stage warrior, so he could fly. The latter's flying method was quite special. Arms extended, his fur expanded, making him look like a kite. There was still some distance to their final destination, but they traveled quickly. Soon after, they reached the foot of the mountain. Plants flourished in the area. There were strange and unique flowers growing all around. Light force was extremely dense. There were many wooden houses within the forest. The stream flowed through the bushes and small-sized star beasts roamed around the area. Wings of butterflies shimmered with white light. Rabbits had a holy glow, and many birds chirped nonstop. Their voices created a natural symphony. The place seemed like heaven. Grand Elder! Grand Elder! Rong started shouting the instant he landed. He was extremely worried about his senior. The light velvet people rushed out of their homes, startled. Rong Li from the Marjora tribe. Why is he here? Rong Li was immediately recognized. They started discussing amongst themselves. An old furry fellow walked out of his house with the help of 2 juniors. He sounded a little frustrated as he said, Rong Li, why are you here? Why do you look so anxious? Gasp. Rong Li was stunned after noticing that the elder was uninjured. He widened his eyes in astonishment and asked, Grand Elder, are you all right? The old leader leaned against his staff and asked angrily, What could ever happen to me? I thought something bad had happened. Some outsiders invaded our tribe and said that their leader came here to find you. That's why I rushed over. Rong Li scratched his head. Your tribe was also attacked. The Grand Elder raised his eyebrows. Someone came here, but they offended the powers in Mount Saint and were captured by the Guardians. That's good. Rong Li was relieved. Just then, Wang Tung flew over in light-hearted fashion. He wasn't in a hurry as he had surveyed the situation using his real eye. There were no force fluctuations from outsiders, nor the stench of blood. This meant that nothing had happened. He walked closer and sized up the local Grand Leader. Seeing is believing. The fellow was very old. His beard and eyebrows were touching the ground. Wang Tung couldn't help but use his real eye on the latter and frowned out of reflex. He realized that the old man's vitality had almost been exhausted. He was like a candle flickering in the wind, at risk of being extinguished at any moment. Strangely enough, his life was being maintained in that half-dead stage. Something was keeping him alive. He had reached the limit of the planetary stage lifespan, but he was still going strong. The Grand Elder saw Wang Tung and asked, This is? Rong Li introduced, Grand Elder, this is Veblin's friend, Wang Tung. Veblen told us about him when he contacted us the previous time. Have you forgotten? You're Veblin's friend. I've been waiting for you. Wait, let me confirm. The Grand Elder was elated. He took out a photo and compared it to Wang Tung. It is you. You humans look the same, so I can't tell you apart. Please forgive me. Wang Tung. Rong Li wasn't the only face blind of the bunch. Grand Elder, nice to meet you. Wang Tung still bowed to show respect. Haha. The Grand Elder was happy. You're welcome. Come to my place. Let's have a chat. This Grand Elder is friendly. Wang Tung, though. Both him and Rong Li followed the Grand Elder and walked toward a normal-sized wooden house. Right when they arrived, a figure walked out of the place. It's her. Wang Tung stopped in his tracks and squinted. He was surprised. That was the silver-haired girl who fought with him. He didn't notice her presence when he was inspecting the area. Still, it was understandable. She had a high-level concealing skill. It's you. The young girl was similarly shocked. Why are you here? Both asked each other in unplanned unison. Chapter 1398. The Unforeseen Misfortune of Mount Saint, the Holy Light Tree. 1. Neither Wang Tung nor the silver-haired girl expected to meet there. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Looks like you've already met. The Grand Elder looked at them and smiled. Not only do we know each other, we've even fought before, Wang Tung replied indifferently. You're just someone who lost to me." The silver-haired young girl smiled proudly. Wang Tong shook his head, but didn't bother to refute. He remained calm and indifferent. He looked like an adult standing in front of an immature and troublesome brat, deciding to give in to a tantrum of hers. As expected, the silver-haired young girl got furious. "What's with that expression?" Wang Tong ignored her and turned to ask the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, do you know her? This young lady is of unknown origin. Why is she here?" He was filled with questions. "Feria is my old friend's granddaughter. Whenever they find a suitable person, their race will send him or her to our planet, so they can train every once in a while," the Grand Elder explained. "Feria." Wang Tong repeated the other party's name and asked their race. "You'll have to ask her." The Grand Elder smiled. "Are you trying to find out my origin?" Feria crossed her arms and defiantly tried to look down on the young hero. "You're only 5 meters. That gaze doesn't work with your height," Wang Tong said. The silver-haired girl, she glared at Wang Tong and shouted in her sweet voice, "Want to fight? Sure, we can finish the fight we started back then." Wang Tong hooked his fingers. They were ready to duke it out. All right. Both of you are friends of my people. Why don't you give me some face and bury the hatchet?" The Grand Elder laughed as he stared at the two young ones fighting. "Humph. I won't bicker with you since the Grand Elder said so." Feria snorted and looked away. Wang Ting also gave up. He wouldn't fight when visiting the Light Velvet people. Honestly, the girl had a fair amount of goodies. He wanted to use the fight as an excuse to get more tributes. However, the situation didn't allow him to. The Grand Elder took the rivals and Rong Li into the wooden house. The decoration of this wooden house was even more exaggerated than Rong Li's. Light element spiritual herbs were piled all over. They grew there naturally. Nothing was plucked and replanted. Light force floated densely inside the house, which felt exceptionally comfortable. The place was outrageous. The plants and flowers in the room made it look like a garden. Wang Tong had to admit that the furries knew how to enjoy themselves. He glanced around and found that some herbs were a bit familiar. All of those stalks were good stuff. "Wang Tong, looks like they caught your eye. I can give you some when you leave," the Grand Elder said generously. "That's awfully kind of you." Wang Ting didn't feel awkward, even though his thoughts were exposed. He smiled and continued, "I can't turn down your generous offer, so I can only accept graciously." The Grand Elder, Ronli, Feria, she had never met such a shameless person. She couldn't help but jab at him. "You're quite thick-skinned." She looked at Wang Tong with contempt. There were numerous high-quality creatures of the light element in her house. This country bumpkin from who knows where is shallow and ignorant. He thinks that anything is good and even wants all of it for free. What a good-for-nothing. Wang Ting didn't mind. He just replied with a smile, "Having thick skin is good. I can endure a beating." The girl was pampered. She couldn't understand other people's troubles since she had never been in a similar situation. This young girl needs a beating. Rong Li and the Grand Elder ignored the two youngsters. The chieftain started talking about the incident they faced back in the tribe. The Grand Elder turned to glance at the human hero when he heard that the latter had saved the Marjora tribe. However, Wang Tong was still arguing with Feria, so he didn't see this. "Grand Elder, I've shown my stone plate to Wang Tong. He said he may have found a way to solve our cultivation problem," Rong Li whispered. "Really?" The Grand Elder was enlivened. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed onto Rong Li's arm. "That's what he said." Rong Li chuckled because he knew that the Grand Elder would be excited by that piece of news. He felt it was all thanks to him. Had he not decided to show the stone plate to their benefactor, the issue with their cultivation wouldn't have been discovered. "You'll be the hero of our race if the limit in our cultivation can be solved," said the elder and patted Rong Li's head. The girl overheard and asked while pointing at her rival, "Grand Elder, did you just say that this fellow can fix your cultivation problem?" The Grand Elder didn't offer a reply and merely looked at Wang Tong instead. "He'll need to see all the stone plates first." Wang Tong wasn't making any promises. Actually, he became confident about offering a solution when he attained the elemental light divine scripture. However, he didn't say it right out. The fewer people knew about the elemental light divine scripture, the better. Even an eternal stage warrior would keep their divine level scripture hidden, let alone a celestial warrior like him. Chapter 1399, The Unforeseen Misfortune of Mount Saint, the Holy Light Tree. 2. Any leaks about the scripture would cause endless troubles. Impossible. Not even my grandfather can solve this. How is it that you can? Feria wasn't convinced. Who's your grandfather? Wang Ting asked angrily. Why can't others do what he can't? What a joke. If ladies can bear children, does that mean your grandfather can do it too? Outrageous. Feria was furious. She scoffed and said, How dare you speak about my grandfather like this? You'd be scared to death if I told you who my grandfather is. Tell me then. Go ahead and scare me. I'm not stopping you. Wang Tung replied nonchalantly. Feria almost burst in anger. This bastard is infuriating. His face looks irritating. She wished she could chop the bastard to death. Don't get angry. You shouldn't pant too heavily. Your chest isn't big anyway, said Wang Tung while looking at the girl's bosom. Anger shot out of Feria's eyes. Indeed, you're still children. The Grand Elder laughed. Feria took a few deep breaths to calm down. She recovered her wit. Grand Elder, don't believe him. He just wants to see the stone plates. Wang Tung is a friend of my light velvet race. Even if he can't do it, it's all right to show him the stone plates, said the Grand Elder replied. We've kept these plates for a long time, gaining all we could. We can't force something to be ours if it's not meant to be. Both of you can use the light element. Looking at them will benefit you. Wang Tung stared at the Grand Elder in surprise. As expected of a long-lived person, he didn't treat the plates like treasures and spoke about them in a casual manner. But if they learned that there was a divine-level scripture hidden in the stone plates, what would they think? Wang Tung felt that there was very likely something wrong with the light velvet people. That was why they couldn't grasp the scripture. If not, after so many years had passed, they should have understood everything there was in the plates. Let's look at them together after the other chiefs come with their own plates, the Grand Elder said. Feria thought she was the only one who could enjoy that privilege, but it turned out that Wang Tung was also included. She felt unhappy and wanted to say something. However, her drive dwindled and stayed quiet when she saw the Grand Elder's expression. The stone plates weren't his. They belonged to the light velvet race. She could snatch them, but that would end the friendship between them and her own race. Her grandfather would never forgive her. She had wondered about it in the past, so she went to question her grandfather. Based on their ability, they could easily grab the stone plates. Why not do it? Her grandfather replied to her in a meaningful tone. Feria, the universe has its own inner workings. Everything has its place and function. You need to understand fate if you want to walk further. Seizing by force will make you lose everything. Feria felt that his grandfather was too zen. Still, he was a formidable warrior. The strongest were always right. Nothing wrong with that. Wang Ting didn't know the complex thoughts in Feria's mind. He just felt relieved since he would have a chance to study the stone plates. Then he asked, Grand Elder, I heard that the human warriors were captured by some guardians and climbed Mount Saint. What do those guardians have to do with Mount Saint? Feria glanced at Wang Tung curiously. Then, she shifted her gaze to the Grand Elder. The latter kept silent for a moment. Then, he got up and said, Follow me outside. Wang Tung exchanged glances with Feria. The latter snorted and looked away, as she couldn't bear his sight another moment. Wang Tung didn't mind. He smiled and followed the Grand Elder. They reached a spot where they could see the huge mountain. Look, this is our Mount Saint, the sacred ground of the light velvet race, said the old fellow while pointing at the huge mountain. Then he paused as if recollecting. Is there something special about this mountain? Wang Tung asked. There's a sacred tree growing there. That's the totem we've enshrined and worshipped for generations. We call it the Holy Light Tree. It bears one fruit every century. Eating the fruit would endow the person with an ability exceeding the planetary stage. The Grand Elder paused for a second before he added, and eternal life. The Holy Light Tree. Wang Tung wondered, is that the tree of light the clam spirit mentioned? He was astounded. The fruits from that tree could give people power and eternal life. The effect was similar to the legendary tree of light. It was said that the light dew condensation on the tree could heal both injuries and illnesses. It could also elongate a person's life. Is that the real tree of light? What? You can gain eternal life. Feria was flabbergasted. An ordinary spiritual plant couldn't be compared to this. Anything that could extend life was extremely rare in the universe. To think that there's a spiritual tree able to bestow eternal life here. Chapter 1400. The Unforeseen Misfortune of Mount Saint, the Holy Light Tree. 3. Child, having an eternal life is not a good thing. The Grand Elder smiled. If your life is longer, you can walk further on the martial arts path. What's wrong about that? Feria didn't understand what the elder meant. If I'm guessing correctly, there are some disadvantages when you eat the fruits of the Holy Light Tree, right? Wang Tung said calmly. The Grand Elder glanced at the human in astonishment. The boy and Feria were around the same age. The latter acted like a girl should. On the other hand, Wang Tung would occasionally act like one, but he gave off a sense of maturity in both his behavior and speech that didn't match his age. Feria looked at Wang Tung and blinked. You're right. The fruits from the Holy Light Tree can indeed lengthen your life, but it will sap your talent. The planetary stage ability is just external. The person will never be able to surpass the planetary stage, the Grand Elder explained. Feria's expression changed instantly. She preferred to pass on the chance to extend her life. To her, talent was extremely important. Her martial arts path would be cut without talent. She would rather die. Wang Ting contemplated for a moment and said, I feel that the fruits of that tree carry a poison of sorts. You can say that. The Grand Elder gave him a bitter smile. It siphoned away talent, so it could very well be considered a kind of poison. Grand Elder, I got a seed. Can you take a look and see what they are? Wang Tung took out his seed and passed it to the Grand Elder. Feria's face turned black when she saw the item. She thought it was something good since Wang Tung was attracting star beasts with it. That is why she snatched it from him, only to realize that there wasn't anything special. It had no other uses aside from attracting star beasts. This is the Grand Elder frowned. He was stunned. This is similar to the fruits of the Holy Light Tree. However, there is less energy inside. Indeed, Wang Tung thought. Where did you get this? The Grand Elder asked seriously. Some star beast had them. After activating the seed, they're able to release Emperor-level power, Wang Tung said. Its effect is similar to that of the Holy Light Tree fruits, the Grand Elder said. That's right. Wang Tung nodded. He pondered for some time before asking, Did you see anything strange after eating the fruits? Strange things? The Grand Elder glanced at Wang Tung weirdly and shook his head. No. Feria couldn't control herself anymore and asked, Hey, do you know something? She felt like an idiot. The boy knew everything while she knew nothing. It was infuriating. What does it have to do with you? Wang Tung glanced at her. You. Feria was so angry she didn't know what to say. She could only glare at him. Don't get angry. It's not worth it, Wang Tung said. After all, we're not close. Feria, Wang Tung continued. All right, don't interrupt when I'm speaking next time. Where are your manners? Feria, he did it on purpose. This bastard's doing it on purpose. He's taking revenge because I snatched his seed. Wang Tung ignored Feria and turned around. Grand Elder, who are the Guardians? 300 years ago, Mount Saint wasn't covered in thick mist. The Grand Elder replied with a random sentence. Wang Tung frowned. Did something happen? Back then we would choose some clansmen to climb Mount Saint and serve the Holy Light Tree. They are the Guardians, the Grand Elder said. When did the mist appear? Wang Tung asked. No one knows. The Grand Elder shook his head. No one knows when it appeared. We sent people to survey the area, but they never came back. They had turned into Guardians when they were seen again. However, Guardians are different. Different? Wang Tung was startled. How are they different? They are stronger, but emotionless. Even their appearances change, the Grand Elder replied. Feria clenched her fists and said excitedly, There's definitely something weird going on up the mountain. Why are you asking so many questions? Let's fight our way up. Wang Tung glanced at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Feria frowned. The young human shook his head and asked the Grand Elder, How's their ability? They're probably at the peak of the cosmos stage, and there's more than one of them, said the elder. Feria froze. Peak of the cosmos stage, and more than one of them. If she wanted to leave, they couldn't stop her. However, she couldn't beat that many cosmos stage beings. She felt a little awkward. Why did I say I wanted to go up there? She seemed to have overdone her boasting. Why don't you go up a try? Wang Tung nudged her. Sure, who's afraid of going? Feria blinked nervously, but she remained stubborn. Good, you bear our hope. Wang Tung gave her a thumbs up. Feria was in a difficult position. No, that's too dangerous. You can't go. The Grand Elder shook his head in disagreement. Chapter 1401. The Unforeseen Misfortune of Mount Saint, the Holy Light Tree. 4. Feria was delighted. Grand Elder, you're amazing. Quick, stop me. I don't want to go. Grand Elder, don't stop her. She must be powerful, based on how confident she sounds. Let her go, Wang Tung said. Feria's expression froze again. Wang Tung, you're my mortal enemy. She suppressed her anger and snorted. Oomph. Do you think everyone is as timid as you? Yes, I'm a coward. You're the brave one. Go on. Wang Tung nodded. He didn't care. Wang Tung, stop fanning the flames. Feria, you too. Don't be reckless. If anything happens, I won't be able to explain this to your grandfather. The Grand Elder was caught between laughter and tears. Feria was unconvinced. The way the old man was treating the human and her was completely different. He was treating her like a kid. Wang Tung smiled and stopped targeting her. He just wanted to tease her to exact revenge. He looked at the misty peak with a flickering gaze. No one knew what he was thinking. Feria's lips twitched when she saw her rival's expression. This fellow wants to climb up the mountain in secret. The moment this thought appeared, there was no stopping her. Wang Tung and the others went back to the Grand Elder's house and waited for the other chiefs to arrive with their stone plates. Soon dawn broke. The light velvet people from the other tribes kept on arriving and gathered inside the Grand Elder's house. They spoke to him in their language. Ronli chatted with them before they started a heated argument. Sai, I think they don't want you to look at their stone plates. Feria gloated. If I can't do it, you can't either. Wang Tung closed his eyes. I'm different. My grandfather made a pact with them, Feria said proudly. You won't be able to get anything. I think your race has already sent many people, but no one has ever gotten a real legacy, right? Wang Tung asked. He struck the correct spot. Feria didn't know what to say, so she moved to the side, feeling frustrated. She couldn't hold it in. Even if others can't, I can. As for you, you have no hope. Then, she disdainfully glanced at the young human. Wang Tung sniggered. Feria felt she was punching a cotton ball. She was exasperated. Equals hashtag 3, damn it. In the end, the Grand Elder said something in a stern tone, silencing the chieftains. Wang Tung, come over. The Grand Elder beckoned the young hero. What is it? Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. The result is out. Wang Tung, there will be a sacrifice ceremony later. You and Feria can study the stone plates afterwards, the Grand Elder said. Ceremony. Wang Tung was stunned. Yes, we'll perform the ceremony once all the stone plates are here, said the old leader. I didn't know about this custom. Wang Tung nodded. He was surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. Those were the ways of the light velvet people, and he would respect their wishes. The light velvet race's ceremony? I've heard my grandfather talk about it. I've always wanted to see it. Feria leaned over. She was excited. The sky turned dark. The furry people started to get busy. They prepared all the needed items for the ceremony. The Grand Elder then led Wang Tung and the others to a valley behind the tribe grounds. A massive, ancient sacrificial altar appeared before Wang Tung. Thick stone pillars were scattered around the altar. The light velvet people lit up the flames. The entire place brightened. The flames were white, giving off a holy feel. Our hero sized up the flames curiously. They weren't as powerful as his holy flame. They were lit up by some special light element item. Chapter 1402, what do you mean by no big deal? 1. Under the night sky. The valley was exceptionally quiet. The sacrificial altar produced a mysterious vibe, silencing all living creatures in the vicinity. Moonlight flowed down like a stream, shining on the altar. Holy white flames burned on the round pillars, lighting up the entire valley. There was a massive stone vessel in the middle of the altar, rectangular-shaped and 2 meters tall. The inside was empty. Wang Tung wondered about its use. Being outsiders, neither he nor Feria could step onto the altar during the ceremony. They observed the whole thing with curious eyes. The altar had 6 concentric steps. The chiefs from all the different tribes approached the altar under the Grand Elder's lead. The latter stood in front of the rectangular stone vessel. The chiefs stood farther back, behind the round pillars surrounding the altar. Powerful members of the light velvet race had also gone to the valley. They kneeled around the altar and raised their arms to the sky with devoted expressions. The earnest expressions on their furry faces were evident. Some of the furry people weren't allowed to attend. They also knelt in the altar's general direction. Mount Saint was facing the altar. The Grand Elder and the others were ready. All kinds of worship items were placed in front of the stone vessel. They didn't use living creatures. Instead, they placed numerous spiritual herbs and plants of obscure nature. All of the offerings had been sealed in white jade boxes. The Grand Elder himself opened them, blinding lights shooting out each time. A dense amount of constellation light force was scattered, filling up the surrounding space with fragrance. 10,000 years. Feria was flabbergasted when she saw the spiritual herbs. 1, 2, 3, 9. Oh my God, there are 9 10,000-year-old herbs. Not only that, they're of the high-tier light element kind. She was rendered speechless. Her eyes were wide open in disbelief. To think she had looked down upon the old man's plants moments before. It was a loud slap on her face. Wang Tung was astounded. This old man has all his good stuff well hidden. Such actions blew his mind away. I must get more goodies from the old man before I leave, Wang Tung promised himself. He looked at Feria and found her expression hilarious. The girl was bewildered, mouth wide open. Feria noticed his gaze and regained her composure. She put on a stern face and glared at him. What are you looking at? My lady, what do you think about those ancient herbs? Wang Tung chuckled. Feria turned green with anger. She knew he had the upper hand this time, so she turned and pretended she didn't hear him. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard on the altar. The phenomenon gave off an ancient vibe. Wang Tung turned to look at the altar. The one making the sound was actually the Grand Elder. His head was raised, while his voice seemed to be coming from deep inside his throat. It sounded low and desolate. At the same time, the chieftains made the same sound. Their voices joined the Grand Elder's, becoming one and resounding in the silent night sky. The old leader took out the 9 ancient herbs from the jade containers and threw them into the stone vessel. Boom! The stone vessel vibrated and a white light erupted from within. Strange patterns glowed on the surface. The patterns linked the vessel to the altar, causing the ones etched on the altar to shine as well. After some time, the entire altar setting was completely covered with runes. Even the pillars were covered. The patterns climbed from the bottom all the way to the flames, making it seem exceptional and divine. All the patterns interlinked and formed an unknown and divine picture. Wang Tung was attracted by the image, but he couldn't tell what it was. The entire altar was shining after all 9 spiritual herbs were thrown in. The singing appeared to have reached the peak. Something on Mount Saint was replying to them. The thick mist was dispersed a little. Boom! An explosion was heard. A white, holy ray of light shone down from Mount Saint, landing on the altar. The Grand Elder and the others were stunned for a moment. Then there were smiles. The pitch of their song rose higher, along with their excitement and volume. Their voices pierced through the air. The light velvet people were just as excited. Even some of them were in tears. Their arms were raised up high as they bowed continuously, praying for something. The holy white light shone on all the furry people, drowning them in the white splendor and making them look divine. Suddenly, all the light velvet people began to float. Their own bodies were emitting white light, as if they themselves were balls of light. They looked like the spirits of heaven and earth. They were nature's beloved children. Wang Tung and Feria were stunned by the sudden change. What just happened? Why are the light velvet people shining all of a sudden? Chapter 1403, what do you mean by no big deal? 2. A sudden thought popped up at the same time in the silver-haired girl and our young heroes' minds. This is why they're the light velvet race. They can glow. Nothing wrong with that. Wang Tung regained his senses and blinked. The matter was intriguing. He activated his real eye, wanted to understand the changes, but he couldn't glean a thing. He frowned. Not even his real eye could see through the phenomenon. These people, were they? At first he thought that the furries were limited to the planetary stage because their talent was limited. Now he was having second thoughts about it. That race had too many secrets. Every life form in the universe had their special traits and talents. Underestimating them wasn't a wise choice. While deep in thought, attribute bubbles started dropping from the ray of white light and the light velvet people. Wang Tung blinked and hurriedly released his spiritual power to pick them all up. Constellation Force, Light, *200 Constellation Force, Light, *180 Constellation Force, Light, *350. The bubbles merged into his body, turning into an extremely pure energy. It coursed through his limbs and gathered above the sea of nihility. His life force stat quickly rose. So much life force. Wang Tung was elated. What a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect to get so much of it. Happiness overwhelmed him. The young man felt his light force skyrocket from the second to the third level of the celestial stage. Then it kept on going to the fourth, the fifth, only stopping at the sixth level. Constellation Light Force, 11400/60,000. Celestial Stage, 6th level, Psi. Wang Tung heaved a long sigh. Light flashed past his eyes. It feels good. He jumped 4 levels at once. The feeling was hard to put into words, like the unshackling of a few layers of his body. It was refreshing. Feria stood some distance away and glanced at her rival. She felt that his expression was strange. However, the change only happened within his body. All outer effects were suppressed by him. No one could tell what was happening. The silver-haired girl would never find out that Wang Tung had gotten great benefits in a short time. Wang Tung ignored Feria. He looked at Mount Saint again. Where did the ray of light come from? It was densely packed with constellation light force, imbuing the furry natives with power once it shone on them. It was overflowing. I wish there were a few more rays like that. Wang Tung mused. However, the more he wanted something, the less he would get it. Bang! Right at that moment, an eruption took place on Mount Saint, somehow mixed with an angry roar. The ray of light was instantly blocked. A thick mist shrouded over the mountain again, making it seem that the previous event were an illusion. The light velvet people recovered their normal state. Their happiness gradually subsided, which was then replaced by astonishment. Why? Why did such a thing happen? For the first time, the Grand Elder panicked. Something appalling seemed to have taken place. The natives grew anxious. There was a huge commotion. Something was wrong with the ceremony. Not once had they received any response when conducting their ceremonies in the past 300 years. And yet, for some reason, there was feedback this time. All the natives were excited. They thought that Mount Saint had felt moved by their sincerity. Such an event was uncommon, even after 3 centuries. They wouldn't basically never receive a response. Only extreme luck would allow them to get a response from the summit. If it did come to pass, the furries would be bestowed with gifts and benefits. There was indeed a response, but something went wrong at the last moment. The reply from the mount was cut off. Such an incident was critical, as it had never happened before. How could the locals not be in shock? Did something happen? Feria frowned as she noticed how the events unfolded. Indeed, something must have happened, Wang Tung said grimly. What happened on Mount Saint? I have a feeling that the people on top are causing this, Feria said. Wang Tung didn't reply. His gaze flickered as he went into deep thought. Suddenly, he squinted and looked towards the mist covering the peak. Feria took notice and also looked up. She sounded a little excited. Someone's coming down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sonic booms were heard. A few figures in white dashed out of the mist, heading straight for them. They looked extremely conspicuous in the night sky. Boom! They moved at a fast speed, traversing kilometers in the blink of an eye. White light blossomed, swarming towards the Grand Elder and the others. Explosions echoed. The frightening attack landed on the altar, devouring the entire place with its white splendor. Things happened quickly. The natives didn't know what was going on. The area of the altar was covered by the attack, making it invisible to the onlookers when they regained their senses. The Grand Elder and all the chieftains had been submerged by the light. Chapter 1404. What do you mean by no big deal? 3. Grand Elder. The next moment, commotion hit. There was a complete mess amongst the furry natives. A few white figures were hovering in the sky, observing the scene below. Their eyes were shining with golden light, cold and ruthless. The light on the altar gradually subsided, revealing the situation. The onlooking natives were stunned. The expected bloody scene didn't appear. 2 force shields were revealed after the white light dissipated. One was white and pure, emitting a faint white glow. The other one was colorful, extremely beautiful, which produced a faint glow as well. Wang Tung and Feria were the ones behind the shields. They were suspended above the altar while holding their hands up. Force gushed out of their bodies, manifesting the domes. They arrived in the nick of time and were able to rescue the Grand Elder and the chieftains. They were inside the shielding, completely unscathed. There was a hint of surprise in Feria's eyes as she glanced at Wang Tung's force shield. This guy does possess the 5 basic elements. Back when they fought, she saw him using the 5-element fist. This made her guess he had the 5-element physique. However, her rival didn't admit to it then. His shield displayed all 5 elements, confirming her suspicions. Although proud and unwilling to admit how great his physique's potential was, she had to admit it was awfully rare. Those who had it were the cream of the crop. However, she still felt that the young man wasn't her match. Such confidence was worthy of a light element genius. Wang Ting didn't know what was on Feria's mind. He would have burst into laughter if he knew. 5-element physique? He didn't have anything like that. He did have other kinds of physiques which weren't any weaker. Furthermore, he had all kinds of forces, dark force even. Having the 5 elements was nothing to him. Just then, he looked down to check on the furry leader. Grand Elder, is everyone all right? All the furry leaders snapped out of their shock, then felt fortunate. If the 2 youngsters hadn't taken timely action, they would have died. The previous attack was terrifying. None of them could have resisted, even if they went all out. "We're okay," said the Grand Elder as a quick reply, shaking his head. He knew it wasn't the time to express thanks. "That's great." Wang Ting nodded and looked at the figures in the sky. "Grand Elder, are they the guardians you mentioned before?" Feria looked at the figures in amazement. They had long white hair, while their muscles were toned and well-defined. They weren't as round-looking as the regular furries. Metaphorically speaking, the light velvet people were a bunch of fatties, while the newcomers were muscular men. Feria had an odd expression when she thought about this. "Yes." The Grand Elder nodded while he looked at the figures. "Your guardians are after your lives." Feria was surprised by the Elder's confirmation. "They became like this 300 years ago, completely emotionless," said the old leader with a bitter tone and sadness in his eyes. "No emotions?" Feria frowned. Boom! Suddenly, the Guardians launched a second attack, aiming for the shields. Both layers shook violently. Wang Ting looked at the sky and commented, "These Guardians aren't bad. Hey, can you deal with them? Let me take over if you can't. Just protect the Grand Elder and the others." Feria was ready to fight. Her fists were clenched tightly as they glowed with dense bright light. This reminded the young hero of the Fist of Light from before. Wang Tung ignored her and said to the old leader, "Grand Elder, please move over to the side. I will take on the Guardians." "Be careful," said the old man. Knowing they could only offer words of caution, he did as requested along with the other chiefs, moving away from the altar. Wang Tung waved a hand, and his force shield vanished. He then rushed to meet their enemies in the sky. "Show me what Guardians are capable of," said a faint voice. "Bastard, he made a move before I did." Feria refused to accept it. She also shot up to the sky. Her fists were bursting with dazzling white light. Fist of Light. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions echoed in the sky. The Fist of Light slammed hard against the Guardians. The enemies were 8 in total, which were split into 2 groups. Wang Tung and Feria were handling 4 Guardians each, which turned into a big battle. Surprisingly, the 4 Guardians fighting Feria didn't dodge her Fist of Light. They stretched out their hands, and rays of light burst out. Boom! Their moves clashed with hers, producing a terrifying impact that swept outwards. Both attacks failed to do anything to the other party. Feria's expression changed a bit as she finally got serious. The 4 Guardians were at the peak of the Cosmos stage. She was powerful, but some effort was needed to go against the 4. Chapter 1405, What do you mean by no big deal? 4. She looked to the side. Wang Tung was taking on the other 4 Guardians. The young hero executed his 5-element fist, using brute force to deal with them. They exchanged multiple blows. Feria snorted. Her gaze became competitive. She didn't want to lose to the other, so she had to quickly handle her share. Boom! Feria emitted white light, and her speed reached an extreme. She released her Fist of Light. On the other side, a heated battle was taking place between the human and the 4 Guardians. He gauged their attacks and noticed that they only used light element attacks. He had a way to suppress them. He immediately activated his Solar Dragon Eye. Open in daytime, close at night. His pupils turned pitch black after blinking once. All the light in his surroundings was absorbed. It took but an instant. His area turned dark, and the 4 Guardians were engulfed in darkness. The anxious light velvet people were witnessing the battles. The sudden change left them in shock. What is happening? The light around Wang Tung has disappeared. I think it's a battle technique, one to suppress light element skills. Gasp! It was the Grand Elder who made the guess, his eyes wide in astonishment. The other light velvet people exchanged stares when the conjecture was heard. They found it incredible that such a skill could exist. They weren't the only ones who were flabbergasted. Even Feria was attracted by the situation on Wang Tung's side. She couldn't hide her bewilderment when she saw the skill in action. This fellow, he didn't use this skill when he fought with me. Feria recalled the previous clash and wondered what the outcome would be if she faced that attack. Boom! Just then, a terrifying explosion resounded, and a few figures were thrown out of the pitch-black zone. They were actually the 4 Guardians. They were spewing golden blood as they slammed heavily onto the ground. Dust flew in the air. Once the dust settled, the 4 beings were already lying motionlessly in a deep hole. No one knew if they were still alive. Feria squinted. Their fight was over. For martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage were defeated with ease. Feria was in shock and disbelief. She turned and noticed that the black zone had disappeared. Wang Tung hovered high in the air. His calm demeanor made it seem that he had just finished a simple task. The latter noticed her gaze and looked back at her. The corners of his lips rose a little. Feria gritted her teeth. She was unwilling to admit defeat. Boom, boom, boom. Her attacks became more vicious, and the remaining 4 Guardians started retreating. They were unable to keep up with her speed. They were strong, but their battle experience was lacking. They moved like puppets, stiff and rigid. They weren't her match at all. They were eventually defeated, landing just like the other 4. This girl is not bad. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. Feria's face was black. She was unhappy because she took much longer to take care of the 4 beings. She couldn't compare to Wang Tung. To think I was defeated by a peer. Being the proud lady she was, it was hard to accept. The same youth had suffered in her hands before, so she looked down on him. The difference was infuriating. Wang Tung and Feria landed. The latter kept a gloomy expression, unwilling to say a single word. The Grand Elder and the chieftains had yet to recover their composure. Wang Tung and Feria's abilities exceeded their imagination. Are they really youths? These guardians are heavily injured. Grand Elder, what shall we do with them? Wang Tung asked. Lock them up, said the old leader after some thought. Then, before Wang Tung could respond, he said gratefully, Thank you. We could have been in danger if it wasn't for the 2 of you. You're welcome. It's no big deal. Wang Tung smiled. Feria wanted to act politely too, but her words got stuck in her throat when she heard his reply. What do you mean by no big deal? Logo. Chapter 1406 Inherit My Legacy. Shine in Glory. God of Martial Arts. 1. Wang Tung chatted with the Grand Elder for some time. He then scanned his surroundings and picked up the attribute bubbles scattered in the area. Constellation Force, Light, asterisk 1200 Constellation Force, Light, asterisk 1500 Dazzling Sky, asterisk 200 Constellation Force, Light, asterisk 1500 Fist of Light, asterisk 300 Light Bolt, asterisk 400 Wang Tung blinked, feeling delighted. Most of the attributes were useful to him. There was nothing much to say regarding Light Force. He had just reached the 6th level of the Celestial Stage. There was no breakthrough this time. However, the stat rose, getting closer to the 7th level doorstep. Next was Dazzling Sky. The skill used by the Guardians felt awfully familiar to him. It resembled the one used by the Clam Spirit. Once he picked up the attribute, he checked the information and confirmed it was the same technique. Dazzling Sky. 800/3000. Well-versed. The attributes dropped by the Guardians were enough to push his mastery from the foundation to the well-versed stage. Next were Fist of Light and Light Bolt. Both had obviously been provided by Feria. Fist of Light, 200 to 3000, well-versed. Light Bolt, 350 to 3000, well-versed. Both skills had also reached the well-versed stage. The increase was considerable, sparing our hero from overusing blank attributes. He would have been forced to spend his blanks had he not received them. The girl didn't know that her own techniques were being stolen by Wang Tung. Worse, she was still frustrated since he had beaten her. The Light Velvet people treated them with more respect after the clash with the Guardians. That was especially the case with Wang Tung. The skill he used to make an area turn pitch black was incredible. Such a skill could suppress them, since they were light element practitioners. This was the reason for their reverence towards him went up. The Grand Elder asked some of the furries to lock up the 8 Guardians. Wang Tung used some ways to seal the being's power to prevent them from resisting. The natives were weak. It would be impossible for them to handle the strong beings, even when they were heavily injured. Feria was hesitant as she watched the humans sealing the enemies. In the end, she still couldn't control her curiosity. Hey, what was that move you used? Wang Tung didn't reply. He walked to the old leader and asked, Grand Elder, when can we study the stone plates? Feria felt her chest was hurting due to anger. However, she quickly followed when she heard that they were going to study the stone plates. The great leader looked worried, but he still answered, Some accidents occurred, but the ceremony was completed. We will show them to you now. The other chieftains stood at the side, none of them objecting. They gave silent consent to the Grand Elder's decision. If Wang Tung hadn't stepped up to save them, they would have died. There was no point haggling over the stone plates. Grand Elder, don't worry. I will go and take a look at Mount Saint after we look at the stone plates, Wang Tung said. The Elder's eyes lit up. He would have stopped the boy in the past. A budding hope emerged after seeing his and Feria's abilities. It would be great if they could solve the problem up the mountain. Do you feel confident? The Grand Elder asked. Well, try. We won't risk our lives if we can't, Wang Tung replied. Grand Elder, don't worry. These Guardians are indeed at the peak of the Cosmos stage, but they don't have any battle experience. Taking care of them won't be difficult if they don't come in numbers, Feria added. Either way, just try your best. Your lives are what matter the most, the Grand Elder said. I have a question. Feria suddenly asked curiously. How many Guardians are there on Mount Saint? The old man took some time to look through his memories. Then he said, at first there were 12. Then Mount Saint was covered in mist, so we sent a few batches to go and check. There should be more than 100 there. Feria, at least 100 Guardians? Wang Tung asked. Cough, yes. The Grand Elder nodded awkwardly. Why did you keep sending people up there, knowing there's something wrong? Feria covered her face with her hands. She was speechless. More than 100 Guardians at the peak of the Cosmos stage? How are we supposed to fight? Mount Saint is our sacred ground, so we couldn't leave things alone, the Grand Elder explained. We tried many times and failed, so we finally stopped making unnecessary sacrifices. It's good that you know the sacrifices were necessary, Feria mumbled. She was grumbling a bit, feeling hopeless upon thinking about the 100 guardians. However, she glanced at Wang Tung and noticed his face was impassive. He remained composed, as if he wasn't worried at all. TSK, he's acting. Feria snorted in disdain. The Grand Elder took it as them speaking without thinking, so he felt awkward about the matter. You don't have to climb the mountain. It's all right. Not even 100 Cosmos warriors can stop me if I want to leave, Wang Tung replied calmly. Chapter 1407 Inherit My Legacy, Shine in Glory, God of Martial Arts. 2. Feria. What is this guy saying? He looks down on 100 Cosmos stage warriors. Boasting much? A few minutes later, the chieftains carried their stone plates over and placed them on the altar. Ronli also helped the Grand Elder with the main stone plate. He was stumbling as he carried 2 plates. It was a little funny. All the plates were placed on the altar in order. All the light velvet people stepped back. The Grand Elder said, "Here are all the stone plates. Feel free to study them. Your gains will depend on your enlightenment." Wang Tung and Feria became stern. They nodded and glanced at each other before they approached the altar. Then they sat down cross-legged in the middle of the altar. The stone plates were enveloped in force, floating, spinning around them. The flames on the round pillars were still burning. White light shone on the stone plates, making the runes glitter. Wang Tung and Feria's gazes landed on the runes. They began to study them. Time passed slowly. Night came. Neither the Grand Elder nor the chieftains left. They remained close to the altar and looked at the 2 martial warriors. They were nervous, too, wondering if the young ones could grasp the real secret within the plates. They felt troubled. On one hand, they hoped that the 2 could grasp the legacy in order to solve the cultivation limit they had. On the other hand, they hoped they weren't successful. After all, the plates belonged to their race. It would be strange if an outsider was able to decipher their secrets. Not all the natives were as broad-minded. Of course, this didn't have anything to do with the young hero. He borrowed the stone plates for studying and would solve the race's cultivation problem later. No party would end owing the other. There was a holy glow in his eyes. He activated his real eye and was able to see every rune on the stone plates. This time the feeling was completely different. He had only seen 1 plate before. The rune contents were incomplete. This time he realized that the runes were even more complex and occult. Understanding them was much more difficult. This fact was especially true since all runes needed to be interlinked and understood as a whole. They couldn't look at them separately, making the difficulty increase several-fold. Feria frowned. She closed her eyes in deep thought and opened them on occasion to look at the ciphers. A part of the runes resonated with her and emitted white light. They seemed alive. The white light in Feria's eyes blossomed. The runes seemed to be shimmering within. The sight was divine. The Grand Elder and the others stared at her intently. None of them pried their eyes away. The night passed quickly. Feria had managed to understand the content of 2 stone plates, but she had yet to grasp the elemental light divine scripture. That was why only some of the runes were shimmering. She kept observing plates, scanning through them one at a time. Wang Tung was also furrowing his brow. Spiritual power tossed and turned in his mind as he tried to outline all the runes. The process was arduous. The runes were numerous. He couldn't etch them in his mind quickly. Furthermore, the stone plates had been split into pieces, blurring some of the edges. He needed to analyze and come up with the right pattern, otherwise he wouldn't get the complete runes. The natives stayed there, shifting their attention between the 2 young ones. They found it strange. Didn't Wang Tung finish studying a stone plate in 3 hours? 1 night had already passed, but the fellow had shown no reaction. As for Feria, she had finished studying 2 plates. Her progress was definitely much faster. The first day passed quickly. Feria studied 3 more stone plates. Her speed was astonishing. However, her face looked pale. She couldn't withstand the process anymore because it spent too much of her spiritual power. She was almost exhausted after studying 5 stone plates. As for Wang Tung, he remained calm and unaffected. He looked as if he were admiring antiques. The Grand Elder and the others were speechless, wondering if the boy was being serious. Somewhere at midnight, Feria finished studying one more stone plate. She had completed 6 stone plates up to that point. However, she could hold on no more, and had to take a pill from a jade bottle. Then, she closed her eyes and stopped looking at the plates. A light velvet expert couldn't help but say, "Grand Elder, I think Feria has more hope." She studied 6 stone plates in total. Wang Tong used 3 hours to study a single stone plate, wrongly countered, glaring at the other speaker. "Who knows if it's true? What if he lied to you?" the furry fellow retorted. "Rong Shan," the Grand Elder scolded sternly. "Wang Tong is our friend. He saved us just now." All right. I didn't mean anything by it. I just felt that." Rong Shan shook his head. Before he continued, he noticed the Grand Elder's stern gaze and stopped. Then, he said in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Chapter 14:08 Inherit My Legacy. Shine in Glory, God of Martial Arts. 3. Either way, I believe in Wang Tong. He's a genius, Rongli said. Many heads shared the same thought as the dissenting Rong Shan, yet they stayed quiet about it. After all, Wang Tong did save them. 3 hours later, Feria digested the pill and recovered some of her spirit. Her face wasn't as pale anymore. She glanced at Wang Tong and frowned. What was he doing? She was focused on studying the stone plates, so she didn't pay much attention to him. However, they were right next to each other, studying the plates simultaneously. She would have noticed any changes occurred. And yet, from start to finish, Wang Tong hadn't triggered any changes in the stone plates. Based on his face alone, he had yet to exhaust his spirit, so he definitely wasn't studying the plates at all. Feria didn't know that there was someone with an extremely powerful spirit in their universe. Extremely powerful. Of course, she wouldn't think along those lines, either. She felt that Wang Tong would be incapable of understanding. Not one bit. To think I still viewed him as an opponent. This guy's enlightenment is low. Feria looked away, forgetting about his former rival. No longer would she take his actions to heart. His enlightenment was lacking. No matter how hard he worked, his achievements would be limited. The sense of superiority came from her intelligence. Feria resumed her studies. Time flew. Another night passed. The sun rose, and the moon climbed up again. By the 3rd day, Feria had consumed 3 pills and comprehended 12 of the stone plates. She couldn't continue anymore. The exhaustion to her spirit was severe, which not even her pills could fix. Consuming any more Dan pills could affect her body. Every medicine had side effects. Dan pills were no exception. Her supplements were of high grade, but they weren't perfect. It was risky to consume endlessly. She looked at the remaining plates. Their runes were especially complex, more so than the first dozen. Based on order, the plates became more complex. She found it hard to continue with the 12th and was almost unable to comprehend it. She could only give up when the turn came for the 13th. The silver-haired girl felt it was a pity. Although unwilling, she had no choice. She sighed and stood up. However, her extreme spiritual exhaustion almost made her stumble when she got up. The Grand Elder and the others were shocked by this. Luckily, she was powerful and was able to quickly correct her posture. Just then, Wang Ting opened his eyes and looked at the girl. She was done. His turn was up. He had used the first day to memorize every rune on the stone plates. However, Feria was also studying the plates. Based on the effects that were seen on the first plate, joining him would cause a huge commotion and affect the other party. He now felt lucky that Feria was done. There was still enough time for him to study the plates. Anyway, by looking at her, he knew she wouldn't be able to get the elemental light divine scripture. Actually, he knew she wouldn't succeed since she was studying the first plate. To grasp the elemental light divine scripture, she needed to study and comprehend all the runes on all plates. All effort would be useless otherwise. That was the main reason no one had ever grasped the scripture in all those years. Feria saw Wang Tong's indifferent expression. She felt embarrassed because she almost stumbled, so she mocked him a vent. "Are you planning on stopping because I'm done?" Wang Tong was stunned, to end up speechless once it dawned on him. However, He didn't plan on wasting time playing along. He stretched his back and said, "Please leave if you're done. I'm about to start." "What do you mean?" Feria frowned. "Nothing. I almost fell asleep while waiting for you," Wang Tung replied calmly. "You?" Feria almost flared up. Then, she thought of something and smirked. "Sure, keep up with your act. The altar's all yours. Please start your show." She walked down the altar and then stared at the young man contemptuously. The Grand Elder and the others didn't know how to respond after hearing their conversation. Even the old leader's confidence in the boy started to waver. However, that was very likely the last time. They would soon find out if Wang Tung could comprehend the runes. The young human ignored the pesky girl. He closed his eyes again after she walked down the altar. Suddenly, a glaring white light erupted from his body. Light physique. The manifestation of this physique covered him in a pure and holy layer of white light. He looked like a god. "What?" Feria was dumbstruck. The mockery and contempt on her face froze, soon replaced by astonishment. The power of light was extremely dense. What kind of physique is this? She racked her brains, going through all the light element physiques she knew of, but she couldn't pinpoint which one it was. The Grand Elder and the others were equally startled. They stared at the human with bewilderment. The young hero sat cross-legged on the altar. While surrounded by a holy glow, he looked like an immortal born under the light. Chapter 1409 Inherit My Legacy. Shine in Glory, God of Martial Arts. 4. All the stones were responding to Wang Tung, and the runes came alive, shining with a dazzling light as they leaped out of the plates to float in midair. The runes gathered at one point and started rearranging themselves, forming a complex and occult rune chapter. A terrifying energy surged out of them, forming a pressure that bore down on the people below. Boom! The Grand Elder and the other natives couldn't raise their heads due to the pressure. They were flabbergasted. Feria also felt the pressure on her head, but she forced herself to remain erect. She was filled with disbelief. Why? What just happened? This fellow really comprehended all the stone plates. Feria was truly unwilling. Her gaze landed on the shining runes as she tried to understand them. However, all the runes immediately dashed towards the young human and merged into his forehead, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What wasn't hers would never be. Feria's expression froze. Boom! Wang Tung didn't know what was happening outside. An eruption occurred in his mind as countless runes rushed in. The runes gathered to form the outline of a mysterious person. It was a long-haired lady in a white dress. Her black strands flowed down her back. She looked like an immortal. The light glowed around her softly, covering her stunning and indescribably beautiful face. Her eyes emitted a holy, white light, seemingly able to see through everything. There was an intelligent and sacred air about her. Oh my God! Wang Tung was dumbfounded. He couldn't stay calm. He never expected to find a spiritual mark within the stone plates. Once all the plate runes were understood, the ingrained martial arts wisdom was released, along with the appearance of the spiritual mark in Wang Tung's consciousness. The latter took a deep breath to calm down. The spiritual body was gradually formed. He was intently staring at it. Sigh. The soft sigh resonated in his mind. Wang Tung's heart skipped a beat. He was on guard, since a powerful and unfamiliar spiritual brand had shown up inside his mind. Who knew what its true intention was? The mysterious lattice gaze finally landed on Wang Tung. Her voice was cold and noble. After countless years, someone has finally deciphered my legacy. Senior. Wang Tung remained vigilant, but he still bowed with respect. The mysterious lady sized up the young hero with no emotion in her eyes. Then, she suddenly raised a hand and pointed at Wang Tung's forehead with a jade-white finger. The movement appeared to be slow, but it reached his forehead instantaneously. He didn't have any chance to react. Boom! A loud boom echoed. Numerous runes flowed into Wang Tung's spiritual body through her finger. Inherit my legacy. Shine in glory, God of martial arts. The cold voice resounded in his mind for a long time. After who knows how long, Wang Tung gradually opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Sigh. A glaring white light blossomed in his eyes just then. The people below the altar, who were still observing him intently, were immediately blinded by the strong light. Fortunately, the flash only lasted a fraction of a moment, almost like an illusion. Wang Tung's eyes had resumed their normal color, pitch black, deep and composed. He stood up, and the stone plates slowly descended to the altar. The runes were still there, but the imbued martial arts wisdom had disappeared. Anyone studying them in the future would only gain some enlightenment and battle techniques. The elemental light, divine scripture, would never reappear. The Grand Elder walked over and asked after some hesitation, "Wang Tung, did you succeed?" Faria stared at Wang Tung's face intently, unwilling to accept the outcome. Wang Tung nodded. "I was lucky to receive the martial arts wisdom left by an elder." Chapter 14:10. This guy really did it. 1. Wang Tung wasn't being truthful to the great elder. Martial arts wisdom and divine level scriptures were two different things. The former was just a kind of martial enlightenment, which had been left behind in the form of runes. A divine level scripture was a type of legacy. It did look like martial wisdom in the eyes of both the old man and Faria. They could feel its overwhelming pressure. However, they were clueless about the divine level scripture hidden within. None of the onlookers suspected a thing. Receiving martial wisdom was great. It was the understanding of a powerful warrior left inscribed. It would contain a vast amount of information. Such a thing could guide future martial warriors and help them walk a smoother path. Such fortune was hard to come by. It was much better than battle techniques or light element techniques. Faria's eyes turned red immediately, unable to suppress the envy and hatred in her heart. This guy actually got a hold of martial wisdom left by a powerful warrior. Based on the overwhelming pressure just then, that expert was definitely at the eternal stage, making a conservative guess. He might have even been an eternal stage ruler. What was an eternal stage ruler? If the eternal stage was categorized according to strength, it would be divided into three categories: Marquis, Duke, and Ruler. The difference between each level was extremely vast. Eternal stage rulers were the strongest amongst all warriors of the eternal stage. They were extremely powerful, almost on par with the ones in the godly realm. People of that level were extremely rare, only existing in legend. The martial wisdom left behind would be utterly terrifying and would have unimaginable value. Even Faria's grandfather, an eternal stage duke, would be moved if he came across any martial wisdom left by an eternal stage ruler. Wang Ting didn't know a misunderstanding had occurred. That wasn't something left by an eternal stage ruler. It was something left by a god stage martial warrior. You can't go wrong with that. A single look from that mysterious woman could make his soul tremble like a god from above overseeing the world. No one could look her in the eye. Furthermore, her legacy was a divine level scripture, god of martial arts. The technique was truly able to reach a godlike level. It was extremely rare. Ordinary eternal stage warriors would basically never have scriptures of such magnitude. I wonder where she went in the end. Or has she fallen? Wang Tung thought. His heart throbbed when he thought about the woman. Could a person like that even perish? Wang Tung didn't know anything, nor did he have clues to speculate about her origins. The thing that surprised him the most was the similarity of the mysterious woman and the light figure inside the seed. Still, he was certain that they were two different people. The one inside the seed was too weak. He could easily deal with her. How could the mysterious woman be the same person? The two women were of completely different levels. Looks like I'll have to climb a mountain if I want answers, Wang Tung thought. Freya felt discouraged after she overcame her envy. It was a great blow to her. It turned out that the young man had already grasped the meaning inside all the stone slabs. He had been waiting for her to finish before he even began. He didn't even care about her. All the while, she was thinking about competing with the fellow, but things turned out completely different in the end. She was a clown all along. The competitive Faria couldn't accept such an outcome. Unfortunately, it was only martial wisdom and not a scripture. Looks like the cultivation limit of our race can't be fixed. the Grand Elder said regretfully. The other chiefs looked extremely disappointed as well. Grand Elder, you worry too much. Wang Tung smiled. The martial wisdom gave me much more confidence to solve your problem. Don't worry, I have some ideas. Give me some time so I can solve your problem completely. Really? The Grand Elder's eyes immediately lit up. I wouldn't lie to you. Wang Tung smiled. However, you'll have to show me your cultivation methods when the time comes, so I can provide remedies and help everyone change for the better. No problem, the Grand Elder said in a hurry. Feria hesitated to speak. Altering scriptures and even creating new ones wasn't a walk in the park. Even if it was a mere planetary stage scripture, it would still be ridiculously difficult, something that couldn't even be considered without powerful enlightenment and a wealth of experience. Wang Tung was really young. How could he possess the experience needed? But then she recalled how he grasped the information etched on the stone slabs. His enlightenment was high. She tried it herself and knew how difficult it was. Furthermore, he had gained the martial wisdom in them. There was a chance he could really make changes to the light velvet people's cultivation methods. Let's head back first, Wang Tung said. Neither of the furry leaders had objections. Everyone left the Altar Valley and returned to their respective tribes. The Grand Elder took Wang Tung to his residence and said, "You can rest here." Comprehending the stone slabs must have consumed a lot of energy. There's no need to rush about our issues. We'll talk after you rest well. Although very anxious, he didn't show any of it. Instead, he took care of the young hero's recovery first. You can just bring me the scriptures to review already. I didn't consume too much energy, and I've recovered for the most part as we made our way back. Wang Tung said. Chapter 14:11. This guy really did it. 2. The Grand Elder. Feria? He recovered on the way back? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? It sounded a little unreal. The Grand Elder had his doubts, but Wang Tung's face did look rosy and lustrous. He then turned to look at Feria's pale face. The contrast was stark. The Grand Elder suddenly felt that the boy was probably telling the truth and wasn't seriously tired. Feria, why did you look at me? Why? The Grand Elder didn't say much, but Feria felt humiliated by the glance. She was angry. However, she couldn't show it. She straightened her back and revealed her toughest side, pretending she was okay. I'm fine. I'm not weak. However, her pale face exposed her. Wang Tung stared at her strangely and probed. Do you want to take a break? No. Feria snorted. She added, I'm good. Really? Wang Tung sized her up. Which part of her looks okay? The Grand Elder didn't notice the change in her expression and asked worriedly, Feria, you don't look well. Why don't you go and have some rest? Feria, she felt frustrated being exposed a second time. More so, the Grand Elder himself did it unwittingly. Wang Tung burst out laughing when he saw her exasperation. Go on, keep up the act. Look, you can't hide it. Feria glared at him and turned to leave. She didn't have the face to stay there any longer. The Grand Elder felt puzzled. What's wrong with Feria? She doesn't look happy. It's all right. A lady will always be in a bad mood for a few days, Wang Tung replied. Feria had just reached the door when she overheard his reply. She stumbled, almost tripped over her own feet. Haha, Wang Tung laughed. He finally vented his anger. The Grand Elder didn't know what the human implied, so he shook his head and threw the issue to the back burner. He turned serious and said, Wait for me. We'll bring the cultivation method out for you. He chose to believe in the young hero because his condition was much better than Feria's. He felt at ease because of this. All right. Wang Tung also became serious and nodded. The Grand Elder walked behind him. The house was huge, with many rooms in the back area. Some of them were probably used to keep his treasures. Sometime later, the Grand Elder walked out with some scrolls made with beast skin. He treated them with so much care that others would think they were part of some incredible scripture. However, Wang Tung wasn't interested in scriptures that only allowed a person to cultivate to the planetary stage. They sat down next to a table, and the Grand Elder opened the scrolls so Wang Tung could examine them. The latter took each one and quickly scanned them. The Grand Elder had only taken out 8 of them. There wasn't much to look at. The young human finished soon after and looked up. Are these all your cultivation scriptures? Yes. The Grand Elder nodded. Wang Ting expected the answer, but he was still surprised. This race only has 8 cultivation methods. This is a little shabby. Are they not enough? The Grand Elder asked anxiously. This is enough. Wang Ting paused for a while before he added, Grand Elder, please lend me a quiet room. Okay. The latter nodded and took the human to a quiet room. Wang Tung, thank you, the Grand Elder said. Don't worry. Wang Tung smiled. The elder left. Wang Tung then sat cross-legged on the ground and recalled the 8 scriptures he scanned through just then. All 8 were scriptures at the planetary stage and lower. This allowed him to remember and grasp them with ease. He also drew the outline based on the light velvet people. However, that wasn't an outline of their outer appearance. It was the outline of their bodily structure. Before that, he used his real eye to observe the body structure of the furry people. He was familiar with their meridians, arteries, and veins. You could say that the natives only used less than 30% of their meridians. Most of the others were still sealed. Once being able to unlock more meridians, they would have a chance to cultivate scriptures above the planetary stage. It's noteworthy to mention that the more complex the scripture, the more meridians it required. The human race was able to come up with all kinds of scriptures because they understood their body structure completely and were able to release the full potential of their bodies. Of course, that was the result of generational hard work and perseverance. The light velvet people lacked a strong foundation. Their planet wasn't dangerous, which robbed them of any sense of urgency. If calamity befell, or they were about to be annihilated, it could possibly spark their potential. After all, only you can understand your condition in its entirety. If they wanted to create a better scripture, they would have to rely on themselves. Chapter 14:12. This guy really did it. 3. However, since Wang Tung was there, they didn't need to use an extreme method to create new scriptures. A new cultivation method was being conjured up inside his mind. A golden blood vessel appeared within the outline of a model from the light velvet people, which slowly flowed through the body, covering all meridians. Bang! Half an hour later, the outline suddenly burst. It failed. Wang Tung frowned. He analyzed the issue. A few minutes later, another outline from the furry people was formed, and he kept stimulating the flow. This time the golden blood vessel covered a wider area, passing through 2 more meridians. However, the model collapsed again when it was about to continue. He stimulated the flow 9 times, failing every time it reached that spot. The golden stream was unable to continue. Looks like this path isn't right. Wang Tung pondered. Since the path wasn't good, he went and chose another. The vessel and meridian systems of the light velvet race were extremely complex. Well, all living creatures had complex systems, making it difficult to create a scripture suitable for every single one. Wang Tung erased the path he created and started from scratch. He was patient about it, slowly stimulating the path. He wasn't in a hurry. The martial wisdom left by the mysterious lady floated in his mind. Wang Tung gained a deeper understanding in regards to this part. The scriptures from the natives were based on the elemental light divine scripture, which could serve as correlation to redevelop the scriptures. This would tremendously reduce the difficulty. Time passed slowly. A day went by. Feria had finally recovered. She walked out of her room. She saw the Grand Elder anxiously pacing back and forth in front of her room. The other chiefs were also present. They glanced at the closed door on occasion and discussed in low voices. Feria guessed what was happening as she walked over. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder squeezed a smile on his face as he asked with concern, Feria, are you better? Yes, I'm fully recovered. Thank you, Feria replied. That's good, that's good. The Grand Elder felt at ease. Is Wang Tung inside? Feria asked, feeling troubled. Yes. The old man nodded. She hesitated for a moment before asking, How long has he been there? 1 day. I don't know how long he'll be inside, said the elder. Feria blinked. She refrained from further questioning and waited together with the others. She was curious to see if the human could really help the natives. She had digested all that she learned from the stone plates the night before. only to realize that she couldn't help the furry people. The understanding she attained had indeed been helpful to her cultivation, but she felt at a loss when she tried to glean solutions for the light velvet race's cultivation methods. She didn't know where to start. She finally understood why her grandfather had been unable to help. Can Wangtung do it? Can a young martial warrior succeed in a task that an eternal stage warrior couldn't? They waited for 3 hours. Suddenly, the wooden door opened with a squeak. A figure walked out, which was none other than Wangtung. "He's out." Everyone was excited. The young man was stunned by what he saw outside the room. He asked, "All of you were waiting for me all this time?" The Grand Elder strode forward and stared at Wangtung in anticipation. "How is it?" Feria remained where she stood, but she was also looking at him. "It's a success." Wangtung waved a bee-skin scroll he was holding and passed it to the old man. "Grand Elder, you can ask someone to try." "Really? You succeeded?" The Grand Elder was overjoyed. His hands were shaking as he hugged the scroll like a treasure. Feria was overcome in disbelief. She glanced at the bee-skin scroll, yearning to see the content. One day, this fellow used one day to come up with a scripture for the light velvet race. Rong Li, Rong Shan, and the other furry chieftains crowded around the Grand Elder and stared at the scroll, with elation going to the roof. They would have snatched the thing if it wasn't the Grand Elder the one holding it. The scroll contained a scripture that could help them surpass the planetary stage. However, I have to remind you, there were no issues when I was testing the scripture, but no one has practiced it before, so there's still a certain risk involved. "You should choose someone to try it first," Wangtung said. The light velvet people were doused with cold water. They quickly calmed down. The Grand Elder hesitated. Only peak experts could practice the scripture, and chieftains were the few who had reached that level. However, the chiefs were important. It would be a great loss to their respective tribes if anything happened. Tribe leaders weren't appointed randomly. They were recognized by their kin because of their ability and character. All the chiefs were momentarily caught in a dilemma.